by one on the road in game one. And this face-off is absolutely critical for the Islanders. They have such a hard time just getting the puck under control in the offensive zone. This is the best chance to do it right off the top. So,
taking this number for Carolina under 50% today. One thing they cannot change to keep these guys out here.
and it's draw favorites more back on his strong side. He should win this.
And Stanley into the corner, Pesci over to rescue it. Instead, Barzell slipped it out for Horvat. Moved along, and Nelson a drive. Turned away by Robertson.
All right, what's going on, everybody? John on here with you. I'm alongside Alec Nava. He's going to be joining in here. I'm going to give you the starting lineups first, and then we'll go across everything. This puck drop is just a few minutes away. So for the Minnesota Wild, there's Ryan Hartman, Kirill Kaprizov, Matt Zuccarello, Jacob Middleton, and Jared Spurgeon. Freddie Gaudreau, Marcus Johansson, Matt Boldy, Jonas Brodin, and Matt Dumba. Sam Steele, Marcus Foligno, Gustav Nyquist with John Merrill and Brock Faber. Connor Dewar, Brandon Domain, and Ryan Reeves. And Filip Gustavsson should be the starting netminder. And for the Dallas Stars, it sounds like this: Roope, Hintz, Jason Robertson, Joe Pavelski, with Ryan Suter and Miro Heiskanen. Max Domi, Mason Marchman, Tyler Seguin with Evason, Lindell, and Yanni Hakanpää. Wyatt, Johnston, Jimmy Benn, Evgeny Dodonov with Thomas Hartley and Colin Miller. And Luke Glendening, Radek Faksa, and Ty Dellandrea with Jake Oettinger in net. So there's only one other thing that we have to talk about as far as injuries are concerned. There's a few of them on the Minnesota side. Joel Eriksson, John Klingberg, and Oscar Sundqvist will not be available for today's game. And in for Minnesota is the Minnesota prospect, the Golden Gophers, Brock Faber. He's going to be playing game one of this series, which should be a really good one, Alec, between the Minnesota Wild and the Dallas Stars, as we're going to be at American Airlines Center. Live in our action right now, it is 23 seconds left to go. This is ESPN2 between Carolina and the New York Islanders. Carolina is up by a goal, and it's just a timeout on the other end for Lane Lambert's squad.
Long story short, as we enter this game between Minnesota and Dallas, the Stars are finally aligning. It's about to get wild. Whether this be taken as a pun or not, you guys decide how it goes, but this is the second time they're meeting in the playoffs. They've only ever tied in 2016. The Stars won that in 6 games. So 6 players remain for that series. Jamie Benn, Tyler Seguin, Radek Faksa was a rookie back then. And then Jonas Brodin, Matt Dumba, and Jared Spurgeon remain for Minnesota.
And I'm going to get to your point in just 1 second, Alec, because we got 10 seconds left to go between the Islanders and Carolina. There's a battle in the right corner. Carolina's still with it. They're killing some time, and they're going to take game one at PNC 2-1. It's a tight one, but Carolina takes a 1-0 lead in the series.
What a tight defensive battle in that game. And before this game, there was the dilemma on who's going to get the nod in net for Carolina. Freddie Anderson has looked rather pedestrian this season, and Antti Raanta had clearly superior numbers. So Rod Brind'Amour decided to go with Raanta in net. He started nearly every game in last year's playoff run for Carolina before suffering that injury in Game 7 against New York. And then coming into this game, he gets the nod in net. Answered a call with 24 saves out of 25. Ilya Sorokin, not too shabby in his first playoff game since, I believe, Game 6 of the first round in 2021 against the Penguins. He had 35 saves, and he was definitely keeping the Islanders in this game. In this tight battle, expect this to be a low-scoring series the rest of the way.
Yeah, I don't think, Alec, between you and I, and at least maybe a lot of the other viewers that do watch hockey, there's not really going to be any surprises in this series. I still think even the one that we're covering now and the one that we just watched, I think both of these could potentially go 7.
I think so, too. Maybe a possible upset watch if you're talking about the Islanders' perspective, because the Islanders, they have been here before, and they know a thing or two about upsets, because they upset the Washington Capitals, they upset the Philadelphia Flyers in 2020, and they upset the Pittsburgh Penguins and Boston Bruins in 2021. On their way to Final Four runs when they matched up against the Tampa Bay Lightning. They lost both those series, but they gave the Bolts a run for their money.
Yes. And we're starting to see the players come out of the tunnel at American Airlines Center. Alec, admittedly, for this one, I'm so thrilled to have you with me for opening night of the Stanley Cup playoffs. But honestly, I think between all the series, and I'm not going to say a disparaging remark between the other 7 teams that are available, this is probably one of those ones, if I'm thinking just off the top of my head, you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, probably is the series that has the fewest amount of eyeballs on it in between Minnesota and Dallas. But yet I think this could be one of the most intriguing.
Because it's one of the more defensively sound matchups that we're seeing here, and most people, they don't really pay attention to defensive matchups. These are more of the underrated matchups that you see here. Because both of these defenses, they block a lot of shots.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to Minnesota. Jared Spurgeon and Jonas Brodin block over 2 shots a game. Jake Middleton is right nearby that corner, 1.96. Not to mention guys like Matt Dumba, Alex Goligoski, and John Miro are at 4.5 block shots a game around that point. Dallas is not that far behind.
Dallas is not that far behind in any defensive stat, let alone any offensive stat. They're top 5 in power play. They're number 3 in penalty kill, number 7 in goals for, and number 3 in goals against. Dallas can do a little bit of everything, but as you know, Alec, on the other side from Minnesota, Minnesota makes every team play their style. This could be physical, punishing, and very bruising.
Very, especially since they've embraced a sandpaper type of lineup, especially when they load up the bottom 6 with guys like Ryan Reeves, Connor Dewar, Brandon Duhaime, and Mason Shaw. He's out for the rest of the year of a torn ACL, but when he was in the lineup, he has been bruising.
So I'm really looking forward to this. Again, Alec, as I said, I'm glad to have you along. We are just underway in puck drop here at American Airlines Center in the Minnesota Wild. We're going to start with it first. They're in the white and the forest green in the pants, the victory green, as it's called, for the Dallas Stars, as they're at home right now. We imagine American Airlines Center is going to immediately be rocking. Lindell will fire one near the right side of the wall, and this will be quickly played out by Freddie Gaudreau as he had to elude a hit, and this is sent back down to Jake Oettinger. Boy, oh boy, what a coming out party it was for Jake Oettinger last year. It's hard to imagine he can play just as good in his second year in the postseason, but we will find out, as Dallas has this in the defensive end now. And here's a clear off of it, and Jason Robertson will send it in. Roope and Hintz will be the first to get to it. As we always talk about, the first line for Dallas is very dangerous, but what's make them better now is every line can attack. Here's a quick shot there by Roope Hintz, and this one just goes wide as this gets picked up now by Minnesota in their own end, and they'll play the pass across. We are at 18:55 left to go in this first period. John Under with him, the play-by-play alongside Alec Nava on color. We can even switch off if he wants to on that side, as this is flipped in by Dallas, and they'll try to get this around their own end boards. They'll be going right to left here in this first period. This here's a race for the board, and it's Brock Faber that's going to pick up the puck now. How exciting. This one's going to be iced.
An exciting first career playoff game, both not only for Brock Faber, but also Filip Gustavsson. He's getting the nod at net tonight. Now, there was a dilemma for Minnesota who to start. Do they go with the veteran Marc-Andre Fleury, or do they go with the young man up-and-coming Filip Gustavsson? They decided to go with Gustavsson. He's right in the hot hand, heading into the playoff series, even though Fleury has a playoff pedigree with 3 Stanley Cups to his name.
As you said, Alec, on that side, there is some things to think about there, but Filip Gustavsson, no doubt throughout the regular season, he's been the best goaltender for Minnesota, has he not?
Without a doubt. 3 shutouts this season with a 22.97 record, .931 save percentage, and a 2.10 goals against average. That is nothing to look over.
Yeah, when you think about it, you have Jake Oettinger and Gustavsson on both ends. So you have elite goaltending, elite defense, and you have some scoring from Dallas. But Minnesota, over their last stretch, they were able to stay pretty hot. I remember a couple of months ago before that, they were just below WC2. And now they took the 3rd spot because the Avalanche just stole the Central from everybody. As this is a race for the puck now for Ryan Suter, but he gets elbowed off the puck now. And this is picked up near the right side of the red line as it's spun back around. Be collected now by Dallas and Jason Robertson as he hit over the 100-point mark. He sends it around the right side end boards, and Dallas tries to get this out of the defensive end, and they'll start this again. Heiskanen gains the entry, and this is just stick dragged away. And Dallas will go ahead and Peter DeBoer's squad and take some changes. The same thing for Dean Evason's, as this is a little bit of a tenuous start, but you imagine both of these teams are very physical, very punishing, as we said, and the defense should be alive and well. Although it's going to be interesting to see for me, Alec, on this side, if Dallas can find their offense. Again, I know it's a different team from last year, but with Rick Bowness's squad, they were just struggling, even though they made it to Game 7 against Calgary. Here comes a shot over toward the left side of the wall, and that one gets fired wide. But they didn't score a lot. They played a lot of shell. And now we'll see what they can do against Minnesota now in the first round of the 2023 Stanley Cup playoffs opening night. Minnesota now has this in their own end. Filip Gustavsson will take a look at it. Here's a long outstretched pass that gets bounced off of one of the Minnesota walls, and Jake Oettinger will play this pass across and solve some body contact as this Lindell play the pass forward. Jamie Benn lost it for a moment as this gets recollected by Minnesota, fired in across the red line. Jake Oettinger will take a look at it as this is picked up now by Marcus Johansson. I wasn't sure that he was going to even be available for this. He took that big hit against the Winnipeg Jets in the Game 81 side as this goes D to D. Now put in deep toward the left side red line where Dallas can collect again. And Jamie Benn, he's had one hell of a resurgent year. He's over 70-something points going into this game right now. As this is retreated back in the own end for Spurgeon and Dumba. That's the usual defensive pairing for Dean Evason's squad. And this is spun around by Kirill, Kaprizov, and then gained across the red line. Jake Oettinger will play it. Here's a good opportunity in the middle of the slot off the 1T. And Oettinger makes the first good save of the game as Max Domi and one of the Wild have a meeting.
Yeah, pushing him shove between Domi and Kirill Kaprizov early on as Kaprizov got that grade A look early on. The first good chance for Minnesota to get on the board here. Jake Oettinger met him. He has 5 shutouts heading into the postseason. Certainly a good year for the young netminder, the native of Lakeville, Minnesota, the extra right nearby the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And he's excited to go up against the Minnesota Wild in the first round, especially since the Wild are his neighboring team.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. I imagine Dallas, they have the tools to be able to make a deep postseason run. No disrespect to Minnesota on that end, but they have to get around Minnesota in this first round. And we imagine this is going to be a series that at least goes 6. I would have to say that. As this is collected off of the faceoff one, there's a long shot that cascades off the right side of the glass. And Dallas try to get this out of their own end, and this gets recollected now. Miro will make this pass across. Again, no John Klingberg, the former Dallas star, now plays for Minnesota, but he's off tonight with an injury. As this is wrapped back around by Hintz and then recollected by Minnesota as they'll get this across the player's bench with Kirill Kaprizov. He's stuck in his own end as Tower Seguin is the one forechecker here, and they'll spin away. 15:45 up to go in the first. John with you alongside Alec Nava as Kirill Kaprizov gains the entry by himself. And this right in the breadbasket of Jake Oettinger.
Second time that Kaprizov has tested Oettinger. Maybe this is on the same shift that he's on, and I believe it is on the same shift. Now, when you speak of Jason Robertson, the fellow rookie class of 2021, and the guy who got 1 Calder Trophy vote, it's amazing to me how he set the single-season record for most points in Stars franchise history in a single season. And Mike Modano didn't even cross the 100-point barrier.
Yeah, and you think about that, I think the Minnesota North Stars, Dino Ciccarelli, former Red Wing on that side, he's a very, very good list, Alec. I mean, he's going to be one of the best Dallas Stars ever, I think, if he stays healthy. I know he's very young, and I know that's lofty praise, but he really is that good.
Oh, yeah, you talk about Robertson. He is good. Probably he can retire as one of the better Dallas Stars in franchise history. Maybe one day, if his career goes like this, he can get a banner over at the hangar, AAC.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, Alec, as this is a slap shot and solved. That was Sam Steele that let it go. We get a stoppage of 15:24 in the first.
The one thing that concerns me about Minnesota is their center depth, especially with Joel Eriksson out with that injury being listed as week to week. I'm not sure if he's going to come back in time at some point this first round series, but Sam Steele in the lineup in Eriksson X place in this third line maybe could be some insurance.
Yeah, you're talking about testing depth. Again, there is no depth issues for Dallas, but you're exactly right. Joel Eriksson, even if he's not really a goal scorer, he's one of the better defensive forwards in that part of the 200-foot game, and Minnesota's really going to need that. As this gets collected now, here's a great back pass, and Robertson fired one. I'm not sure if Gustavsson got a piece of that off the shoulder, if it hit the right side of the bar. I think he hit his shoulder. As this is dumped in off the slap shot and sent back around where Minnesota will collect it. It's 3-1 in favor of Minnesota. Here they come again. Kirill Kaprizov has a couple, and this gets taken away from Robertson. Fired right at the net, and that took a crazy bounce off the post and stayed out. And that just seemed to be a shot almost from 100 feet as this gets recollected now by Dallas. And Dallas hopefully can settle this down here with Thomas Harley, part of the third line defense, and this will be recollected now toward the red line, as this is a little bit of a crazy bounce here a couple times between these teams, and now Minnesota tried to send it back to deep, but they can't hold the blue line. 14-15 left to go in the first. It's 4-1 in favor of the Wild. Again, the Wild are a very good team. Make no mistake about that. But between this Central 2, Central 3 matchup, this is about as good as it gets. And this is going to be an absolute buzzsaw. You wouldn't want to play either one of these teams in the first round. As this gets collected now by Dumba off his stretch pass. And Minnesota trying to pick this up off the backhand. Ryan Reeves will send it across as Minnesota has it now near the right side of the dot. This will be collected by Dewar, but he gets canceled off the puck there. Jamie Benn throws a quick check out as Minnesota is bringing the physicality now near the left side post, but this will fall back to Benn. Benn now will take his time as Dallas tries to go right to left. They'll gain the red line, and Gustavsson will save it from 100 feet.
I'll tell you, Gustav Nyquist was so close to making this a 1-0 game in favor of Minnesota. That took a wild bounce. Felt like the puck was playing pinball all around her off the post. I don't know if it bounced off of Oettinger. Let's see here as Nyquist turns around. Off of Oettinger, off the post. Maybe off of Oettinger again and stayed out.
Yeah, it went off the right side of his glove and hit the right side of the bar.
And stayed out. Oh my goodness, that was so close to getting the first goal of that game.
Yeah, that was one of the most ridiculous things that we could see as we go to break. So what are your thoughts right now? Again, early. I'm not going to just say thoughts for the game here, but give me your thoughts in between Dallas and Minnesota. What do they need to do to win this series?
This is not the same Dallas team that has basically a one-line team all of last year. This Dallas team has scoring depth up and down the lineup. It's not only just Robertson, Hintz, and Pavelski. You count on guys like Mason Marchment, Max Domi, Jamie Benn was at a resurgence and getting 78 points this year and 33 goals as well. Wyatt Johnston tied the rookie lead in goals at 24. And they brought in Evgeny Adaptable from Montreal to bolster that third line. Ty Dellandrea is also a good defensive-minded forward who can also bring some offense to this game. So that offensive game there is right for the taking for Dallas. Now, Minnesota, you don't have Joel Eriksson, who's fourth on the team in points with 61 and 23 goals there. But in the time when Kirill Kaprizov was out, Matt Boldy scored 13 goals in his absence. So there's one guy that stepped up for Minnesota, and the sophomore is looking to capitalize off of that. Plus, he got the addition of Brock Faber to the lineup. He's down there with John Merrill with the third defensive pairing. And he's going to be relied upon after that runner-up appearance for the Minnesota Golden Gophers in the National Championship where Minnesota lost to Quinnipiac.
And when you're talking about Matt Boldy on the other end, again, he signed that 7-year, $49 million contract, and he's a really good player. And Bill Guerin tried to capitalize on that early, and I think he made a great decision on that. He should be a good player for years to come. Even if he goes somewhere in between the top 6 and the bottom 6, I think he'll make his progression to the top 6 as a mainstay. So Miro Heiskanen now, as this goes toward the red line, and then try to get recollected by Tyler Seguin, but it's going to be a race for the puck, and this will be picked up here by Boldy. Is Boldy trying to keep this alive off of the forehand, and this will go back to Marcus Johansson. Now D-to-D here for the Wild as Dumba lets one go, and Oettinger has been seeing a lot of vulcanized rubber early as that one goes off his left pad, and this will be picked up now by Heiskanen toward the Bud Light logo here for the Dallas Stars. That's one of their sponsors. As this is sent in now by Matt Dumba and Jared Spurgeon out there for Dean Evason squad. It's 0-0. 12:40 left to go in the Spurs. John here with you alongside Alec Nava. He's been gracious to join me here for game one. We'll see about the weekend part of it. I might have a actual assignment. I have to be on location, so I'll have to let him know late about that if we can be available for Seattle and Colorado. Thinking about that one on the weekend. This is collected now by Kaprizov, and he'll fire one toward the right side of the wall. and sent back down. Minnesota will race for it in their own end. Icing will be negated as somebody absolutely got smoked on the other end. Spurgeon was able to get it out. The captain sends it across to the forwards as Minnesota has this now on their own end. Nice patient play toward the right side wall. Now in behind the office of Oettinger as this is sent for Kaprizov, and that one goes just to the right of the blue paint and sent back around by Brock Faber. Got to be wondering if he's feeling the butterflies a little bit, playing for the hometown team as this gets collected now by Robertson. Robertson and Faber, they will collide. Robertson trying to get this puck, but this will be picked up by Minnesota momentarily, but the job's not done near the right side of the boards as Minnesota will get a chance to collect. It's just 5 shots to 2 as it feels like this first period's breezing right along right now, but that doesn't mean we wouldn't have any extracurricular. Remember the first game I covered last year went into triple overtime, and it was Evgeny Malkin that played hero against the Rangers in game 1. As this one gets fired toward the left side of the wall and recollected by Minnesota. This is a nice flip into the neutral zone. They can safely gain the red line and wrap it around Oettinger. Oettinger will safely send it now to the Dallas Stars on the defensive side, picked off and toward the players' bench, and flip back down the ice. This is Dallas trying to go right to left now, as this is a big pass that is collected by Jamie Benn now off the skates, as this goes off of Pavelski and a couple other parts of the lines, and now Harley is the last one to try to get to it, as Minnesota will spin back, but Thomas Harley will pick it off and wrap this around the inboards. Ryan Reeves will get a piece of it, as Minnesota now trying to get it out of their own end, but Jamie Benn does an excellent job holding that blue line, and Filip Gustavsson will have to take a look at it, as there's a delayed offside and sent back down the ice. Oettinger will safely play this here to Lindell. Lindell now with a 50-foot pass, as this just eludes Mason Marchment. We'll go back to the captain, Jared Spurgeon, as we're getting dangerously close to the first half of the first period. This is opening night in the NHL playoffs right now, as this flips up into almost the netting, but it's still live as this goes back to Mason Marchment. And now a big outlet pass, and Middleton was able to throw a hit that took one of the Dallas Stars momentarily off the puck, but able to avoid the massive contact. And now Minnesota has this in their own end. They'll settle it down as some of the forwards get a change. Mason Marchment is the 1-4 checker here for Dallas. Roope Hintz now on the ice as part of the first line here. Minnesota still on their own end as they're spinning around with Kirill Kaprizov. They'll drop it back there. Boldy, Kaprizov. Kaprizov will chip and chase this now near the left side, trying to get around a hit there for Dallas. And Dallas will recollect in their own end. Robertson with a skip pass. Roope Hintz trying to turn on the Jets and toward the left side of the boards, but Minnesota will get a chance to recollect it now. Gains the red line. Here's an open pass. It's Matt Zuccarello. He's trying to look for a centering pass in the slot, and this is spun around the inboards here, where Jake Oettinger will take a look at it on the stand-up. This goes back D. And now Harley will get this across as we are past the midway point, about 9:05 left to go in this fast-moving first period. Again, John on here with you alongside Alec Nava as we're at American Airlines Center. We're still scoreless as this is picked up now by Minnesota in the neutral zone. Flip back down. Jake Oettinger had this bounce off the big goal stick. Sam Steele was the 1-4 checker out there trying to keep this in. And Minnesota will just toward the left side of the blue line as this is still marked there by Steele. And Harley will send this back to his defense, and this will be recollected now by Radek Faksa. Faksa will pick this up now. Harley was a little bit on the forecheck, but this will fall back to Minnesota. Minnesota with a long outstretched pass from about 70 as this gets recollected by Thomas Harley. Harley will take a look, and behind the net as the ref jumps out of the way of the long pass, tied to Landria, able to get out of the way of it as well, but it falls back into Dallas's end. Now into the neutral zone and toward the red line. Minnesota able to create a steal near the left side of the wall, have to spin and pivot to get away from the hit, and we get the whistle. One play dead at 8:08. High stick.
I believe there's going to be a penalty here against someone, but this feels like a low-event, defensive-minded game, as I was pointing out. And yes, it is Jamie Benn, the captain, to the box. So Minnesota will be heading to the power play when we head right back into this.
So once we get into the end of the first, I will flip my feed to see if I can get a little bit better of a clearer picture. Again, no problems as far as the streaming side. Just want to make sure I can see a little bit more in HD maybe because it's a little blurry on that side. What I was going to say as far as the power play part of it, again, it's fifth for Dallas at 25%. It's 15th, about middle of the pack there for the Minnesota Wild. we will see how they'll do with the first man advantage. We know exactly what the plan of attack is, Alec. It's get Kirill Kaprizov the puck and let him make plays, and we'll see if they can do that against the Dallas Stars and Jake Oettinger. I agree with you. It's been a little bit low event, but Jake Oettinger's had to make a couple pretty inconspicuous bounces saves. He got some help in the post, but I think Minnesota so far has been the better of the teams at 8:08 in the first.
And I wonder what adjustments Peter DeBoer has to make as the game goes along here. But so far, so good for Dean Evason's team.
I would think so. So we do, again, as we just joined you for this one, we had the final 2-1 Hurricanes. We called the last 20 seconds of that. And the Bruins right now, they're in a good spot in TD Garden. They lead 3-1 over the Panthers. I liked Matthew Tkachuk's quote. I know some people will sit here and say that you shouldn't just be so honest. As a journalist on my side, or at least that's what I went to school for, I appreciate the side of the fact that he said we pretty much need to play a perfect game and not have any mistakes if we want to beat the Boston Bruins. He wasn't nonchalant about it. He just said what he felt honestly.
Yeah, that's his honest opinion about it. And even though he has the lone goal for Florida, it's pretty much all Boston otherwise, but not exactly all Boston, because Alex Wyatt, he has been tested in his first career playoff start. And it's his first games, and Boston's giving him a welcome to the playoffs moment with 3 goals. So 2 of them weren't exactly smoked, but that second one was one that he should have had.
I saw the one that flubbed off his right glove that you were talking about, but I also saw in the first period he made 2 saves sliding over to the left part of the crease and the right part of the post. That probably should have went in as well. Tyler Bertuzzi is very happy to be playing some playoff hockey as he set up the first
assist. Those one-timers that line has been saving.
Yeah, there's been some good ones there. As Minnesota gets an opportunity and Jake Oettinger makes the save, they still have 1:36 left to go on their power play. But yeah, no, Alex Lyon, he's going to be tested. And I'll be interested to see how far the leash is going to be for Paul Maurice's squad, because Sergei Bobrovsky hasn't been lighting the world on fire either.
In a perfect world, he would be your go-to guy for the playoffs, but he hasn't been doing that much in Florida, and he hasn't looked exactly as himself recently.
No, he is not. So Minnesota wins the draw, and then here comes the slap shot into the trap. It goes up the left side of the wall. Is this knocked down? I believe Matt Zuccarello, and this is sent back down where this will be recollected here by the captain. And now Minnesota's got it. And Jared Spurgeon looking to create something as they'll throw it back. Usually when they do that, this means Kirill Kaprizov is going to try to get in the rush on himself. Gets down to the right side of the wall as Kirill Kaprizov now being worked over to the right side of the boards. And Dallas will spin this back around for Yanni Hakanpää. I thought he might actually be scratched. They had some interesting line combinations there for Dallas. But again, when we get into the postseason like we are now, everything's pretty much hush-hush as far as who's healthy and who's going to be playing. As this is sent around high, this will go point to point here for Boldy, and now Matt Zuccarello. Zuccarello stays patient for Kirill Kaprizov behind the net. Now Matt's has it near the right face-off dot, as this will be collected now by Boldy. He tried to look for a centering feed for Marcus Johansson, but this will fall back to the defense. Minnesota still got 25 seconds left to go on the man advantage as Marcus Johansson takes a hit near the right side of the glass, and Dallas will flip it down. Filip Gustavsson will leave it here for Jonas Brodin. Brodin has a chance to play with the puck a little bit now as he sends it across to Ryan Hartman. A little bit of a down year, but we know what he can do, especially in the playoffs. He can score you some timely goals and give you some defense. Frederick Gaudreau spins this around as this gets bounced in between the stick of Hakanpää, and now Dallas has this in their own end, and will just safely chip this away on the glasses. Here comes the other captain, Jamie Benn, number 14. He's back on the ice. He was providing a lone forecheck before he gets set to go ahead and take a change to get the fresh lines out there. Freddie Gaudreau gets us across the red line as this is picked up by Jake Oettinger. This will pinball a little bit. Dallas trying to get a reaching poke check, but this will be Minnesota, and they'll send this deep in the own zone. Again, no score here with 5:35 in the first. It's 7 shots to 5. Again, Minnesota seems to have the better of the play, but as Alex said, you could talk about it being a low event, and I wouldn't disagree, but hopefully we'll see some things pick up. But if it stays this way, you got to think that's advantage Minnesota. That's exactly what they want to do. Robertson off the drop pass. Robertson off the give and go. And this one from Pavelski gets blocked out in front as this gets recollected now by Minnesota, one of the stars blows a tire, and they'll just chip one in toward the right side of the face-off dot, and this will be sent back around by Foligno. But nobody's there right now from Minnesota. I think the backhand D was on a change as we had 4:55 left to go in the first. This will be slammed in across the red line now as Harley tries to gain the entry. Dallas center this to the blue paint before this gets picked off by the Wild. It's a 2-on-2. And trying to put this across the line is Dumaine, and this will go right into the catching glove. Connor Dewar also taking a look at this, and there's some words being exchanged. We'll be at a stoppage with 4:41.
Yeah, not a lot of pushing and shoving there, like in that first go around between Domi and Kaprizov. But Minnesota had that chance to get on the board there after Nyquist rang the pipe after that puck went out of Oettinger's glove. And Kaprizov is now up to 3 shots in this game. So there's that for Minnesota. There's that going in their favor. Little scoring update over at Boston here. It's Garnet Hathaway getting the Boston Bruins up 4-1. Yes, this from Charlie Coyle and Tomas Nosek.
So it's as expected right now for game one. I still say this. The only thing that would be a true shock in the first round of the playoffs is if the Panthers beat the Bruins. I'm not insinuating that's going to happen. Out of respect of Brandon Montour and Matthew Tkachuk and some of those other players, I could say that the Panthers can get it to 6 games, but the Bruins are just too loaded in between offense, defense, and you have 2 good goaltenders in Linus Ullmark and Jeremy Swayman. It's going to be a very tall task for Florida.
It is.
So, yeah, when we go through that, you imagine – I don't think that it's going to happen. That's probably one of the upsets that you can't call. Alec and I talked about it a little bit in the open as far as the Hurricanes and the Islanders. I was flipping a coin on that one. I still took the Hurricanes in 7. I think that's going to be a long series. The one thing, and I know Alec reached out with me about this as far as the Kings and Oilers, maybe covering that game one, the only reason I stepped away from that one, Alec, tonight is I saw no Gabe Villiardi and no Kevin Fiala for the Kings. They may miss multiple games, and that's not good for Los Angeles.
It's not. And if those 2 are out for an extended period of time, this series might be getting ugly for LA.
Yeah. And that was the one thing, because I said if there was health, I would take the Kings in 7, but if it's not, I'm going Oilers in 6 on that side. And that's just how much Villiardi and Fiala can mean. And there is no mistake about that. As this will get flipped and cleared by Oettinger and sent back down the ice, and Minnesota will get a chance to have this puck one more time. Got about 4:25 left to go in the scoreless first frame. Not so many shots right now, but this defensive intensity. Again, we've seen Dallas play like this all last year in the playoffs against Calgary. That was a scintillating 7-game series, and the only reason I won 7 is because of Jake on that side. But Dallas needs to be able to find some offense against Minnesota because they like to lock and key, shut it down, and throw it away in the jail cell. And we'll see if they can continue to do that. Although there's still tons of time left to go in this game. And as you know, between the playoffs, it is continuous overtimes until we get a goal if we even get to that point. As it's still 3:45 in the first. We're at American Airlines Center, John here, alongside Alec Nava, as it's recollected by Dallas. And here's a chance for Joe Paz. He'll try to gain the entry. I'll drop it here for Robertson and now it's Lindell. And this takes a couple of crazy bounces off of the traffic in front. And this will be recollected here by the former Red Wing, Luke Glendening. They'll spin this around the left side of the red line. As Lindell will take a look at it, as this will be sent back down. And this will be iced against Minnesota, so they can't change.
So now they're trapped there. Dallas is in a scoring opportunity after that icing there. So this is an opportunity for them to score first. So after Minnesota having countless chances, and Dallas probably with the chance to get on the board first here.
And as you said, with Kirill Kaprizov, he was the one that had 3 opportunities. That's the guy you want shooting the puck. If you're Minnesota, it's going to be Tyler Seguin set to take the draw against Freddie Gaudreau. Still 3-1, the score line here for Boston and Florida with 2:39 left to go. That one is on ESPN Uno, if you want to call it that side. We're watching this one on ESPN 2, as this is recollected now by Minnesota. Minnesota now will gain the red line and flip this in as we've hit the 3-minute mark on the first. Now Boldy will take a look, but he doesn't want to throw the hit out as Mason Marchman gets a chance to collect off the backhand. Here's a good chance with some good speed, and here's a bouncing puck, and here's a stick that gets taken out of the hands, but this will go back for Minnesota the other way. It's a 3-on-3. Good drop pass toward the right side. Doc, great move. Falling down was one of the Wild trying to make a play, and this will be Miro Heiskanen now. Heiskanen trying to send this across to the forward, and this will be shut up and out of play with 2:31.
Good defensive play by Dallas to shut down Matt Boldy on that offensive opportunity. And Miro Heiskanen just streaking down on the ice on the right side, trying to get that chance up going. Heiskanen, he's a going-on defenseman for Dallas, and he's showing why. The scoring isn't there yet for either side, but Heiskanen, of course, him being selected third overall in his draft was no fluke.
Nope, but when you talk about it, I always bring that up in the sense of Heiskanen, Oettinger, and Robertson all in that same draft by Jim Nill. That is how you set your team up to new sites, and obviously Dallas, they want to have dreams of that Stanley Cup. They got a long way to go to get there, but they certainly have a team that has the capabilities of it. This is going to be a tough series, as we said. And now Wyatt Johnston, he's one of those young guns that can certainly bring some pain, and now Suter will recollect as the ref gets out of the way to the left side of the red line. Here's a chance in the high slot. Good setup for Dallas. And the slap shot goes just wide near the left side of the red line. It's 8-6 as the Stars will recollect. Now they'll have a chance in their own end as this will pinball off the left side boards. And this will be iced 149.
Oh, and you go back to Dallas possibly being a Stanley Cup contender. This is a complete team.
Yeah.
It's not like 2020 where they had a random Stanley Cup final run. This is a complete team. They have the scoring depth up and down the lineup, as we point out. The defense is there, and then you've got a young netminder who you can rely on clutch situations.
Yes, you can, and even on the back end. And again, I know Jake Oettinger's going to be playing all these games. Scott Wedgwood was a good pickup for Dallas as well. He's no slouch at the backup side. And even if you're Minnesota, when you think about Filip Gustavsson and Marc-Andre Fleury, there's some really good goaltending in this series. And we'll have to see if that carries the weight of the day. We always talk about goaltending being important in all 8 of these series. And they're the right side of the wall now. This goes off the outside of the cage, and the play was blown dead.
They're going to rule this a high stick. So probably we'll get the official call here from the refs because this is going to be a penalty. As Dan O'Rourke, it's a slash.
We got a slash. I didn't see that one, to be honest with you. It's Wyatt Johnston going in the box here for Dallas.
Yeah, Johnston got that stick up on Kaprizov,
yeah.
and that's what draws the penalty there, right behind the net. And of course, the young guy who takes the penalty, it's his first trip to the playoffs with a teenager, 19 years old. And sometimes you're going to have those moments. You're new to the playoffs, and you're going to learn the hard way. This is one of those moments.
Yes, it is. And this is one of those situations where Minnesota's power play isn't all that great, but they still have Kirill Kaprizov. Here's Boldy now near the right side dot. They fire one right in toward the center of the paint, but this is picked up by Jared Spurgeon. Now Matt Zuccarello will crisscross as Kirill's got it near the right dot. He's patient. He'll drop this back here for Spurgeon. And now it's Zuccarello. Now Spurgeon. He's still rocking that blue line side for Zuccarello now near the right side dot. Marcus Johansson off the outside of the cage as he gets dumped down by Kirill Kaprizov. Gets it across the circle. Spurgeon scores! Minnesota takes the lead, and the power play is costly for Dallas.
There you go. Sometimes, as I mentioned, the young guy, Wyatt Johnston, taking those penalties, new to the playoffs. It's his first game, and you're going to get in these situations where, unfortunately, you're going to have to watch your team try and kill off this penalty. They can't clear the zone. Minnesota has them trapped, and it's Jared Spurgeon taking that shot from the high slot, setting the screen, and using Seguin as a screen, and Kaprizov, they have also screened Oettinger as well. So it's one of those rare misses for Minnesota. But Minnesota has basically been the better team throughout this first period, and finally they get rewarded.
Yes, I mean, honestly, Alec, I hate to just throw this out there now, but I think this game 1 is really big, and you want to try to figure out if you're Dallas to play the team that you've been like over the last couple of months where you can score goals and not get stuck in that Minnesota trap. I really buy into that. And now they gave up the first power play, and that was a costly one. Here's Robertson as this gets fired in off the end glass and now picked up by Minnesota. They want to make sure they close out this last 20 seconds with the lead. And here's a long slap shot. This gets blocked on front by traffic by the Wild. And they'll flip this across the red line as we're down to 10 seconds in the first frame. I think the goal might have been tipped by Kirill Kaprizov. That's what they're saying. Jared Spurgeon's going to get the primary apple as this goes down near the left side of the dot. And that is going to, in the first period, Minnesota takes the lead on the power play.
Yeah, I didn't see the deflection at first, but Kaprizov, he not only set the screen in front, but got a slight tap of the puck with his stick from Jared Spurgeon's shot to go over to the final score. Yes, indeed, the Garnet halfway goal was waved off, but no matter. It's the Boston Bruins taking game 1, 3-1 over the Florida Panthers. But as far as it goes here, Minnesota up 1-0 over Dallas.
Well, I get my feed and everything else reset here, Alec. Do you want to do a score reset for the other games today?
Yep, so we'll go over to the 2 earlier games here. So first up, in Raleigh, the loudest house in hockey is what they say, and with the Carolina Hurricanes. They take game 1 over the New York Islanders 2-1. So the goals by Sebastian Aho, the one for the Hurricanes, because there is another Sebastian Aho that plays for the New York Islanders. This one for Carolina is from Finland. The one for the Islanders is from Sweden. So finish Aho gets the power play goal to kick off the scoring in this first period from Brent Burns and Martin Necas. Quick off the face-up, bang. Then over to the second period. 2:27, it's Stefan Nason redirecting the shot from Brent Burns at the point. The other assist from Necas is secondary assist, also on the power play. Then it's Ryan Pollock doing it all. 2:51, so that's just 24 seconds after the goal by Nason. So Pollock getting the Islanders within 1, but that will be all the scoring there between both these teams. Ilya Sorokin making 35 saves in the losing effort as Antti Ranta, who got the nod in nets before the game over Freddie Anderson, he makes 25 saves, and as such, he gets named the first star of this game. Now over to Boston, where the Florida Panthers decided to start Alex Lyon over Sergei Bobrovsky. And in a way, that makes sense because Lyon was heading into the postseason right into hot hand, winning 6 of his final 8 starts into the playoffs. Then, over in the first period, we start being soft. Guess what? It's a pasta party in Boston. David Pastrnak on the power play from Tyler Bertuzzi and David Krejci. No Patrice Bergeron. No problem so far. Over to the second period we go, where it's Brad Marchand with his first goal of the playoffs, his 50th playoff goal of his career from Charlie McAvoy and Dmitry Orlov at 3:41 the second period. On that wrist shot, it went off of Alex Lyon's glove and right into the net. Matthew Tkachuk with a great individual effort the other way to bring this within 1 for the Florida Panthers. He does it all himself. 2-1 Boston. And then it's extended to 3-1 when it's Jake DeBrusk from Bertuzzi and Pavel Zacha. Zacha being the first-line center in the absence of Bergeron. There was a bug going on in the Boston locker room, but it was ruled out for Bergeron heading into this game. Brandon Bussey, the first-string goalie for Boston, was called up from the Providence Bruins beforehand. And Jeremy Swayman and Linus Ullmark, their statuses were in question. It was Ullmark who got the nod in net. 31 saves, was rising up to the occasion. And the runaway Vezina Trophy winner, as far as it goes in the Vezina ballots, most likely, he gets the win for Boston. So that's your Eastern Conference first round recap of these 2 game ones. Hurricanes and Bruins, each with 1-0 series leads.
Thank you for that, Alec. On this side, it's a 1-0 lead in our game. Again, Kirill Kaprizov got the late tip from a Jared Spurgeon shot at 19:12. We'll give you the stats in particular. I've been writing some of those down for the game story. It's 10 shots on goal to 5 in favor of Minnesota. The hits are 16-14, and we could have written that one off. We knew that, Alec. It was going to be a lot of hits. And then 9 faceoffs to 7 in favor of Minnesota. But the one where it matters, Minnesota got a pair of power plays. They converted on one. Dallas has yet to have a chance with the extra man.
And as you mentioned, Jake Oettinger is doing everything he possibly can to keep Dallas in this game. So far, facing 10 shots to 5. And what do you notice? Stanley Cup is in the ESPN studio with Steve Levy, Mark Messier, Chris Chelios, and PK Subban. And I know about a thing or two about Mark Messier making guarantees. Remember back in 1994, he made that guarantee out of Game 6, then scoring that third period hat trick. That series, one of the greatest in NHL history.
Yes, it was. There's a lot of legends right now in that locker room, and there's also PK Subban.
Oh, he made it to Stanley Cup final in Nashville in his first year there, so
No,
I'm saying maybe that whoever for Subban trade ended up being win-win.
no, he did. He's a good humanitarian. I just mess around with PK Subban because he loves to always have the intermissions where he talks about people's suits. Yeah.
I mean, of course, and the fits. Oh, you add some personality into that. Probably the same way that the Inside the NBA crew talks about NBA players' fits.
Yes.
Most probably Russell Westbrook.
That was an interesting game the other day. Again, I know Russell Westbrook did not shoot very well in that game for the Clippers, but it's all about the effort and the defense, and it kind of shocked me a little bit, honestly. I'm not going to lie, that the Clippers were able to take that first game against the Suns. Maybe we have a series there, Alec.
Yeah, I think we do have a series, especially with Kawhi Leonard going up for 38 points in his first playoff game back. And Russell Westbrook, maybe this may come as a hunch, but every time he's up against a Kevin Durant-led team, he seems to be shutting down KD to perfection.
That's what it's going to take. And I know that's the obvious statement, but again, you have to have that type of scoring from a multitude of players, and somehow you can get it done. Because you're speaking about something I wanted to segue in. I don't know what Rui Hachimura ate for lunch or whatever else going into that game, but man, he was excellent off the bench as the Lakers took a big win over the Grizzlies, and it was Anthony Davis and LeBron James combined for 10 blocks in that game as well.
And Anthony Davis, what a big turning around for him in that playoff game. But it seemed that he got injured, but he was all right and good to go for the rest of that game. 22 points to go, 12 rebounds, and 7 blocks. Yeah, 7 blocks plus 3 steals as well. A monster game from AD.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Lakers are going to need. So here's a game that we can play here really quickly because I want to get your thoughts since we get a chance to cover a game together in the playoffs that I've been excited about. So first we'll start with the NHL and then we'll go into the NBA side of it. But for a first round series, do any of the top seeds give me one upset? What team can knock off one of the higher seeds? East or West? I don't care.
So basically, in a sense of a lower seed upsetting a higher seed.
Yes.
So over the NHL, I think I see 2 of them. The Islanders over the Hurricanes, and this one may come as a surprise. The Jets over the Golden Knights. That's what I see realistically. Those 2 series is going to come down to goaltending. Plain and simple as that.
Alec, I'm not the only one out on Island when I said that. My main upset was Jets and Golden Knights. That's interesting. The reason I say that too, again, it's Connor Hellebuck, and I do understand that some of the things for the Jets, again, they don't play so great on even strength. They have some minus in there for Mark Scheifele, but again, I think he's got about 43 goals on the season. They have some really good players that get it done, and I don't think the Vegas Golden Knights can essentially walk into the fortress and think that they're easily going to sweep aside the Jets. But the Jets need to be able to win some games on home ice, on the road. They don't really have good splits, but I do think Connor Hellebuck can do enough, and the Jets have enough to upset the Golden Knights. So I'm glad you said it because it makes me feel somewhat smart because people were thinking I was crazy.
And you know, you're actually in the right in this one because Connor Hellebuck, he's one of the better goaltenders in the league, top 5 still. Vegas, on the other hand, they have a goaltending dilemma in their hands. Because Logan Thompson and Aiden Hill might not be ready to start this series. And if Thompson comes back, he could be backing up Laurent Brossoit,
Right.
who's their 3rd stringer. The other goaltender that they have at their disposal, Jonathan Quick, their 4th stringer. He went from best North American goalie to best American goalie in figure in Vegas, and he's been on and off with the Golden Knights.
Yeah, I think so too, because it's crazy. You got 4 different goalies essentially that you can go with here for Vegas, and you need to be able to lock down one. And there really hasn't been a lot of lockdown, only because again, Logan Thompson, he's been hurt for the most part of the year, so there leads some questions into there. And I think the only other one, like I said, that I could go in the West is the Kings, but I took them in 7 last year. The Oilers won, but again, if it's no Billy already no Fiala, then obviously I'm taking the Oilers in 6 as that game is underway, and that one's scoreless. But I want to quickly transition. Same talking point, but let's switch it into the NBA playoffs. Is there any top seeds that you think could go down to a bottom seed?
I think it can be the Memphis Grizzlies losing to the LA Lakers, especially when you get to the case in which John Morant suffered that injury over in Game 1. His status for Game 2 is in serious doubt. So if his shooting form is not there for the rest of the series, look out, Grizzlies. Here come the Lakers. Oh, wait, we're not playing Jaws because
I think the Jaws thing is apropos though, because that's the one I'm going to be in lockstep with you, and that's not just because of them already being up a game. I just don't see it there. The Lakers, they've made some good moves at the deadline there, and they seem to transform their team, and I think that can be enough. Again, notwithstanding, it's going to have to be rested on the shoulders, obviously, of LeBron and Anthony Davis. They're going to have to play at a high level. But when you get 7 blocks and 3 steals, like you said from AD, LeBron gets 3 blocks. LeBron has another great game like you expect he does, ramp it up in the playoffs. That's a good one on that side. I'm trying to look a little bit on the East, and I know this isn't an upset, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I think the New York Knicks are going to beat the Cavs. I like Jalen Brunson and I like Julius Randle. I think they got a legit shot.
This series is going to be close, in my opinion, because the Cavs, they rely a lot on their starting 5. Mostly Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland, Evan Mobley as well. You can also count Jared Allen as well. The bench, there's a lot of question marks because Karis LeVert is on and off, and I don't know if they're going to get Lamar Stevens minutes, and we have a scoring update here between the Oilers and Kings. It is the Oilers scoring first, and guess who? Leon Draisaitl.
You got to love that, Alec, when you can just walk right in and snipe it near the dot.
Yep. An easy snipe shot, setting up the feed from Matthias Janmark. And you go over to, and going back to what I was saying about the Cavs and the Knicks have a deeper bench. A much deeper bench was Josh Hart. He's been so efficient, and he and Emmanuel quickly are their 2 best players coming off the bench. That's not to mention other guys that come off the bench as well. Jericho Sims, Obi Toppin, and Miles McBride as well. Plus the veteran Derrick Rose as well.
Yeah, Derrick Rose still going strong. I was looking to, just as we were talking about some of the NBA stuff as we're in the middle of our intermission, Giannis Antetokounmpo, they say that he's going to be trending in the right direction for Wednesday. We would expect that much, but I saw some of the things on social media. I also saw one of the posting I'm sharing about the NBA and charges and some of those other things. There was some big contact. Hopefully Giannis can continue to progress and play there because it was a big win for the Heat. But I don't think that that's going to last. I would say the ones that are probably in lockstep are at least Milwaukee and Miami and Boston and Atlanta. I know that's not saying much, but if I have to go ahead, I'm not going to go ahead and give you a forthright Stanley Cup pick, but I will give you an NBA Finals pick. I think the Boston Celtics will get it this year.
I had that same thinking as well. The Boston Celtics, maybe they do have the game plan to stop Giannis. Because that was seen in last year's 7-game series where they shut the Bucks down in that 7th and decided game. Over in the West, that's when things get interesting. There are plenty of choices to choose from. You can have a Denver Nuggets team that's like you did land the 3-time MVP in Nikola Jokic.
Yes.
A young Grizzlies team, up and coming. I have questions about John Morant. You have the Warriors looking to win their 5th in 9 years. The Lakers, who are up and coming and have gotten better since the deadline. Even the Suns, who landed KD, and even the Clippers, without Paul George, they're still going strong.
Yeah, they are. And the other team you didn't mention, I could throw that out there. They got that big win against the Golden State Warriors, the Sacramento Kings. can they keep it alive? I know their fan base was very excited for them to win that first game. I don't think they've played a playoff game now in about 15 seasons.
I mean, they have not made the playoffs throughout the entirety of the Pittsburgh Penguins playoff appearance streak. 16 years.
That's when you said that said it all, and my eyes lit up.
2006 was their last appearance in the NBA playoffs. Now that the Penguins streak is over, the longest active playoff appearance drought over. The Sacramento Kings, their first playoff win is in 17 years.
Well, it's good to have that because I know when I'm thinking about playoff droughts and not being there, I know the Tigers are there, the Angels are there. There's some teams, and if the Red Wings don't figure out in a couple of years, they'll probably be there as well. We do have some NBA scoring updates to give you as well. The Sixers, they take a 2-0 series lead. This one is against the Brooklyn Nets. We'll give you the top scorers on there. Cameron Johnston, man, he had a cool 28 points on 11 of 19 shooting. We'll see who else. And Mikal Bridges, the other former Sun. Again, I understand getting Kevin Durant, but when I see Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges, those are still really good players that they let go. It's going to be a tall task for Brooklyn against Philadelphia, but I still think this is good going forward with all the players and pieces that they have. Tyrese Maxey, a 33-point game, and Joel Embiid, how about this? An absolute monster. 20 points, 19 rebounds, and 7 assists, and Tobias Harris, 20 points as well. But Embiid, 20 and 19, my goodness, my friend.
There's going to be a lot of talk about the MVP debate because there's going to be people saying Jokic. There's going to be people saying Embiid. This debate is going back and forth, and there's no clear end to this. But this is regular season. We're into the playoffs now, and Embiid with that monster 20-point, 19 rebound, 7 assist, 3-block game to get the Sixers up to a 2-0 series lead over the Brooklyn Nets. And one thing I noticed about the Nets is that defense can only do so much because when you have a good defense, you need to counter that up with a good offense as well. You're getting a defense at the expense of offense when you trade away KD and Kyrie.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And again, they have to hope that, as I said, all the picks and everything else that are coming back through there for Brooklyn, that they can build it and get it done right. Because they do have a good team, but everything that Alex said was correct. And at the end of the first quarter, the Golden State Warriors, they're trying to get the split on the run in the Golden One Center. They're up 23-17. It is 7 points of all people. Draymond Green has the most Warriors points, and on the other end, it's 7 points for De'Aaron Fox to lead the Kings.
And De'Aaron Fox, fresh up of, they're coming up to second most points for an NBA playoff debut at 38 in the first game. He's going to have to probably put up a similar stats. That alongside Malik Monk and his stellar play, because Draymond Green is doing an excellent job of locking up Domantas Sabonis, and he did so in that first game. Maybe he can replicate much of the same in that second game. So if you're the Warriors, I wonder when you're going to insert Andrew Wiggins over the starting lineup.
Yeah, they're still saying, right, that he's getting his feet underneath him, but Andrew Wiggins is somebody that he can absolutely cover both sides of the floor between offense and defense, and they need his production, Alec.
Yep. And now that he's back in the playoff, in time for the playoffs, they really need him to get going.
So we're taking a look now as it's going to be the start of the second period. They're showing some of the pushing and shoving. They're showing some of the play of Kirill Kaprizov here, Alec, and without a doubt, he was the best player on the ice in that first frame.
No doubt there. 3 shots on goal and has that deflection from Jared Spurgeon's shot for the point on the power play. Of course, it's the Kirill Kaprizov show. We'll see for the response of Jason Robertson. He's not out there on the ice to begin the second period. Instead, it's the Domi line to begin things.
So Dumbo will send this in here for Minnesota. Again, they have the lead. And Dallas really just needs to increase that workload there. They got to get things going against Minnesota. Got to get more shots and test Filip Gustavsson because, again, as Alex said, he's making his first playoff start. And this is a shot immediately. Boldy lets it go, and Oettinger makes the save.
That looked like a fluttering shot from Matt Boldy, the sophomore for the Minnesota Wild. It's going towards Jake Oettinger's catching glove. So by Peter DeBoer, time to tighten things up. Seems that they're setting out a new line out there. Maybe it's the Robertson line that's getting out there. We'll see this one because the Domi line's on the bench now.
Yeah, they want to do it since they get last change, try to settle that up now. You see Kirill Kaprizov out on the ice right now for Minnesota. He's the one that got the one goal late under the last minute on the power play. Minnesota had two opportunities, and now Dallas in the offensive end as Robertson will spin back up, and Gustavsson will get this in the catching glove.
That was rather more of a slow-moving shot for Jason Robertson. Not really much of a dangerous chance, but if I'm Robertson, it's time to turn things up. First 1 point scorer for the Dallas Stars in franchise history.
Yeah. Nope, they need his production. It's all that first line and everybody else. Remember last year, as you said, it was just the first line. They're going to need all that stuff if Dallas wants to get through this. And another deflection at the traffic. Good stop by Gustavsson to close the 5-hole.
There you go. So Gustavsson getting tested by Dallas early in the second period. And yep, he's responding in kind here, showing why he could be a down-ballot Vezina candidate.
Yes, he could. Again, if it wasn't for Linus Ullmark, he'd be one of those situations. He could probably be the second or third part of it, as this is flipped up now the outside of the cage. Roope Hintz will take a look at it, but here's a chance for Middleton. And his mustache, immediately, I'd never be able to grow one of those. Sam Steele, this bounces off a couple bodies in front, and now Dallas can quickly try to go left and right into victory green. Now toward the right side, Hintz will spin up off the back pass as this gets sent back around by Heiskanen, and now it's Roope with the puck as he plays it off the window, and now here comes Minnesota. Kirill Kaprizov will play this off his backhand. This will get recollected now by Foligno. Foligno now near the left side of the red line as this bounces off some body contact, and Foligno is just being pasted back there. And now Heiskanen will get a chance to recollect. Here's a good outlet pass for Dallas as Robertson holds this off the back skate. We'll fire this into the left side of the glass as this gets sent all the way back down the ice, and this is an ice.
Chance for Dallas to get on the board here, and it's Yanni Hakama touching up. He led the Stars to total hits this season at 224. The next closest star to that mark, Ty Dellandre at 125. It's no secret that Hakama is a heavy hitter, and he can make his presence felt, whether it be on the defensive or the offensive side, guys, but mostly the defensive side when you look at the hit totals.
And speaking of Alec's point, we checked on the stats. In the first period, there was 30 combined hits between the two teams. Minnesota led that 16-14. This is a face-off here for the captaincy, Jamie Benn, and he wins that one. He's pretty good on that part of the circle. As this gets recollected now by Dallas, but it's a fight for the puck. Kaprizov will take a look at it. He tried to peel out early, but the job's not done on the defensive end. As there's another hard hit, Lindell gets taken down. But the play's still live. This is in the middle of the slot now as Dallas gets a chance to reset there with Hakanpää. Wyatt Johnston will fire a pass, but I think it falls back to Gustavsson. He'll just hold this on the glove.
First power play of the night for Dallas here. There was that, I believe there was that second lane we're getting the official call from Darren O'Rourke.
This is a cross-check, and I think that's what I saw when one of the Dallas Stars went down. So they, as you said, will go to the power play of the Dallas Stars, and yeah, that was Lindell. Was that Hartman?
Yeah, that was Hartman, the same guy that delivered a cheap shot on Nikolai Evason.
Yes, he did.
Minnesota Wild's penultimate game of the season that landed that one-game suspension. Bone-headed move by Hartman on cross-checking Lindell from behind. That's not a defensive play. That was intentional.
I really agree with you, Alec. I try to play it straight down the middle. I know you do. We do all this broadcast, but that's just not a smart play there. See if Dallas can take advantage of it. They need something to feel good about. Roope scores! Immediately, the power play strikes.
Just like that, just 3 seconds into the power play, Roope hits bang!
You just called it, Alec, about the situation here for Dallas trying to find some momentum. Not a great penalty by Hartman at all. And right off the face-off win, it's as simple as that. Jamie Benn does his job. Perfect opportunity for Hintz. He's wide open in the high slot, fires it quickly. It beats Gustavsson. Honestly, a perfect shot. Might have flubbed off his glove or his pad, but it's a 1-1 game.
And to add on top of that, Marcus Johansson gets used as a screen by Hintz on
Right.
There's some trackers for that now, but I can't get it off the top of my head. But that was quick.
That was quick. It was an accurate shot there for Roope Hintz. And now another opportunity. We'll see if Dallas really gains some momentum out of this, meaning getting shots in quick succession here. That's usually what you can do after you score. You got to get the puck quick and start getting chances where you can ride the momentum of the crowd. If you believe in that home ice advantage, there's a stick that goes over to the right side of our boards as this gets picked up now by Minnesota in their own end. And this will be played back by Jonas Brodin and then flipped down the ice as Minnesota taking some changes. Dallas able to gain an entry before they blow a tire. Now picked up off the left side of the embankment as Dallas will wrap this around and Gustavsson will take a look at it. And this will be flipped out of the air. Minnesota will collect into the neutral zone and they'll dump this one in. Jake Oettinger and the butterfly toward the right side of the post now as Dallas will matriculate this pass. Good opportunity into the neutral zone. Skating in with speed. Tyler Seguin pass a little bit too far for him. They'll get a chance to spin right all the way around the net. As this will go back D to D now. Here comes Dallas. They seem like they have a little bit of a buzz now. Tyler Seguin has it near the left side of the wall, trying to keep this alive off the backhand. John Merrill trying to do some work with Max Domi. There's a ripper of a wrist shot. And Gustavsson makes the save. And Dallas has a heartbeat here, Alec.
They're getting some of that mojo here in that second period after having just 5 shots in that first period alone. They have 4, and it's not even past the 4-minute mark of this second period. So far, so good for Dallas here.
Yeah, because everything that we talked about in that first period, it was really all Minnesota. It was the Kirill Kaprizov experience. And I even see Max Domi and Mason Marchman from that previous sequence. They were getting into it a little bit. And now we'll see if Dallas can win another offensive zone draw. They won the last 3. Here's the 4 in a row. As they'll fire right on net, Gustavsson down, but this bounces off of Jamie Benn, and this will be picked up by Minnesota. They'll go ahead and race for this puck, and now somebody overskated it, and that's going to be offsides.
Clearly an offside for Minnesota, and Dallas, as you pointed out, winning 4 straight offensive zone draws. Jamie Benn is so good in that area, and I know Dallas wants to use their strong side players for faceoffs. So Roope, Hintz, and Jamie Benn onto the left side, Joe Pavelski and Wyatt, Johnston to the right side. Also the same case when you look at the left side for Max Domi, right side for Tyler Seguin. Full strategy there when you look at things going there.
We're looking at face-off percentages and goals against and everything else. The face-off percentage for Dallas over the recent stretch was first at over 53%. And that speaks to Jamie Benn and the parts of getting it done there for Dallas. And those that want to, not talk about face-offs as much and how important they can be. As now we really get something going near the left side of the boards. And now we have a crowd.
Oh, fans are up on their feet now. They want to see players dropping the gloves here. Jake Middleton, Jamie Benn going by each other. They're just throwing punches, but the gloves are still on. We'll have to wait and see because this is going to get ugly. I want to see some action.
Yeah, we do. These two teams, I know people like to say that. They don't like each other, but really, Alec, Minnesota and Dallas know each other very well, and this could be good as we get a penalty call for a slash.
Yep, this is a slashing call against Marcus Bolino, and Dallas is back to the power play. Their second chance in this period as Bolino got right up on the rookie Thomas Harley up against the forward, and Harley, one of the up-and-coming defensemen for the Dallas Stars, and that's what Dallas knows. You can't hurt the rookie. You cannot hurt the rookie, and that's the price that you pay.
Yep, I like that call there, Alec, on that side. You got to make sure you protect Wyatt Johnston on that end. Somebody wants to go ahead and go after Jamie Benn. I think that was Jake Middleton on the side of it. Jamie Benn really didn't do anything wrong, and he got some stinky gloves in his face, but now here's another opportunity. This is Joe Pavelski on the draw against Sam Steele. And again, Dallas, it took about all of 3 seconds for Roope Hintz to get that wrist shot off to tie this game. You see what we got now at 15:53. So Dallas, that's 5 straight. Miro Heiskanen now. Leaves it here for Robo. Scores!
This one took 6 seconds. And Jason Robertson matching Kirill Kaprizov on the score sheet. Both of Dallas' goals on the power play. This almost kind of feels like a carbon copy of the first Dallas goal. Quick win off the face-off. Shoot quickly. Get a screen up
perfect shot. That really is.
And we'll see if Joe Pavelski got a stick in there on the replay. We'll look at this again.
So 6 seconds from 3 seconds from Roope Hintz, and Dallas's power play strikes 2 for 2. It's been all power play goals between these teams. It's a 2-1 lead now for Dallas. His second career playoff goal in his 8th game. As Dallas, we said, they gained some life after that first goal, and now they're really gaining it again. And now we have another call. This might be against Dallas because I saw Zuccarello go down.
Yeah, his legs fell awkwardly split apart as he went down. Felt like he was doing a gymnastic pose. I don't mean to offend anyone, but that is not a position that you want to be at.
No. Roope Hintz is the one going to the box, too, and that's kind of costly because he's a good 200-foot player for Dallas.
Plus, he got the first goal for Dallas as well, and as he hooked Zuccarello along the boards, yeah, it puts Zuccarello in an awkward position. Legs split out, clear hook.
So Roope Hintz, 2 minutes for a hook. It's 15-15 left to go in the second, and the power plays have been good. Yeah, they didn't need to take that long. All but 9 seconds for Dallas to score 2 power play goals. And now Marcus Johansson leaving it for Spurgeon. They send it across for Boldy. Boldy now patient in the left dot. As it's Spurgeon in the high slot for the traffic off the 5-hole of Oettinger and recollected now by the Stars as this gets flipped down the ice. Now Dallas is really good on the penalty kill here. Again, I know Kaprizov got one, but this is one of their strengths as well, as they're well above 80%. And now Spurgeon will drop this to Marcus Johansson. Johansson in full flight as he gets all around the bowling pins, but his drop pass doesn't find the Wild. This will go back here for Spurgeon. And now Boldy. Boldy picks it up off the forehand. Gains the entry. Here's Matt Zuccarello off the embankment. Johansson with an extra pass. I thought he'd shoot in the high slot. And now Boldy gets taken down behind the net, and so does one of the Dallas Stars. There's bowling pins back there. And Jamie Benn. Here's a good outstretched pass. This could be a shorthanded opportunity for the Stars. And Radek Faksa, high slot Dallas. Big save, Filip Gustavsson, as he closed that down in the stomach. Johansson will send this around now. There's a chance for Spurgeon off the stretch pass, and now Minnesota tries to get their power play going. Pass too hard, off the skate. Recollected by Kaprizov between his legs, trying to set up Johansson, but he fanned on the 1T. Here's Boldy now. Johansson, he's got it back in the high slot. Jonas Brodin, they play crisscross with Johansson. This goes off the window here for Boldy. Back to Brodin. Brodin patient. Fires the shot. It gets blocked, man. Zuccarello on the high slot. Boldy. Crisscross. Brodin bomb. And now picked up by Johansson. Zuccarello. He stays patient near the right dot. Measuring. Looking for a pass. He goes back to D for Brodin. This goes to Zuccarello now in the right circle. Johansson working it in tight. Oettinger finds the puck and holds on to it with 4 seconds.
Oettinger says not this time, even though both power plays have been amazing so far here. That was exceptionally good. 2 power play goals in a total span of 9 seconds. Minnesota staying in the zone for, that felt like 40 seconds of zone time, but Marcus Johansson with the shot in tight. Chose to go near side. Jake Oettinger was there with that right pad to stop that play.
I make this joke because I know the other game's on right now between the Oilers and the Kings. I thought we were talking about good power plays on this side. But, these have been incredible. Good puck possession if you're Dallas. Quick strikes. Here comes a serious one-timer. That had to be in the 90-mile-an-hour region as this one's flipped up. Nice play and keeping by Minnesota. They're buzzing right now. And this one goes off Andre. He doesn't know where it is. Dallas is down. As this gets recollected now by Minnesota. They keep it in the zone. Another slap shot. This one gets blocked. Can Minnesota keep it in? No. As this goes back to Dallas, and we're getting a tripping call.
Oh, man. Minnesota. After that first power play doesn't go, they're getting a shot there as redeeming themselves to that power play. And Joe Pavelski is visibly upset. He doesn't like that tripping call against him.
So Joe Pa, the ageless one, he's going to sit in the box at 12:52. Admittedly, I'm going to take another look at this. Is this Joe Pa? Oh, wow.
That was Joe Pa. You caught Matt Dumba right at the foot. You had tripping him up.
Yeah.
There are 2 ways that you can trip a player. The most common way is with the stick. This one was rather with a foot.
That's what I thought I saw when I had to take a look at it. So, yeah, you got a piece of the skate there. in this game, Alec, as we talked about, maybe the physicality, we knew that was going to be there, but now the offense certainly providing some spice, and the power plays especially. This has been fun here in the second period.
Oh, this has definitely been fun to watch. We're getting another scoring update here. Evan Bouchard on the power play with an absolute bomb. The assist from Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Oilers up 2-0 on the LA Kings in this first round rematch from last year.
I know that there's tons of time left with 2 more periods, but Alec, when I see that score line at the end of the first, that doesn't look good for the Kings in winning this game 1.
And normally the 2-goal lead would be the most dangerous lead in hockey, but if you're the LA Kings and you don't have Kevin Fiala or Gabe Velarde, this might get you in trouble.
I think so too. And again, when you talk about it last year, it was different injuries, but even maybe these are more impactful than the ones before. But last year they lost Victor Arvidsson and Drew Doughty, still went 7. But in between Fiala and Velarde, that's like a combined 53 goals. I think I looked at my notes off the top of my head. So you can't really replace that. And the way the Oilers have been playing, and we talked about Matthias Ekholm, when he was traded to Nashville to the Oilers, he was at an even 0 on the plus minus. He's already plus 28, and he hasn't played that many games since the trade.
And that boosts his value to the Oilers. Is exactly who the Edmonton needed.
Yeah.
A two-way defenseman who can contribute on both the offensive and defensive end. Another winner who I see here outside Nashville and Edmonton, Evan Bouchard, and lets him play on the top power play.
You absolutely nailed it, as this is a chance now for Minnesota. Zuccarello, big save for Jake Oettinger. And now Zuccarello gets a chance to recollect this. Spurgeon lets the rocket go, and Oettinger holds on. Minnesota and Dallas on their power play, they look dangerous right now.
Very dangerous, and it's in full display here for Minnesota. Even if it wasn't a second assist for Jared Spurgeon, whether it be tipped or not, or where he's going to get a possible goal off of this one, Minnesota knowing how to cycle right through, whether it be Matt Zuccarello or Jared Spurgeon or Kirill Kaprizov, doesn't matter. They're dangerous.
Zuccarello now near the left dot. He'll drop this here for Kirill the Thrill. Now Matt Zuccarello. Kirill in tight near the left dot. Now near the left side red line. He'll peel back as he drops it for the captain Spurgeon. Gets it back for Kaprizov. Nice move between the legs. Trying to toe drag it. And Johansson trying to get this up there for Kaprizov. As Spurgeon does a great job holding it on the blue line side. Kirill Kaprizov on stretch pass. What a stop by Jake Oettinger. As this is sent back down the ice. That looks like the Jake Oettinger against the Calgary series last year as we get a whistle.
He stayed with the play the whole way as he paid attention to the pass. Saw that was coming right to the slots. There he is, standing there like a wall.
That knocked the mask right off his face, and that's why we got a stoppage with 11:53. My goodness, Jake Oettinger, welcome to the party.
More like welcome back to the party after that 64 save performance last year. But the officials are checking on something. Maybe you check the score clock once again. Maybe so.
They show Kirill Kaprizov 10 goals in his first 14 playoff games, tied most among active players. Vlad Tarasenko for the Rangers now.
And that was the Tarasenko back with the St. Louis Blues when he had 10 goals in his first 14 playoff games. And Kaprizov showing that he's the electric Russian coming into the league. Now in year 3 with Minnesota. And boy, he's been terrific.
Absolutely. And Bill Guerin tried to do as much as he could there with Suter and Parise to try to shed payroll off the buyouts and try to make sure that Minnesota is as competitive as possible while holding on to players like Kirill Kaprizov. In Minnesota, they've always been dangerous, but they want to try to get to the second round, the third round here, and make that push. But right now, from what we're seeing here, Alec, between these first 2 periods, this is going to be a great series. Hopefully it continues this way. It's a neutral zone face-off win. And now Minnesota trying to make the transition. Great move by Boldy, and he fires it wide of the left side of the pane of glass. He got on a couple Dallas Stars, and now Boldy will spin this around. His young Hakanpää takes a look. This gets away from Marcus Johansson, sent all the way down here for Filip Gustavsson. Still 40 seconds left to go in the Minnesota power play. Here's Spurgeon as he loads off the Jets a little bit. Kirill Kaprizov does it as this goes to the right side. This goes a little bit away from Johansson, and Kaprizov gets dirty as it's Johansson in behind the net. Who gets a chance to piece of it is Lindell as he touches this puck, and this will fall back to Filip Gustavsson. Now here's a race for the puck. Look, Glendening trying to bother Jonas Brodin. Glendening still trying to work him over, and Boldy finally helps be able to get that out there as touches the stick of Gustavsson before it hits Matt Dumba. Here's Boldy off the backhand. Here's a toe drag. Boldy stays with it. Here's a play out of the air. They try to hit Freddie Gaudreau. Boldy's look really good right now. Here's Gaudreau for a sharp angled shot as Dallas returns to full strength. Joe Pa back on the ice as he races, momentarily knocks the puck away from Boldy. But Minnesota goes back in their own end now. Jonas Brodin will send this down deep here for Dumba as Dallas swarming now, trying to sense the measure of the moment here. Minnesota has been given as good as they get. Same thing with Dallas, but Dallas 9 seconds apart twice on the power play as there's an ice.
And as you mentioned about this, Minnesota giving Dallas all they can handle or to be through those power plays. And Dallas, they've been answering in kind. Jake Oettinger in his coming back party, making big save after big save, especially on that one team right to the slots.
Yes.
That was his best of the night.
Yes, it was an absolutely electric stop. You can certainly argue that this game should be tied if not for Jake Oettinger. But again, we had a habit of saying that all last year in the postseason when it was official coming out party, but now it is the coming back party, as Alec Nava amply said. Picked up now for Kaprizov. Here's a whistle as this takes a weird bounce. This is in front of Oettinger. The play's not blown dead yet. Where's the puck?
It appeared that Oettinger has it the entire way. The puck was right in his pads, and he saw that it was going to his pads. Minnesota was poking all over that puck, trying to stuff it right in. Oettinger saw that they were trying to poke that right into the net, knew that it was there, covered it right up. It took a weird bounce. It went off the back of the wall and right towards him.
We've already seen a few of those right now. One time Jake Oettinger hit the right side of the post. That one bounced back toward him. And now a couple face-off wins here for Minnesota as fans have their hands up in the air right now. But again, here's another puck that went across the blue paint of Jake Oettinger. Bodies are starting to fall.
This is a penalty against Minnesota, but they're not going to call that.
Wow. As this gets collected now by Dallas, they'll flip this all the way down across the red line. Here's a good race for the puck now. It's Domi, good outstretched pass, good pickup across the wall. Overskated just a tad as Minnesota quickly push this the other way. Here's a chance for steal, but nobody's home on that pass. Mason Marchman gets it all the way down across the red line. As this gets recollected by Dallas or Minnesota in their own end, Dallas will make their changes. Flipped in. This will touch the stick of Jake Oettinger. Going to be quick about it, but Dallas is back there to provide some support. As there's a hit without the puck, and there's going to be a couple pushbacks there. I imagine DeBoer is going to try to get something going in front of the net, as this game is really starting to shape up a little bit. Minnesota up on the shot board by a lot, 21-11, but Dallas with a pair of power play goals, and then Kirill Kaprizov with a goal in the final minute of the first on the power play, all three with the extra man. So no pluses or minuses on that side as far as your plus minus, as this is sent back down. Dallas will get a chance to touch this, as this is a good play, but they're going to have to take a change. And now Jonas Brodin. He's being worked over a little bit by the Dallas forecheck, but he was able to get that pass off in duress. And now room through center as this gets collected now for Oettinger as he spins this back around. Dallas had to be quick about that. They try to get it to Robo. Fake the slap shot does Jonas Brodin as he gets sent back around the embankment. Minnesota trying to finish a check, and Ryan Hartman trying to stay on the ice. We'll send this back to the defense department. And Hartman tries to go ahead and pick this one up as this gets knocked away from Hakanpää. Here's a fire. Big save by Oettinger. Loose in the slot. Couple opportunities. Oettinger makes a second save. And can this stay in the zone? A stick whack. And this is recollected by Minnesota. Great work. Hartman able to keep it in. Kirill Kaprizov is being sandwiched in behind the office of Oettinger. And now Dallas trying to flip this the other way as this goes across the red line now. Joe Pa's got it off his backhand. We'll fire this off the outside of the cage. And he gets absolutely blasted.
Oh, my. Oh, no.
Joe Pavelski, he is down, and everybody throwing fists now. Kirill Kaprizov trying to help his partner that's down. Suter throwing bombs. And Joe Pa's still not getting to his feet. This is an ugly scene at American Airlines Center.
Yeah, it's just the ugly scale just turned up to 10 now after that Matt Dumba hit. Because, oh, goodness, that hit did not look good. Pavelski's responsive. He got up to his knee, so let's see this.
Oh.
So Pavelski was playing the backhand right to the side of the net. And then he got caught up right high on the head. So here, yeah, Dumba left his feet right up to the end. That's a charge.
That is a penalty. That is a charge. That is whatever you want to call it there. I'm just glad that Pavelski, as you said, has been able to get to his feet because he got his bell rung there.
And now Dumba's in the box, and rightfully so, because that hit looked ugly. So he's back up on his feet. He's going to get checked for a concussion, I believe.
And again, I don't want to speculate too much, but when we're looking at Pavelski's eyes in the camera shots that we got here, Alec, it doesn't look good. They're definitely going to have to put him in some type of protocol.
Definitely so. They're going to take a look at him to see if he's good to go. Maybe we could see him back for the third period. Who knows? But it does not look good. I don't know when he's going to come back, though. So, because that was a hit up high. Dumba left his feet for his check. Clear charge. So they're going to determine if it's a 5 or a 2.
Dumba has got, and I guess, correct me if I'm wrong on that, I see a little sickness with a smile on his face. I don't know what he's smiling about there, but the left side of Pavelski's head slammed onto the ice very hard on that hit.
That looked ugly. And if you remember 2019, something kind of similar happened. Not exactly, we'll get into call.
5-minute major on Dumba.
So he's out. He's out. If it's a 5, he's out. He's got to be out if it's a 5-minute major, because if I remember, the reason was a 5-minute major on Evander Kane in last year's Western Conference Final. He did not get ejected, but he was suspended for Game 4. So this is not a good look for Dumba. This is going to get supplemental discipline for sure.
Absolutely, Alec. Again, no referees here, anything. We're just trying to tell you exactly what we see. I have to imagine Dumba is at least going to get a game, maybe more. I know they'll try to err on the side of caution and not try to determine a series one way or the other, but there is no way you can cookie cut this thing. That was a very dangerous and stupid hit on Pavelski.
Dangerous. And cause serious injury, like what happened in 2016 between the Sharks, 2019 between the Sharks and Golden Knights, when Paul Stastny and Cody Eakin basically had a synchronized takedown of Pavelski off that faceoff, and it led to the Sharks getting a 5-minute power play, leading to Eakin's ejection. The Sharks scored 4 goals on that 5-minute power play, if you remember from that Game 7. Maybe this could channel some magic here from Dallas in this 5-minute power play coming up.
Man, every time we see that hit, I'm just trying to tell you this honestly. When I see Pavelski's head hit the ice, the left side of his head there, I mean, that was full bore. You couldn't hit that any harder on that side. Dallas already scored twice on their power play. It took 9 seconds apart, and now they got a full 5 minutes to work with, bar none. They get to stay on the power play for the entire 5, and if there is any sort of rallying call or retribution, that's going to make the rest of this series very interesting, my friend.
So I'll have to wait and respond to see how Dean Evason responds here, because I'll tell you this series is about to get ugly the rest of the way. Maybe some lineup changes for more tough guys on the ice, because I remember that the Ottawa Senators back in 2012, after something ugly between them and the New York Rangers in Game 1, Paul McQueen responded by getting 2 enforcers on the lineup in Game 2. That's how he responded there. Now, the Wild don't really have anyone outside of Ryan Reeves that's kind of an enforcer type, because Reeves is the closest guy to an enforcer on the team. So, but they do have sandpaper on there, so here's the call.
So we're going to see if he's going to get kicked out. I think that's what the call is here for Dumba. We're still waiting for that right now. 7:58 in the second. It's 2-1 lead for Dallas. And Dumba's fate's on the line. No major penalty. That is a supreme surprise on my end, Alec.
That's a big surprise. So it's going to be a 2 instead of a 5, and the Stars fans here in disbelief. I was wondering if it was going to be a 5 or a 2. And to look at this Dumba's face, I feel he must be bringing some sort of a sigh of relief after hearing it was a 2 and not a 5. So, of course, it was going to be reviewed, but clearly, Pavelski got shaken up from that big hit.
I got to tell you, Alec, I think that was a blown call. I'm just going to be completely honest on that side. Again, I don't play judge, jury, and executioner, but that certainly seemed like a hit that could have been avoided to that extent. No way would I only have thought it was going to be a 2. But nonetheless, Dallas has another power play opportunity. They've been really good at it. Our only hope now, from what we can tell you as we go to commercial break, that you might see Joe Pavelski as early as the third period. But again, Alec, I agree with you on some of the thoughts that we just shared. I think Matt Dumba, he might have to at least talk on the phone for part of the disciplinary committee because he might be getting a game.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to get a phone call from George Parrow soon and the NHL Department of Player Safety in regards to that hit, because that looked very ugly.
So hopefully Joe Pavelski is going to be okay. And again, we'll just be completely honest as far as Dallas in their first line is concerned. Let's say Joe Pavelski misses some time. That would be enough to maybe get out of this series. But if they were without Joe Pavelski's services for quite a while, that would really shake up some things for Dallas. You can't replace somebody like him.
Absolutely not, because he's very much a vocal leader. Knows how to redirect pucks, get to the front of the net. He's that veteran presence that they sought after when they signed him at the conclusion of the 2019 season, when he played for the San Jose Sharks as their previous captain. And he knows a thing or two about leadership.
So we will see what happens now. We have a 4-on-4 for 2 minutes. That is what we have right now, with 7:50 left to go in the first. And now we get back into the hockey action here. We'll see how Dallas responds. And they fire a shot immediately on Gustavsson. He makes the save.
So initially, what led to the 4-on-4 is that not only the Matt Dumba high hit on Joe Pavelski, but also a retaliation penalty on Max Domi for after the matter of fact, for what Dumba did.
I'm really not going to, I know you're not, I'm really not going to blame Max Domi on that side. You got to be able to stand up for your teammate there. Again, we'll see what type of tenor this series takes. Again, we're just game 1. And after seeing something like that, we knew that this could be a long series. It's already going to be very ugly from the onset, as we talked about. There's going to be some fireworks here, I imagine. It's not going to be done anytime soon. Middleton sends us across now. We got a hockey game to win as this goes off the left side of the blue paint. And this gets recollected by Tyler Seguin. It's Benn and Seguin reunited on this 4-on-4. And Benn's shot goes right in the catching glove of Gustavsson.
I don't know if we're going to get another fight later on in this game, but I believe if at any point Ryan Reeves is out there, maybe we can get a fight after this matter of fact, especially considering the whole circumstances at Dumba's hit on Joe Pavelski, and maybe in the spur period we could see a fight. Probably maybe who wants to book on a fight between Ryan Reeves and Mason Marchment? I want to see that.
That would certainly be first ballot fight material, as this is recollected now for Miro Heiskanen, and this is turned over in the defensive zone, being an opportunity here for Zuccarello as he weaves his way through the bowling pins. Trying to be the first to get to it now, as it's Suter, a long-tenured defenseman now. He's been here for Dallas for a couple of years since coming over from the Minnesota Wild and the former Nashville Predator. This is the other way for Roope Hintz. It's 1-on-4. He's still trying to buy some time. He sends it back to D. Dallas has it. They take a sharp angle shot. It's a bounce, but it'll fall right to Gustavsson. We'll hold on with 6:53 in the second.
shot block for Minnesota's defense on that shot. And of course, this hit, they're replaying this. This is going to be the major talking point from this game. Boy, I just cannot stop thinking about this.
No, because as we talk about it, as we should, it's in a situation where I think it's going to have major repercussions for the rest of this series. Might not bleed into as far as the entire length of the series, but you'd certainly expect something here in Game 2 in a couple of nights. That's what we're kind of leaning at. Jamie Benn off the steal. His shot gets blocked, but he's still got it in behind the office of Gustavsson. He tried to center it out in front, but he's getting worked over now by Middleton. He's getting pinned against the glass out there with the youngster Wyatt Johnston, and it looks like the referee blows the play dead.
Yeah, the puck was not moving behind the nets. It was just trapped right there in the boards, and the referee knew that this puck was not going to get moved anywhere, so he decides, face off.
38 seconds left to go on this 4-on-4. Still 6:36 left to go in the second frame. John-Andre with you on the play-by-play alongside Alec Nava as we're at American Airlines Center. It's a 2-1 lead for Dallas. All three goals that are scored, the first in the first period by Kirill Kaprizov in the final minute, and the other two for Dallas are all on the power play, all three goals, as this is Sam Steele now. He sends this one back into the defensive side here from Middleton. You can always tell him by the mustache as this gets picked up now by Nyquist. He tries to make a play, but they go off sides, does Minnesota.
So, Odette, 20 seconds left on the 4-on-4. I wonder what the response is from Minnesota here. But Dallas may have a new spark under their heels, especially after that hit from Dumba on Pavelski. So there's that to think about. This is going to light a flame right under them.
Yeah, we'll see how they shuffle the rest of their lines. Again, from the very beginning of the trade for Seguin and Benn, or you can move that up there on that side of the line to replace Pavelski. That probably makes a lot of sense as far as what they can move, and we'll figure out what happens with that. As I think we're going to redo this draw with 6:20 left to go on the second.
I guess they were a little off on their score clock on that 4-on-4. So they initially had 20 seconds. Now they readjusted to 22.
So we start again. Jonas Brodin will leave this here for Boldy, as Boldy able to dodge a hit and goes a chance to pick up his stick. This is still in behind the office of Filip Gustavsson getting his first taste of playoff hockey. Marc-Andre Fleury is going to back him up as Marcus Johansson under the right side of the wall. His shot gets blocked, but it falls back to him as it's back to 5-on-5 action here. And now Dallas will try to go left to right. Here's an outstretched pass. Miro Heiskanen will send this one across, and Roddick Fox chips this. I don't know where it went, but it's up into the players' bench and then back on the ice.
Yeah, went right up into the netting. 5:46 left to go in this second period. I wonder how the rest of this period and game to an extent will go after. Yep. I don't even need to mention it again.
No, that's all that's going to be on the rest of our mind here, at least for the second period, until we figure out who's going to be back on the ice. Well, let me give you a scoring update, and I imagine the Kings and Oilers would pull ahead of our game because it was a lengthy stoppage. So let's just take a look at it. Again, as Alex said, it was all in the first. Leon Draisaitl from 6:57 the first from Matthias Janmark and Evander Kane. It's good to see Evander Kane get on the scoreboard. Evan Bouchard on the power play for RNH and Zach Hyman. No goals so far in the second. Stuart Skinner, as I look at it here, Alec, and again, this is just on the sideline because we're in the middle of our Stars ball game. He's only had to face 8 shots, and it's 4 minutes left to go in the second. Kings have not had an attack.
They have not, especially in the absence of Kevin Piau and Gabe Velarde. So I wonder if that top line of Quinton Byfield, Ashe Kopitar, and Adrian Kempe is going to find this move sometime in this game or series to an extent, along with that second line of Trevor Moore, Phil Deneau, and Victor Arvidsson. Just remember, Arvidsson did not play at all in last year's first-round series. Same with Drew Doughty. So I wonder if they're going to find their mojo here in this series. Was Jonas Corposalo, who had an NHL record 85 saves in the bubble 3 years ago, maybe he's going to have to step up in the events that he's going to be relied upon, which they are right now.
Right, and between both, I'm glad I scrolled up to look at this and tell you because I thought Stuart Skinner wasn't busy out of 8 out of 8. Jonas Corposalo hasn't been busy either. 8 out of 10 That's surprising that you only have 18 combined shots on goal when you're at 4:01 in the second between these two teams. But the LA Kings, to their credit, they've had the recipe of slowing down Edmonton. They're about a 4 goals a game team, and they're about 210, 220. Here's a break the other way. It's Boldy scores!
And there you go. Sam Steele
Steele.
on the takeaway, getting the breakaway. Minnesota answering right back. He goes right down the middle. 13 in white and forest green, getting that takeaway. So it all starts at the blue line as Colorado was looking at Jason Robertson. That shot was blocked, and then that creates the breakaway for Steele. Receiving the feed up front. Was that Gustav Nyquist getting the pass up forward? And well then, going Walker's side on Jake Oettinger, and there was nobody right in front of Oettinger to stop that. Colorado was trying to do his best. His stick was still from behind, but to no avail. Steele felt this. This Colorado was behind him, adjusted, and got the shot off. Tie game.
And that was all from a great play. And it was a miscue on the other end for Dallas off the pass. But off that pickoff, Minnesota was the first to get to it. Whether, like Alex said, it was Nyquist. It was Sam Steele on the breakaway. I thought he was when they got the Steele part of it, but he actually got the recipient of the pass. We're going to take a look at it again. So pass attempt gets blocked off, and then Steele's just off to the races off the pass attempt, and now it's a beautiful lift.
Oh, yeah, he blocked the initial shot as well from Robertson. Defense to offense.
That's a fantastic goal. And we were talking about Dallas maybe getting the response. Now Minnesota has tied it up. Boy, Alec, again, I know we talked about the Kings and the Oilers. I'm glad we decided to do this game. I hope I didn't try to give you much convincing on that side because this has been very intriguing now. This could be one of the best games of the night. Here's a chance in the high slot as Dallas will try to get a chance to recollect it off of Wyatt Johnston, but this gets turned over and now recollected by Miro Heiskanen. As this goes off the wall, Jonas Brodin. Dallas will try to find it there, but this gets picked off and now sent in deep across the red line. Filip Gustavsson will take a look at it. This is just safely played. And behind the office of Gustavsson, Kaprizov now have to elude a hit from Robo as it's very busy. Jason Robertson trying to pinch a steal. And now somebody gets taken down. That could have been Kaprizov and Robertson as they got tangled up. They're still down, tangled up on top of each other. That's Marchment and someone else. Dumba.
Maybe a bit of retaliation from Marchment's part after Dumba had you go once. Because Marchment, I know he's feeling some ill will after one of his leaders went down and exited into the locker room to get checked in concussion protocol. And Marchment's like, you want to hurt our leader? Yeah, you know what? You're going to remember me.
Yeah, Marchment, but he was sharing some words with Dumba, and that was more along the lines of what Alec was just saying. Like, we're going to remember this. That's kind of what he threw out there to him. And some of the Dallas fans are waving in the crowd now. It's a chance for a 2-on-3, but Dallas has the 3 that are back. Hakanpää trying to locate it, but here's Minnesota with the puck. They just scored from Sam Steele off the break. It was a great play as we're down to 4:10 left to go in the second. This game is tied at 2. And this has been a fantastic contest as this is picked up now near the left side of the faceoff dot, trying to be chipped out deep there by Dallas and gain the red line as this will spin away from Spurgeon. And now here's a long outstretched pass from Heiskanen trying to locate Radek Faksa, but this will be recollected by Miro. Buck Faber, he's getting worked over, but he keeps his feet as he's trying to get through some contact, and he gets some help from his friends to get that out as Yanni Hakanpää able to locate it. Delayed offside was signaled, but this will allow Minnesota to go ahead and race for it. As a tripping penalty could be called, that's what Dallas wants. Are we getting the whistle as this gets sent all the way down? No, we're not. It's still live right now, and it was right in front of the referee as this gets recollected by Minnesota. They'll gain the red line, flip it in. Jake Oettinger sends it all the way back around. 3:10 left to go in the second. Tyler Seguin now on his forehand. He'll gain the entry as this is spun back around for Gustavsson. Played this off the back skate as Minnesota. And this is a long flip, but there's some contact near the left side boards as plays going dead with 3 minutes left. And now Ryan Reeves is sharing some words across.
And I feel Dallas fans may have a right to be angry about that missed call. sequences. Radic, Foxa, and Rock Faber were going right after each other, trying to chase for this puck. Then Ty Delanga joins right in. Then this puck was going right after it out. So time later, Matt Boldy may have appeared to have trimmed Roope Hintz. The official may have been in the line of sight for that. Did not even put a hand up in the air. Maybe a blown call.
We'll see if Jimmy Benn can do it again. Boy, has he been good in the offensive zone dot. I think he's won his last 5. This is flipped back around here for Dallas. Dallas now will play this off the right side of the embankment as Wyatt Johnston will spin this around the kick plate now. Big body contact. Jacob Middleton trying to clear some space. And now Minnesota will collect. Now Steele, he's the one that just scored. He seems to be having the petroleum in his skates. But this gets picked off the backhand now. Hartley under duress. And they'll send this back around for Colin Miller as he absorbs a big hit. Minnesota gets this now on the offensive end. They'll play this off the wall, but this will find Jake Gaudreau. He holds on with 2:18 in the second.
So another one of those saves from Jake Oettinger here, trying to make up for that last goal by Sam Steele. In fact, that's his first playoff career goal, Sammy boy.
So 1 assist and 1 shot. They're showing it now for Gustav Nyquist, 11 goals, 17 assists, and 28 points in 52 games that he's played. I know Alec had mentioned when he comes back and he's healthy, want to see if he can provide some production. He certainly has as this puck goes off sides.
Just exit the zone for just a tad there. A tad of white ice and that puck exiting the zone. And as Minnesota was trying to keep in, they couldn't do so. See the response here from Dallas. They have 14 shots on goal. So even though they turned it up in this second period, Minnesota has been firing left and right.
Brodin now trying to locate this with Radic Foxa. This will be recollected by Miro Heiskanen. He sidesteps the hit with not a lot of space around him. That's why he's got the skating display. He could always be a Norris Trophy candidate as far as I'm concerned. And this will be recollected now. Hartman has it alive off his forehand, and this one shot high. This will go around the inboards, but it can't be kept in as this will fall back. And here's a long slap shot opportunity from 100 feet, but this will be recollected by Heiskanen as they'll flip this back around the inboards now. Dallas tries to find it, but this will fall back to Minnesota into the neutral zone. It's a race for the puck across the D, and this is picked up now by Minnesota. This will be flubbed and just casted aside by Jake Oettinger. A slap shot from the point. This takes a crazy bounce, but Heiskanen's right there to clean up the left side of the crease as he just chops at the puck. And now 1:10 left to go in the second and a tie game at 2. As this is picked up nicely, here's a chance for Minnesota off the drop. Marcus Johansson, and no problems here for Oettinger as he brushes it aside with the glove.
And the crowd booing Matt Dumba when he touched that puck. Of course, he's going to hear from this crowd, especially after that. Then on the other side, Matthew Boldy finding Marcus Johansson at the high slots. Jake Oettinger still keeping the Stars in this game. It's still a tie game 2-2. Maybe we could see an overtime here based on how much of a goaltending battle this series could be. Maybe expect that several times in this series.
You know, it's interesting, Alec, just from the first period to the second, how much this game has changed. I'm not even talking about the physicality part of it, but these offenses have certainly come alive for both of these teams, have they not?
They have.
You got 55 seconds left to go here in the second. Dallas has a time for a couple more rushes as they'll flip this one down. And here's an opportunity for Minnesota. They'll gain the red line and do the same thing. Jake Oettinger, that was a little bit of a misplay, and that might allow Minnesota to get a chance to get this puck. They'll throw it back D. There's a ripper. Wrong. Wrist shot. Oettinger can't locate it. Snow Angel down. I think he falls on it, though.
That was alert from Oettinger's part to locate that puck because it seemed that he couldn't find this puck. But then, as it was all around the crease, he located it. Knew or was at the last possible moment. Minnesota was trying to get that in. Because that was Freddie Gaudreau, the man who just signed a 5-year extension with the Minnesota Wild all over that
Absolutely on that side. And I will give a gold star for Lindell. He did his job. They will protect his goaltender just to make enough of a save and keep it out in front. This Heiskanen absorbs a body blow. And now the same thing on the left side. Big contact there for Dallas, Minnesota. Now everybody tied up. There's a little bit of a scrum as the camera cuts all the way back down. This will be ice against Minnesota. It seemed like there was 4 players that were stuck near the right side of the circle. And now Ryan Reeves has a smile on his face as he's got some words with Jamie Benn.
Oh, some more pushing and shoving here, and that chippiness continuing to show as this game goes on. I know it's only the opening game, but man, oh man, this series could feel like a movie.
Yeah, we picked a good one here, Alec, on this side. Jamie Benn again wins another offensive zone draw. Here comes the shot, and this is found amongst the redwood trees by Gustavsson.
Yeah, Filip Gustavsson, and this shot was through several bodies right in front of Gustavsson. I know that ESPN side of things may have stopped the clock a little too late, so they're going to have to correct things up on the game clock. So Filip Gustavsson able to locate that because Wyatt Johnston was setting the screen out in front. They may have to get a shot off quickly here if they were to get one in.
Yeah, it certainly seems like, again, Minnesota, they're looking at the clock. Yeah, you're right. It was about 4 seconds, I was going to say. Now it's 3.5.
And getting Dadonov is getting himself set right behind the face-off dot. In the event if Jamie Benn were to win another face-off, this is for a quick shot.
Absolutely. Get everything all squared away for the right-handedness. You win it quickly, more of an aggressive style. And now this is more of a tie-up, and that is going to end the second period. It was just 1-0 after 1. Now it's 2-2, and there is a lot to talk about going into the second intermission. We will wait and see the status of Mr. Joe Pavelski, if he's going to be available for the third or what the word is, and we will let you know on that side because there's going to be a lot of reaction to it. But, Alec, before I even get some of these notes in, I think I got to have some talking points with you. What are your takeaways in that second period? What did you like from these teams?
So the main thing outside the Joe Pavelski, Matt Dumba hits, I like what I see from the power plays. It's electric and dynamic. The puck movement has been there, and I like what I see from both sides, especially Dallas, who scored twice on a grand total of 9 seconds of power play time. Roope hits, Jason Robertson finding the back of the nets. That's what I like to see. And even though Minnesota didn't find the back of the net on the man advantage in that second period, they didn't necessarily have to because Sam Steele capitalized on that shot block that led to the breakaway pass from Gustav Nyquist, and we're all tied up at 2. Though still, that power play for Minnesota still looks dangerous. It's Jake Oettinger that has been keeping Dallas in this game, and that's the main thing for Dallas, for him to be at his A game. So far, 26 saves on 28 shots faced.
Yeah, he's certainly already kind of faced the same opportunities that he would have faced last year against the Flames, as the Wild have been able to fire a lot of shots on there. I can't really understate this within the first 40 minutes of all the events that were out in front of us. I'll try not to speak of it too many more times here because there'll be so many talking points even in the story and everything else you got to write later, depending on how long this game goes. But I said it earlier when we watched the second period, and I know it's just the 120 minutes of action to reflect upon, but I'm really going to tell you this. This is the best game of the night so far. And this could, I know I said this in the open, I think Alec was right there with me. This could be one of those series, again, not a lot of people are paying attention to. But if you don't, I think you're going to be missing something granular here because this is one of the best ones I think we're going to have.
I was down to between this one and Oilers Kings at the beginning of what game I would want to do. Now I'm happy I picked this one with you, John, because we're getting ourselves a treat to watch.
Yes, we are. And let me just dictate this too to speak to our points because I know we did a little bit of a scoreboard watch. Let's go to tomorrow's games and let's see what matchups intrigue you, and then I'll give my thoughts as well. But I'll leave it to you first. What do you like tomorrow in the slate of games?
First things first, the Hudson River rivalry. 11 long years that we have last seen these two teams match up against each other in the playoffs. Finally, for the first time since Adam the east of it. So Devils get home ice. The Devils are bolstered, both teams bolstered themselves at the trade deadline. The Rangers prioritize on Stanley Cup winning experience. The Devils are going after young guys and guys who can bring some firepower right into the team. The Rangers, Patrick Kane, Vladimir Tarasenko. The Devils, Timo Meier.
I'm going to go ahead and say I agree with you on that one, but just to continue the point of conversation, and I'm going to go back to the Rangers and Devils after this point, I'm also going to say the early game because it's 7 p.m. Eastern, Rangers Devils on TBS. That was the one I was going to mention, and again, I think that's right for you to say that. I'm going to go ahead with the other early game at 7:30. You're going to be frantically flipping through the channels between the Lightning and the Maple Leafs. Yes, I know that it's a rematch, but I want to throw this out there. Last year, I took the Tampa Bay Lightning to defeat the Maple Leafs in 7 games. I ended up getting that one right, even though I gave a ton of reasons why I thought the Maple Leafs should beat the Lightning. This year, I'm flipping that pick. I'm going with the Maple Leafs in 7 games. I understand the Lightning have to do what they need to do, and sometimes in the back end of it, you coast into the playoffs because you don't want to exert all that injury. But with Tanner Jeannot not being available, one of the other guys that they traded for, I'm not saying Michael Eassamont's a bad player, but the depth for the Tampa Bay Lightning over the years, when you think about Blake Coleman and some of his other pieces, that's not there anymore. And I really wonder here, Alec, if the Maple Leafs finally get it done, win a first-round playoff series, the first time since 2004. Ilya Samsonov has been one of the best goaltending pickups you could ever ask for. Kyle Dubas did the damn job on that end. But I don't think there is any more excuses for the Maple Leafs. They got to find a way to beat the Lightning this time around.
You hit it on the spot there, John. I'm also picking the Maple Leafs to win this series in 7 games. To make things even sweeter, I have this on an Austin Matthews overtime series clincher.
How nice, yes.
Dude,
I love that. I hope that's the case for Maple Leafs fans everywhere. Again, you're speaking to a Red Wings fan, on the other side for Alec Nava, a Pittsburgh Penguins fan. We like the Lightning. I still love watching them and all that. And if they make it, it's always for great theater. But it's time that we see the Maple Leafs do something, is it not?
It's about time. And when you look at the Lightning, you mentioned about the depth there. They lost their entire third line from the Stanley Cup runs, not only in Blake Coleman, but also Yanni Gourde and Marc-Andre Gaudreau, as they went out to Calgary, Seattle, and the New York Rangers, all respectively. The depth is still there. They Paul to a 7-year extension in the offseason. They got Eric Chernak, Amity Cirelli, and Mikhail Sergachev on 8-year extensions as well. Steven Stamkos, Nikita Kucherov, and Braden Point are all still there. Brandon Hagel had himself a breakout season. But the main question here, Tampa, how much do you have left on the tank before you finally burn?
Yeah, you're right, because at the end of the day, again, all those names that you mentioned are good. You can talk about some depth issues, but the main thing that you said, and I want to pick up on this too, that we can throw out there, when you're talking about Stamkos, Kucherov, and all that, you know it was great. They played all 82 games. They stayed healthy. We saw what Braden Point could do in a full year, and man, was he terrific. But again, it's 3 years of extra mileage going into 4 years of potentially a long playoff run. You even seen some of that same tread being used against Andre Vasilevsky. His numbers aren't the same that they used to be. Not saying he's not a great goaltender, but it's a situation when you play that much hockey, it might wear on you. I just want to piggyback on one thing in the sense of what you talk about in the open for the Rangers and the Devils. I want this series to be a long series. Again, all these ones in the first round seem to be really, really good. And I'll tell you the one that I think that won't be. I want this one to be long, but I have a sneaking suspicion here, Alec, that I think the Rangers are going to take this one convincingly. I think even they might win this in 5. I know that that's going on a big reach there, because when we did the Devils a couple of times, I love the way that they worked the puck in behind the net. Jack Hughes is terrific. You got Tomas Tatar at like almost a +50. You got plenty of other players that can score. Vitek Vanacek can be hot and cold, but the defense is really good. But what the Devils are trying to do here, Alec, is finding playoff success and experience in real time against a Rangers team that's really as good as them in all areas, but oh, by the way, have all that experience.
Yep, as you mentioned there, it seems the Rangers, It all comes down to who is the more experienced team. And though I might see this going the full 7 games, because looking at these two teams, they're better on the road than they are at home, in my opinion, especially in the case of the Devils. So that's what I think of my much, that this is going to go to 7 and a grand total of 2 wins by the home team in the series. I say it's going to come like game 1 and game 3, those home wins. So those are the only home wins I see happening in the series. The Rangers take this one at 7. So I don't know if this argument can go both ways. The Devils are young. They have one of the better defenses in the league and a great penalty kill. The Rangers, on the other hand, have a top 3 goalie in the NHL, an electric power play, and a do-it-all defenseman who is possibly going to contend for the Norris Trophy again.
Yes, they do. And I want to speak about the point you made. I had to pull up the notes on that side. Road splits. So for the New Jersey Devils, they're 28-9-4. And for the Rangers, they're 24-9-8. That's about as good as it gets.
There you go. So I can see the majority of these games being won by the team that's on the road. So there you go for that point. Maybe a win or 2. So 1 win, possibly by the home team, if you see this going to 5. I see it as when it's a 7-game series, then possibly 2 wins could suffice for the home team. This is a...
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, because when I look at these two teams, yes, the Devils won the regular season series. It's 3 games to 1. Yes, the Rangers' only win came in overtime. Yes, both of these two teams exchanged 3-1 comebacks in overtime wins. Yes, Patrick Kane and Vladimir Tarasenko were held on the score sheet in the final game. But that doesn't show the full story about what they are truly capable of. Now Kane is on a line where he is allowed to thrive with 2 bona fide goal scorers in Chris Kreider and Mika Zibanejad. Vladimir Tarasenko has found his spots with Artemi Panarin and Benny Trocheck. Panarin and Kane are pass-first guys.
Yep.
Kreider, Zibanejad, and Tarasenko are score-first guys. There's a thing when it goes there. The Rangers have a complete top 6. And not to mention that kid line. And a 4th line that doesn't have anyone from there playing out of their element. Because that has been recurring before the acquisition of Tarasenko and Kane. So the Rangers are playing a game that alludes to the pre-salary cap era, and they did cap gymnastics to get both Tarasenko and Kane. So great part on Chris Drury's part to get both of them. Plus Nico Mikkola on that third defensive pair of Braden Schneider fills in that hole because Ben Harper is more of a 7th defenseman. Not to say that Harper's bad, but being a regular on the third pairing might not be ideal for him, as Mikko is better suited there. The Rangers are more well-rounded, but that's not to say the Devils are not a good team. They are obviously good. Whether it be from the line of Jack Hughes and Jesper Bratt, you can put either one of Timo Meier or Andre Palat there because obviously you've got the solidified line of Tomas Tatar, Nico Hischier, and Dawson Mercer up there, and Mercer can play either center or the wing. And Erik Haula, not to mention him, he's centering that third line. Would it be him with Timo Meier, Andre Palat on that third line? And on the right side, you can put Igor Sharangovich or Jesper Boquist on there, and you would not be wrong. 4th line, obviously, Miles Wood, who's their top scorer on that bottom of that 4th line, with Michael McLeod. And Michael McLeod, good face-off man. And onto the right side, you can have either one Boquist or Nate Bastian. You would not be wrong there either. Dougie Hamilton broke out, and this is a very fun defenseman battle between him and Adam Fox. Then you got a shutdown pairing of Ryan Graves and John Marino. And not to mention another shutdown defenseman, Jonas Siegenthaler. I'd be intrigued to see if Lindy Ruff gives Luke Hughes some minutes here in the playoffs. Just remember, the Colorado Avalanche gave Kel McCarr minutes in the playoffs in his rookie year. That turned out well. What do you have in common? They're both 4th overall picks.
Well, that was a complete breakdown there for Mr. Alec Nava, and I absolutely should give you a golf clap on that end because that was perfect. And I'll have to see if I'm going to be covering that game tomorrow. Otherwise, I have to flex to a basketball assignment, unfortunately, because I really wanted to work on the game one, but I also had someone reach out for me as far as covering a basketball game. I'd be Suns Clippers tomorrow, but keep me posted about that if you do work some of the Devils and the Rangers, because I do want that to be a long series, and I don't disagree with any of the points you just made. I'm only wondering about the Devils trying to get through the limelight and trying to figure out if they know that they belong and if they can hang with the Rangers. So that's my only concern. But everything you said is absolutely correct. And can the Devils beat the Rangers? Absolutely, they can. I'm going to go ahead and ask you this, though. What's the one team you think has no chance of winning in the first round?
That's a hard question to ask because, in my opinion, when I look at the LA Kings, that depends on the health of Kevin Fiala and Gabe Vilardi. When they're healthy, they get a shot. When they're not, probably they have no chance.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to mention the other team in the West, and I hope that this is not the case, because the Seattle Kraken making their playoff debut in just their second season is nothing short of miraculous. And for everything good that Ron Francis has done, when I talk about Filip Grubauer, that might have been a mistake or whatever, but everything else has been absolutely nailed. Vince Dunn's going to make himself a boatload of money. I hope, Alec, that the Kraken play it in the sense of not just being happy to be here. I hope that they can give the Avalanche a good run for their money, at least make it a 6-game series. But that's the one that I'm going to say. I don't think the Kraken have a chance. And it's not because of the defense and the goal scoring. The Kraken are one of the best goal scorers. They're top 4 in the NHL on that side. Their defense can get it done. Dunn and Larson have been really good on that end. But that goaltending in between Martin Jones and Filip Grubauer, when you got about an 887 and an 890, and you got Alexander Gergiev, and you got the high-powered Avalanche from good defense, and Kale McCarr, Bowen Byram staring to the back end of you, they got to bump that save percentage about 30 points, and I just don't think it's going to happen for Seattle.
Sadly, I don't think it's happening for Seattle either. Do I think, you probably mentioned something. That they're home, that they're going to give the Avalanche probably a run for their money.
Yeah.
Plus, you factor into something about let's factor into something, and this becomes an unexpected X factor for the Kraken. Their home crowd. Seattle is one of the loudest venues to play at, and it's never easy playing there. The Kraken took down the Avs twice this regular season, but those were on the road. The Avalanche defeated the Kraken that one time in Seattle this season. So, but then again, it's never easy playing in Seattle, especially if you're the reigning champions.
So we will find out. And again, as Alex said from his first points, because I agree with that, we're in lockstep between Seattle and the Avalanche. I think Seattle can take it as much as 6, but I won't go farther than that. And we agree with all of our series here. The only thing I think is that the Rangers might be a little bit quicker, but I hope not, because I think the Devils can certainly do that. I've seen some people even picking the Devils to win the whole thing. I don't even think that that's a bad selection. In between these 8 matchups that you have in the 16 teams, I could legitimately, and I think you could say the same, Alec, that maybe at least 13 out of the 16 have a chance to lift this thing. It's going to be a really fun Stanley Cup playoffs per usual.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun Stanley Cup playoffs here, because you look at this. Yeah, you look at 13 to 16 teams. Some of the teams that I don't see realistically lifting the Stanley Cup. The Seattle Kraken, as you mentioned, but they're going to give Colorado a run for their money. Ultimately, the Avalanche are going to win that series. Florida, they might give Boston a scare. I don't know how many people are going to. I don't know if people are going to say that Florida has no chance, but I think the Florida Panthers are a bad matchup for the Boston Bruins early on. But in the end, the Bruins are just too talented to lose this early in the playoffs.
And the one thing we can mention too, Alec, right, is Florida beat Boston twice this year.
One of just 2 teams to do so.
Alongside the Ottawa Senators, I remember that. So, yeah, they've played each other a lot, but I agree with you on both of those points. I think the only real thing, again, that would shock me, absolutely, is if Boston lost in the first round. I think that would shock me even more than the Avalanche losing to the Kraken, because I do think Seattle is got a chance rolling out all 4 lines. Let's say they had some goaltending. If the Seattle Kraken could wish upon a star here, Alec, and get Jake Oettinger in net, I think they could beat Colorado, honestly. But they just...
I mean, wish upon a shooting star, and no pun intended. Oh, yeah, they are showing the flashback to 2019
right.
Game 7 between San Jose and Vegas. That because this looks like deja vu, except there wasn't any blood coming out Pavelski this time around. So we're going to see if Pavelski comes back onto the bench for Dallas here.
We will see. And again, maybe the Alec, as you said, they just showed that, and I'm looking at it now from that side. Maybe the only reason they didn't qualify was because there was no blood.
Yeah, that may be the only reason why they didn't call it a 5-minute major.
So here we go. It is a 2-2 tie in this third period. Minnesota quickly trying to get a chance there for Boldy. It's loose in the slot, but Oettinger will locate it near the left side of the crease and hold on with 19:46. We're just underway here in a tie game in the third.
A quick backhander by Boldy here early on in this third period as the Wild look to get that quick start into this third period. Now, I know both of these teams have different sorts of motivations and different sorts of aspirations this year, whether it be there, but they all have one goal in common, the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Dallas is more likely for this. Minnesota, they're trying to win their first playoff series in 8 years.
And it seems like a long time since Minnesota's been able to get something tangible. But again, their team is really good too. I just think this Dallas team just a shade better in every area, but that should make this a very intriguing series. 27 games have been tied winning the second period for the Stars. It's the second most in the NHL. You can also talk about that. A lot of ties and one-goal games for the Flames that are no longer playing right now. As Colin Miller able to get a piece of it, but he had to elude some body contact as players are being absorbed into the BioSteel ads near the left side of the post. This will fall to Jake Oettinger. He makes the save.
Well, yeah, I've heard about the digital ads along the boards that they use at TV broadcast because they're replacing all over the advertisements that are along the boards at the hockey rink normally. Probably some digital screens in that hockey rink when you look at this. But then again, there must be something with digital ads and TV broadcast these days.
There's got to be that. Money's got to come in somewhere. Gambling has been higher than it's ever been. We need the revenue. And the salary cap for the NHL is going to shoot up over the next couple of years, I think exponentially at least. So it should be good for these players because if it wasn't for the viewership, they'd be making a lot more money. Hockey's one of the best sports we have, especially during the playoff time. As Spurgeon is marchman now. Here's an outstretched pass. It's a race for the puck now, and it's an opportunity for Roddick Fox to try to locate it, but he's being pinned near the right side of the red line as he's just spun back around now. And some severe body contact in behind Filip Gustavsson. It would be sent back down the ice and recollected by Roddick Fox after he was just taking punishment. It's sent back down, and we see that Edmonton and LA, it's a 2-0 game at the end of 2. Ours is 2-2 with 18:15 left to go in the third. John here with you alongside Alec Nava between play-by-play and color respectively. Off the backhand, short side attempt, and Oettinger makes the save.
Well, more wacky bounces here right in front of Oettinger. I'm wondering to see if there's a pattern here when it comes to wacky bounces in front of Jake Oettinger. Because remember, there was that one shot that went off of his glove and then off the right post from Gustav Nyquist. I believe this was the same Gustav Nyquist who took that shot as well.
Yes, it was on that side. As we get another draw, this is an offensive one here. Chance for steal. He scored the critical goal that tied this one. Is again, as Alec just talked about, they were queuing in on Gustav Nyquist as Dallas ices the puck.
Yeah, Brock Faber was turning around knowing that this puck was going down the ice. I think he turned around and forced that icing to go. To have John Miro be the closest to it. So Faber, still young. I believe, as I look at him, he's 20 years old. Previously captaining the Minnesota Golden Gophers to a national championship appearance this year. Ultimately losing to Quinnipiac. And props to Rand Pecknold and his guys were on that championship win. Just 10 seconds of overtime. Jacob Quillen.
I was glad that you could join me there for that first period of one of those games in there, because that was a fantastic national championship. And now you get to go ahead and play in these Stanley Cup playoffs. So how cool is that? Same thing for Wyatt Johnston on that end. Some young guns getting some big-time experience are going to be prominent, I believe, for both of their teams. Here's a turnover, an opportunity here for Minnesota. They'll fire this wide off the backhand attempt for Foligno. We'll try to chase this down and wrap it around the embankment. Here's Jamie Benn as he gets taken down there. Gustav Nyquist, Thomas Harley taking a look at it. as this will be sent back around the boards. Recollected now by Dallas. In toward the wall, it's Jamie Benn trying to play this off the back pass. And I'll leave it now here for Thomas Harley. Harley, near the left side of the dot, will fire it from an angle. And this is right in the stomach of Gustavsson as he holds on.
He tried to go near side with that shot. Fortunately, it hit the chest of Filip Gustavsson right onto the logo. So you get another shot of Faber, the main centerpiece in the Kevin Fiala trade. And they signed into an entry-level contract right after his college season ended. And that's a smart signing for Bill Guerin and his guys.
Yeah, because not only, again, we know how good Fiala is, but Brock Faber, for all intents and purposes, we think he's going to have a pretty good NHL career. You get that prospect money, get a chance to grow and play for a good team, and you can always use back-end help. So this gets taken away to Heiskanen, and that was a good stick by Boldy throwing it out there, and this is pinball back in. Minnesota trying to recollect, but they got to dodge the forecheck. Tyler Seguin out there with Jason Robertson, so he is on the first line taking the spot of Joe Pav right now. Roope Hintz, as this is spun now for Miro. Great move as he keeps it alive. Now working his way off the forehand back to D as it's settled down here for Robertson. Miro Heiskanen trying to keep it alive, and a good active stick check again by the Wild as Robertson just forced to take a severe dump in. And this is picked up now by Dumba as he is getting cascaded with booze, and I think rightfully so, as this is recollected now by Minnesota. They gain the red line. Jake Oettinger plays it with the stick, and this is back now here for Dallas after a good outstretched pass and an even better move to gain the offensive end. As Robo trying to keep this alive, as this is now back there for Lindell. A fire. That's a high ripper off the wrist shot that goes up into the netting.
Great save by Gustavsson on Dallas' 17th shot of the night. As Miro Heiskanen is spinning and turning, working on Marcus Johansson. And you look at that one pass by Jason Robertson, he was trying to go right back. That was a great active stick check by Minnesota to turn that one away. And then Gustavsson on that rip had that one off his blocker and right into the mesh. Filip Gustavsson showing that he is pretty much undervalued in Ottawa. And now he's making Ottawa pay.
That's a really good call by you. You got really good goaltending in this series, some good defense, and right now we've seen some capable offense, especially in the power play. It's a 2-2 game. Here's a slap shot for Miller, and the rebound either gets blocked or shot wide as Spurgeon was down. That was at 100 miles an hour. As this gets sent back down the ice, here's an opportunity for Dallas trying to keep this alive off the forehand and send it the other way. Radek Faksa off the pinpoint feed. Here's Marchment. It's loose in the circles. Marchment trying to locate it, and this will get sent back down the ice for Miller now in the neutral zone. It's Thomas Harley out there with Miller in the third line defense there for Peter DeBoer's squad. It's picked up by Ty Dellandrea, but Brock Faber able to get this out. Minnesota try to go left to right here as in the white jerseys with the forest green pants. Dallas in the victory green at home, as this is still kept alive off the backhand. Minnesota making a nice play. Here's Dumba, fires it off the pad of Oettinger as he got knocked out a little bit. He wanted to call. He shrugged his shoulders, but this is still with Dallas. Now Wyatt Johnston, sauce pass. Good opportunity for Dallas. Trying to wait off the shot block, took away the play, and now it's blown down with 15:08.
Man, goaltenders have the toughest job in hockey, because I would not be able to last a minute while having to stop a shot that's going at 99 miles an hour. Boy, that was blazing fast.
And Zuccarello right there with Oettinger, he gets taken down. They make contact again. We wanted the call. And again, as you said, with the bomb, I mean, I don't know how you see it, especially with the traffic in front. Jamie Benn again, another opportunity, this time on the wing to go ahead. And I wonder why he's not taking the draw. They're going to let Wyatt Johnston, but now it is Jamie Benn. So it's probably a good break there for Dallas. He's been exceptional in the offensive circle. I might have jinxed him, though. But here's another one. Jamie Benn wins this one clean as he just swipes it in off of the right side boards. Heiskanen into the traffic, and Gustavsson makes a glove save.
My best guess on why he went with Johnston first is that usually they want the right shot guys to take faceoffs at the right side. So that was why Johnston was taking the faceoff initially. Then he got waved off, and then Jamie Benn stepped in. He's been great in the faceoff circle tonight.
Well, that's a great call by you. A set play for a faceoff win with the correct handedness on the circle. That's a great call. As it's Heiskanen now Sent back around the inboard. Seguin trying to locate it. It'll be Seguin will be the one that double shifts there as this gets recollected off the outside of the cage. There's an opportunity for Seguin, but Dumba tying him up, and now Seguin won't give up on the play. And this goes now near the left side of the paint. Now Suter sends it around. Here's a slap shot off the outside of the post. It stayed out. Here's a chance for Dallas now. Here they go firing at the net. It's loose in the circles. And now recollected by Brodin. Minnesota's got to get this out. The Zebras waved it off. I know it went out the outside of the post. Here's an opportunity for Seguin as it's still alive. And now the whistle's finally blown.
I have no idea how that stayed out. That was inches from being the game-breaking goal. And now Dallas with another grading opportunity as Marcus Foligno hooks Jason Robertson, leading to that call. And Robertson got it just across to Tyler Seguin. Let's see how close this was.
Oh,
that was so close. The two opportunities. And one of the Stars got an empty net. And they couldn't bank that in. That was so a 4-on-4 now.
The 4-on-4 is the confusing part for me because I see the hook that went against Robertson. We saw the shot from the blue line go to the left side of the post, and then a rebound opportunity couldn't be picked up by Dallas, and that brushed across the blue paint without going across the red line. But curiously, we have a 4-on-4. They're taking both Jason Robertson for embellishment and Foligno for hooking. Wow.
Wow. I was about to get to that embellishment part because I was wondering where the embellishment was.
Honestly, Alec, I agree with you on that end. That looked like a blatant hook for Foligno. But here we go. It's Boldy off the 4-on-4. We will see who this extra ice favors. It's picked up now. Spurgeon. Fake the slap shot. Turn around. Good block on the other end by Dallas. As here's a race for the puck. Colin Miller will be the one that tries to locate it now as Boldy will swing a stick at it. Here's Freddie Gaudreau. Gaudreau will fire it right into Jake Oettinger, and he'll hold on to 13:30 in the third. This has been a great game, my friend.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if the Pittsburgh Penguins managed to keep Freddie Gaudreau. But then again, he got rewarded for a 5-year extension in Minnesota, and, I'm happy for him. Happy that he's got his money. And he got that shot off. He was stopped by Oettinger, but he's showing that he's worth the 5-year deal.
And the other name, because I only heard this because of the Steve Dangle stuff when I was listening to his preview against the Lightning. Didn't he mention Jared McCann was also part of the Pittsburgh Penguins? He scored 40 goals this year.
And I would not want to be reminded again that Ron Hextall chose to protect Jeff Carter over Jared McCann and
Yeah,
Brandon
no, you absolutely nailed that one. That's why he's going to be sitting on the sofa right now and not part of a front office.
Yeah, he's no longer part of the front office, and honestly, it felt like it was for the best that he was let go, because it feels like he was pretty much holding the team back. Not because of the top six still being there. He did his job in locking up the core and possibly making the Penguins for life. The main problem is everywhere else, especially towards the bottom six. Probably the defense and the goaltending, because the goaltending is either injured or doesn't really show up when it's the playoffs.
No, you're right. You have that, and then you have depth issues. And again, you can't rely on, Chris Letang, Evgeny Malkin, and Sidney Crosby to be able to do all the stuff every single night. It's about all the other pieces. And when I'm thinking about Turbo and I'm also thinking about McCann, I mean, my goodness, the Seattle Kraken are enjoying that. And to protect Jeff Carter, yeah, he's been a great player, but he's not a Los Angeles Kings level guy anymore.
He's not. And then you look all around the team, you got guys like Michael Granlund, who hasn't really been at Nashville form when he got acquired from Nashville. And everywhere else really could have got Nick Bonino available. Now we're back in this game, still 2-2 on the 4-on-4.
So Suter now trying to locate it for Hintz. We got a minute left to go on this 4-on-4 as we get a stoppage with 13:20.
So, yeah, if we're going between these two teams, 4-on-4, still questioning where the embellishment was from Jason Robertson's part because I didn't see anything that's close to embellishment. Then you look at Dallas, you gotta have guys like Tyler Seguin, Max Domi stepping up for the team, finding their groove in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Couldn't say that any better. Is this an opportunity of another win? And Suter fires it short side. This is held by Gustavsson. But yeah, even when we got that look of the penalty that was on Robertson that should have not been called against him, that was a clear trip. I mean, that was about as clear of a look as we can get on a TV side.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure. Yeah, as you pointed out, and I'm going to say this again, I wasn't in knowing where the embellishment was for getting a shot of Marc-Andre Fleury in the bench. And at this stage of his career, he's a reliable backup when he's called upon. Johnston has clearly won the crease here, based off win by Dallas.
Jamie Benn is absolutely dominating. I know I keep saying it, but I'm loving that effort right now, and that's what Dallas needs is we fire one right on, and this will be an opportunity here for the Minnesota Wild. And it's Matt Dumba because of the cascade of boos as this gets sent all the way down. This is a long outstretched pass. It's Matt Zuccarello as he got spun around. Miro Heiskanen able to get a stick out there, and this will fall back to Dumba. He makes the play, gets it back off the sauce as the boos continue to rain down. It's 12:35 left to go in the third. John Hunter within the play-by-play on American Airlines Center alongside Alec Nava. It's a 2-2 game. It's 32 shots here for Minnesota, 22 for Dallas, and this game has been a lot of fun. This game may have overtime, and if it continues to go long, Alec Nava might have to step in and handle this play-by-play side so I can save the pipes if this goes too long. As this is sent back around, Steele trying to send this back around with the help of Boldy, as this gets recollected now by Robo, but his pass gets picked off, and this will allow Minnesota flick this one in deep off the spin. Lindell can't locate it as it's near the right side of the glass. Sam Steele, he was the one that recently tied the game at 2 in the second period off the breakaway off his great play. Yanni Hakanpää gets canceled off against the glass. This goes D-to-D, fake the slapper. Now Minnesota going to let it go into the traffic as this finds Hakanpää, able to get this one down to Robo as he's patient. And he takes a huge hit in near the players' bench. And here's an opportunity for Steele. And he fires that one short side and high. My goodness, some of the Dallas players getting absolutely upended. And now this will go the other way toward the right side dot. Minnesota will recollect. Faber tried to send it in deep as this goes back around the inboards. Foligno takes a look at it. And now getting Dodonov. He gets worked over. This goes up the right glove. Faber tries to send it to the net, and this one goes high and wide. Still kept in by Minnesota. They got the pressure now, as this is a time for Dallas to get this out. They got some weary bodies that are starting to get punished. Brock Faber with his stretch pass, and this goes away from Dumaine. It's 7 shots to 3 now. It seems like all 3 shots from Minnesota came within the last 30 seconds, as this is flipped back in. And now Minnesota can try to acquiesce it the other way. As Jonas Brodin, we get a great look at that one as he gets taken down. Here's Tyler Seguin trying to send it from the blue paint. He's fighting the contact for Brock Faber. He's been busy. He made a great play to get it out. And now Minnesota off the flip. Here's a chance for Johansson. Good save by Oettinger. They couldn't wrap it around. Now this is in between the circles and now recollected by Tyler Seguin. And his long flip. It won't bother Gustavsson, but he's got to brush it aside as Boldy. He gets away from a reverse hit, and he makes a long outstretched pass, and this gets iced. What action we had there, Alec.
Boy, Minnesota has been busy at that offensive end. And the same guy getting that hit for Minnesota, boy, that was Marcus Foligno and Jason Robertson. And I know that didn't sit well with the Dallas crowd when Robertson took that heavy contact on Foligno, knowing what happened last time around. But either way, the Wild have been so busy at the attacking end. All sorts of chances there. And Dallas fans, some of them may be angry once again on what they believe is yet another missed call.
I think that they have a case here, Alec, at least a couple of times. But this has been truly a game, as we said in the open, it's going to be full of bumps and bruises. And this is just game 1. As this goes now for Middleton. Middleton lost it. Here's Dallas toward the right side of the boards. Johansson trying to clear this one down. And for Ty Dellandrea, with his pass, there's a chance for Domi trying to play it in between his skates. Another backhanded opportunity as this one gets blocked and it goes off the crossbar. Off the top side there for Dallas. Marchman trying to fire it out the traffic. And now Hartman trying to collect off the back skate. My goodness, this game is certainly turned on its heel. Here's Suter. Plays it off the glass. Here's a good chip entry. Now Roope Hintz in full flight. He tried to send it across there for Ty Dellandrea. Spin it back around. Roope will try to locate it. Play it off the backhand. Right Foxa now. Foxa with Dellandrea just trying to stick check this thing. And Kirill Kaprizov has been a little quiet here in the latter stretches of this game as Dallas has good puck possession, but a good steal there by Minnesota as they can take this the other way. Kaprizov, could he stay on side? They slap this one in deep. This goes up the stick knob of Jake Oettinger. And we've hit 8:25 left to go in this third. Great entry there by Colin Miller, but an even better stick lift by Minnesota as they'll send it back down. It's Thomas Harley. Yes, he's got it. Dallas try to go right to left. Again, they are in the victory green with the black pants, the forest green pants for Minnesota with the white shirts. They are on the road at American Airlines Center. Game one, John-Andre with you on the play-by-play alongside Alec Nava. We sure picked a good one here for this opening night. This is a chance for Hakanpää to try to get a piece of this. It's Jamie Benn now, as this will be collected by Dallas. Dallas will gain the red line, gain the entry now toward the right wall. They'll dump this in deep, looking for a backhand opportunity, but there is no Dallas jersey in sight. Now in the high slot, they cycle Dallas off the give and go. This is played off the backhand, and this will be sent back down for Yanni Hakanpää. As this gets recollected now, Roope Hintz. It's a quick shift change for him. Here's Robo back on the ice. We're taking that huge hit from Foligno. He stays with it. This is in behind the office now. Tyler Seguin will flip it around. Suter now near the left side dodge. Sharp angle shot stopped by the left pad of Filip Gustavsson. And this is flipped. Is it over the glass?
That's the big question. Will this be delay a game-on-road game? That's what we'll find out when we come back from commercial break into this. But it's all sorts of action back and forth. Offensively sound, defensively sound. This game has it all.
Yes, it does, Alec. Again, I know when we were trying to pick our assignments, thank you for joining me nonetheless. But yeah, I'm glad that we did this one. I was looking at the Oilers and Kings, and I know I want to get to that at some point with the injuries. I'm glad we did a little bit of the flex because I don't think you're going to get anything more entertaining than this right now. Let me give you a quick little stat reset. It's still 2-2. Again, that's kind of stayed the same. Dallas had a couple of power play goals in the second. Minnesota had a goal in the first and the second. So for our stat reset, we'll just give you the goals here. So Kirill Kaprizov 19-12 in the power play from Spurgeon and Zuccarello. Roope Hintz at 2-0 on the power play. Again, that took all about 2 seconds from Virginia Benn faceoff win. And then it was Robertson up the faceoff win. Miro, Heiskanen, and Joe Pavelski. And then Sam Steele breakaway goal from Gustav Nyquist's pass. So what this leads to, 32 out of 34 for Jake Oettinger. Boy, has he been brilliant again for a 941. And on the other end, Filip Gustavsson, Alec, not too bad. 22 out of 24 for a 917.
Very sharp night by Boldy's goalie. And a little scoring update over at Edmonton. LA is on the board. It's Adrian Kempe who strikes in 52 seconds into the third period. Matt Roy and Andrzej Kopitar have the assists.
Well, that's certainly an answer there. And I should have said Adrian Kempe because I know I said that in my capsules. I think he's one of my favorite players on the team. And lo and behold, he's the one that scores. And last check on the score clock, if I look at it now, it says 3:18 in the third. It's a 2-1 game. And I'm just seeing it now on the TV side. So take a look at it off the drop pass. Kempe, beautiful movement up. What a backhand shot for Kempe. My goodness.
Yeah, that was a sharp backhand shot. That backhand was quick and swift. Left his stick in a hurry. And the shutout is ruined for Stuart Skinner. Oh, what a block.
Oh, a great block on the other end by Johansson. If he's still not feeling that hit from the Jets on the other end, it's another face-off win for the Stars, and it turns into chaos. Max Domi trying to tip it out of the air to himself. He actually wins the battle. Sends it back around D to D. There's a broken stick in toward the right side dot. Delayed penalty call. This one against Minnesota. Now Heiskanen sends us across. Nice touch pass for Hintz. And this is saved by Gustavsson. But Dallas goes back to the power play on a trip.
Lots of twigs on the attacking end on Dallas' side, because it seems that Dallas is getting set because it feels as if only 4 Minnesota players have sticks, and then Gustavsson drops his stick at the end of it all, and now Spurgeon is heading to the box on that trip. So another power play for Dallas. This time it's not a 4-on-4. So let's see here. Spurgeon catches Mad Max right in front of the slot as Domi was trying to get one right in and towards Gustavsson's traction.
So Jared Spurgeon, he's the captain. He sits in the box now. This is costly, and Jamie Benn again is out on the ice. He's a chance, as Alec said, this time off the off wing. They win it, but Heiskanen can't hold the line. 5th in the NHL, as we said, in the power play, 25%, of 2 for 2 with 2 shots. As Robertson now. Maybe they can try to get the 3rd goal here, all on the power play, and win this and kind of steal it. As Heiskanen now. Send it back for Jamie Benn. Now to Robertson. All sorts of traffic, diving bodies. And this will just be cleared out away from Heiskanen's stick, where Jake Oettinger can take the touch. There's Miro Heiskanen now. In full flight now, attempts to take this one back here for Roope Hintz. Roope Hintz leaves it for the other captain of Dallas, Jamie Benn. This just hops off the stick of Robertson, but he is able to keep it alive. As Jamie Benn is in behind the office of Gustavsson, diving attempt there for Dallas Stars. Got to be running out of gas as Robo. He was in full flight just to try to hold on to this puck. Here's Tyler Seguin now. That's normally where Joe Pavelski would be, but it's Seguin and Benn. They're used to playing on the same line together at times. Freddie Gaudreau gets his pocket picked by Miro Heiskanen now. Heiskanen off his forehand, plays this pass up the right wall. Evgeny Dadonov, good drop, and this one might have got stopped there by Gustavsson before it got sent back down the ice for Otter here. So he'll be patient, and they might need to make some changes. Evgeny Dadonov's got it now here for Dallas Stars. It's a 2-2 game. 5:15 left to go in the third. Dallas trying to go 3 for 3 on their power play, and it's been a host of goals on the power play, 3 aside between the 4 goals that we have. Wyatt Johnston, Domi collects, and that was blocked before it ever hit Gustavsson. Suter now. Here for Domi near the right circle, and Ryan Suter, he can't hold it. It goes in between his legs. Max Domi has to kick it. He's without a stick. He's got to go to the bench, but he's right there next to it. Wyatt Johnston trying to bother one in the while as this gets sent back down the ice. So Dallas power play now 2 for 3. Ryan Suter has it here for the Stars. They'll recollect now with Radek Faksa as he has to chip and chase. There's a stick near the right side dot, more toward the red line, part of the trapezoid, as this gets picked up now for Dallas Stars near the left side line. They send this back around the inboards, hops over the stick, and now Heiskanen tries to send it that way, and it bounces right back to him. Dallas will flip it in. Here's a chance for Brock Faber as he does the same thing. Boldy gets it out off the backhand, and it's a race for the puck. This will be won there by the Stars. See if they can gain their own defensive zone. As this is a good outlet pass here for Dallas. It's Radek Faksa with Kirill Kaprizov now. Plays this off his backhand, ships it off the glass. Now Boldy tried to locate it a 3rd time trying to make that pass, as he does, but Tyler Seguin able to get that stick lift as he throws it back to the Dallas defense. 3:45 left to go in this third as this is flipped in. Now Seguin will race for it. This is sent back around for Jared Spurgeon. He's back on the ice after the tripping call. Picked up now by Robo. Here's an opportunity that can't be held by Yanni Hakanpää, but he plays it back to the defense now. Wrap this around the red line as this gets recollected and stolen by the Minnesota Wild, and they'll chip it in. Hakanpää tries to win the race. This is busy near the right side of the glass. Roope Hintz trying to transition the neutral zone with Jason Robertson. As this gets recollected now by Middleton. Middleton off the drop pass here with 3:05 in a tie game at American Airlines Center. This is game 1 in a 2-2 tie. That's Lindell able to sweep it away from the Minnesota forwards. And up the forecheck. And now Dallas just able to stay on side as this gets sticked out of the air. This will go with the Wild, and Foligno can chip it in deep. Dallas will do the same. Here's a rush the other way for Wyatt Johnston. But good backhand defense for the Wild to cancel that out as we've hit 2:40 left to go in this tie game. Well, we have overtime. We're getting very close to that right now. Brock Faber tried to win this battle right now. This is near the left side red line. Gustavsson taking a look at it on the stand-up. Heiskanen, watch this one bounce off of him, and this will fall back to Ryan Suter. We get an offsides.
This game literally has to feel some overtime coming. 2:25 left from it. Hasn't happened yet, however.
No, it hasn't. And again, as I said from last year, when it was the Penguins and the Rangers, it was Evgeny Malkin playing hero in triple overtime. And honestly, Alec, I didn't think I was going to make it throughout that entire broadcast. And this certainly feels like this is a game that's headed into overtime.
Strangely enough, that was the only triple overtime game, let alone the only game of that entire playoffs last year to ever go past the first overtime. The last time this happened, 2009. Or ironically, that one game between the Anaheim Ducks and Detroit Red Wings went to triple overtime as well.
I remember that in the first round. I know there was a few of those. There were some Justin Abelkader goals, some Henrik Zetterberg goals. Try to get into a Game 7 with the back injuries. It seemed like a long time ago since the Red Wings have been in the postseason because it has been a long time. I'm hoping that with all of the losses that Detroit has accrued and toward the back end of the season, I know it's a long shot. I'm not betting on Connor Bedard, but hopefully they can move up past 9th and maybe not fall to 11th. That's as far as they can fall. I'd like to see what Steve Yzerman can do with another pick. I know it's been a better year, but they still need another top 6 forward. They need another goaltender to back up Ville Husso. He can't do it all the time. So there's a lot left to do. So once this playoffs are all said and done, I can go back and sulk a little bit until the season starts again.
And that's why you want to pay close attention to the development of Simon Edmondson, Marco Kasper, and Sebastian Costa.
Yeah.
Really close because Edmondson and Kasper got NHL action at the tail end of the regular season. And Utica, they got a little preview of what is to come for next year.
Yeah, that was fun to watch toward the back end of those games. I agree with you on that side. As the towels are waving at American Airlines Center. Again, I'm always jealous of anyone that gets a chance to go ahead and watch a playoff game in the building. I've yet to do so, and I would love to do that. That's one of my lists, as this is a chance for Freddie Gaudreau off of a long shot. It really seems like Jake Oettinger has not been tested in a while. 12 shots to 5 in favor of Dallas in this third period, as it's been all Minnesota on the shot board up until this point in the third. Here's another long shot, and this one gets blocked before it ever hit. Colin Miller doing an excellent job cleaning out that blue paint, but this gets intercepted now by the Wild. Here's Freddie Gaudreau off the backhand trying to set it up for Boldy, and nobody home there. Jared Spurgeon got a race all the way back with 1:40 left to go in this third. The shot board's starting to get a little more even here. 34-27. It's a 2-2 tie, but it's a 34-27 on the shot board for Minnie. As this is picked up now for Hartman. This bounces off of Zuccarello, as they'll try to be recollected by the Wild. This will be Dallas trying to pick this up off the forehand. Roope Hintz will get it out. He's always has a responsible 200-foot game. And he can also score and assist with the best of them. He's just a really good player. As this is settled the other way by Kirill Kaprizov. He's been a little silent here in this third period, as I've said. Here's the outstretched pass. Hartman. This bounces up into the air, but this will go right to the Stars. Looked like Kirill Kaprizov was slow to get up, but he's slowly trying to maybe make his way to the bench as this gets spent back around here for Minnesota. And now Minnesota try to go left to right as we are under a minute, a tie game of this third period. Will we go to OT? This has been a fantastic game. Matt Zuccarello now will send this back around. Middleton, big save, Oettinger. He couldn't even get back into the goal crease, but nobody was there for Minnesota in time. They had open net to shoot at. And now Middleton sends it back across for his defensive partner before he gets it back. And this will bounce. This will be an opportunity for Hintz to maybe kill some time for Dallas. Jamie Benn takes a hit as he's got it now near the left side of the red line. Benn gets a stick taken out of his hands as this gets sent down the ice. And icing is the call with 15 seconds in the third.
That was a crucial clear by Dallas because nobody was in the Minnesota slot. And someone could have easily
10 seconds left to go in this third, and then we're going to have OT. If nobody scores here, Minnesota got the puck to get an offsides with 6.9 left, and now some pushing and shoving against Ryan Suter. I take it Foligno didn't like that hit against Kaprizov.
That's my best guess as well. And I know Foligno's more of an agitator. Do you remember that one time when Minnesota had that line of him, Joe Eriksson, and Jordan Greenway? Because that was their shutdown line. Now Greenway, he was having it down here. He's over in Buffalo. And now Eriksson, they want to get him back there as soon as possible. And yeah, Foligno's going to the bench after that matter of fact. 7.4 left until extra time. Sudden death.
So Freddie Gaudreau gets a chance to win this here as the fans are pounding the glass. Oettinger plays it. We're going to OT, Alec Nava.
Well, why not? And how poetic is this? First game of the playoffs here, overtime.
Absolutely. I know how to pick these game ones, my friend. I'm going to take a quick little break here, and I will be right back.
All right, guys. Let's go for the scoring recaps here for regulation as we head to sudden death overtime between the Dallas Stars and Minnesota Wild. So 2 goals apiece for both of these teams. It all started with Kirill Kaprizov with 48 seconds left in the first period on the power play, redirecting the shot from Jared Spurgeon for the point. The other assist from Zuccarello that got the Wild a 1-0 lead. Then over to the second period, the Dallas Stars needing just 9 seconds of total power play time to score 2 power play goals. The first was Roope Hintz off a face-off win from Jamie Benn. After Seguin got waved off the face-off circle, and Benn won the face-off, got it back to Hintz. He was open from the left side, bang. And then Jason Robertson, and what was a carbon copy of the first power play goal by Dallas. Quick face-off win, quick pass, then quick snipe with a wrister. He got the feed from Miro Heiskanen, and then Joe Pavelski had that secondary assist, 2-1 Dallas. Then much of the talk is going to be about a high hit from Matt Dumba. He only got a 2-minute penalty after that. Looked like deja vu to a similar high hit that Joe Pavelski took in the 2019 Western Conference quarterfinal against the Vegas Golden Knights when he was a member of the San Jose Sharks. Pavelski has not returned to the ice. It is not clear if he will be returning to this game. He has played 10 minutes and 8 seconds of ice time. Dumba got a 2-minute minor, and fans were not happy about that, given that they were originally expecting a 5-minute major and a game misconduct on Dumba, and they were relentlessly booing him every time he touched the puck. After the matter of fact, but tying the game up for Minnesota, not Dumba. It was Sam Steele after blocking a Jason Robertson shot from the point. Gustav Nyquist got the puck. Fed Steele on the breakaway, and it's all even. Neither team found the back of the net in the third period. So far, Jake Oettinger, 34 saves out of 36 Minnesota shots. And then on the other side, Filip Gustavsson, 25 saves on 27 Dallas shots. That's your scoring here for the Stars and Wild. We got another scoring update in Edmonton. This time it's Leon Draisaitl again to put the Oilers up 3-1.
Different there next goal wins mentality, but I think the big thing that we need to talk about anyways is
Thank you for that, Alec. I'm just going to go ahead and type in some notes and then probably save the voice here for a little bit. So I'm probably going to take maybe about 5 minutes, type some of this stuff in. So if you want to take a quick break and all that stuff, prepare for overtime, feel free to do so.
So I'm getting a live look in here in the meantime because the Sacramento Kings are currently up 99-95 on the Golden State Warriors in Game 2. The Warriors have not trailed 2-0 in a series in the Steve Kerr era. Could this be the first time it happens? Only time will tell.
That would be an absolute shocker, honestly. I'm not saying that the Sacramento Kings aren't a really good team that couldn't get it done. I mean, they've been great all year. And I think Mike Brown will probably get Coach of the Year consideration if we're all being honest about it. But yeah, to see the Warriors go down in the first round in any stretch of the imagination, if at all possible, even being down 2-0 is a shock.
Yeah, even so, they have not lost the playoff series in the first 3 rounds under Kerr. Their only playoff series losses came in the NBA Finals, 2016 and 2019, to the Cavs and Raptors, respectively.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. So I know that the NBA playoffs are going to be pretty good. I think I might have to flex tomorrow for Clippers and Suns, but I think that one might be good too. I know one of my friends is reaching out for that. That might be a little bit more of an exhibition on that side. We'll still have the playoff call. And maybe after a game like this, depending on how many overtimes it goes here, Alec, I might need a break because this has been all the hockey that I can handle now. But I'm glad to have you along with me because this game's been really good.
No problem, partner.
So I'm just going to go ahead and type in the rest of this stuff real quick, and I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right, then.
When you need a connecting room for whatever reason, it matters when you stay. Hilton for the stay. You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
El señor mayor police hour will make his one famous. These ones no. Maybe a red receipt from a dealer in the slab. Yes, I've got it. When they get like this. Perfecto. That way is your hands.
If you Walmart, you know, with everyday low prices, your dollar goes even further. So you can do more with your people.
All right, sorry for the interruption here, but we have another scoring update from Edmonton. It's Kempe again for LA.
You're kidding. Kempe again?
Yeah, Kempe again for the LA Kings. It's a 1-goal game once again.
Well, they're certainly fighting there, Alec, on that side, because, again, I talked about Villiardi and Fiala on that end, and what would they need? Well, it certainly seems like the Kings are going to give the Oilers a good shot at this thing.
Pretty much, when you look at this, they know each other so well, and they have bad blood with each other, dating back to the Wayne Gretzky trade or the miracle on Manchester.
Yeah, that's a great call by you, because I was watching one of those videos. Sometimes I like to watch the hockey guy on YouTube. If you don't follow him, it's a great way to be able to get some information. And he was talking about what you were just talking about. These teams have met a long time. They know how each other play in the same division. They meet a lot. Again, when you talk about the 4 goals for there for the Oilers, about 3.96 is what they officially average. Almost 4 goals a game is ridiculous. For the Kings to kind of get them in the 210 to 230 range, almost 2 goals difference on that side is really good, but it just stands the test of time. Can they get enough offense just to be able to get around the Oilers? Because really, Alec, I know it's a little bit before you're in my time, but it's kind of like 1980s hockey, the way the Oilers like to play.
By how they did in the regular season, it certainly looked like that. Just a good old throwback to the Wayne Gretzky era.
So I'm just seeing the goals now immediately on my end. That's a great job there for both. As we get a little bit of a live look in, 7:54 in the third. It's a 3-2 lead for Edmonton. And, man, these late night games, they've been some special ones right now.
They have, especially this one. And you look at some of the earlier games, I know the Hurricanes and Islanders was more about the defensive and tight battle. There's those defensive battles that's more some of the more underrated matchups. You see about Ilya Sorokin and Antti Ranta going at it with each other in nets.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be good. And on that side, again, I'm with you. I'm not surprised that Antti Ranta got the start, but You got Freddie Anderson there. I know he deals with some injury issues, and who's to say if there is some other issues there? You also have Peter Kochetkov for Carolina. You might even see all three goaltenders.
And that's not to mention another goaltending prospect, an undrafted free agent that they signed, in Wyatt Perez, who came off a monster season with Winnipeg. So there's 4 goaltending options that maybe Carolina can use, but Perez might be coming up later in the future.
You're kidding me. So they have Wyatt Perez too?
Yeah, they also have him.
Carolina, they know what to do with their goaltenders, though, but the question is for me, who do they pay and who do they keep? Because it certainly seems like ever since Cam Ward, they kind of just been playing the shuffle behind the net.
Yeah, ever since the Cam Ward days. Just remember, Ward was their franchise goaltender for their time. They made the playoffs just twice with him, and those 2 times they went on a deep run. Certainly, goaltending can be hot when he gets hot, and when he's doing it.
No, absolutely on that side.
And just 6 minutes left on this live looking on between Edmonton and LA. So LA's looking for the equalizer here. See, Matthias Ekholm has it, and he's being watched by Kopitar, Nugent Hopkins retreating on back, and now here's the pass on around the near side, and now Mikey Anderson trying to play this out through center ice, but this goes back to the Kings' own end. Moving this up forward is Anze Kopitar. The pass for Kempe just missed. He's looking for the hat trick. The icing is waved off though. Edmonton sending this all the way down, dedicating up for icing against them. But that will do it for the live look-in.
Meanwhile, we'll take it overtime. Sansfield's goal. We've got time. I've got tasted and Spurgeon and 2 defensemen. Oh, you don't have to circle overtime unless you're busy.
Thank you for picking me up on that side. I just want to make sure I typed in some game notes for the story before I end up forgetting everything, because I have a feeling this might be more than one OT.
By how it looks, Dallas has been to multiple overtime games before, even as long as 4 overtimes, because they were in 2 of the 10 longest games in NHL history. Them against the Vancouver Canucks, Game 1 in the Western Conference quarterfinals of 2007. That game lasted until 1 minute 54 seconds left in the 4th overtime. Dallas ultimately lost that game 5-4. Obviously, comes from Daniel Henriksen. But then a year later, they'll find themselves in another 4 overtime situation where Brendan Morrow had the game-winning tip-in goal from Stefan Robida on the power play against the San Jose Sharks to win it in 6 games in the West semifinals.
Yes, it has, and I'm gonna tell you this honestly, and for everyone that's listening on the YouTube side, because I had a few of you bouncing it out and ask about showing the game, is obviously I can't show it because everything will be demonetized and they can never throw anything in there. Not that I'd ever enough to ever get monetized, but if this does go to multiple OTs, Alec Nava will be taking over on this side, because I don't think I'll be able to make it the whole way through. I'll blow the voice out, but we're going to give it the best chance, and that's why you always have very adequate help on that side, because obviously Alec can take the lead, but he's been gracious enough to let me run this play-by-play, but whenever you want to, we can flip it on this side, and I'll return the recorder back on officially when we get into the OT. I only just stopped it to make sure to get some notes and everything else typed in, because you do have a story at the end of it on full coverage, and I know you did all of your capsules as well as giving predictions and having everything else. Who do you think? Did you go ahead and list a Stanley Cup winner? Who are you taking?
I am taking the Edmonton Oilers to win it all. They're the hottest team in the league, coming out with the Western Conference, and to an extent the NHL overall outside the Boston Bruins. And if you're the LA Kings and a red hot team like them, the good news is that you're a red hot team. The bad news is that you're facing a white hot team. And the answer to a red hot team is a white hot team all the time.
You're absolutely right on that end. I think that's a good call by you. I see a lot of the experts and pundits picking the Oilers. I haven't really picked one myself because I only did the first round, and this is just complete guess and conjecture on my part, so I'm not locking anything in. I'll say Rangers and Avalanche in the finals, and I think Man, I don't know if the Avalanche are going to repeat because I really wish they still had Gabe Landeskog. I think that's going to be a big piece that they're going to miss. But maybe I'll say Avalanche again against the Rangers.
The good news for the Avs is that the main championship core pieces are there.
Right.
They're still there. Nathan McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, Kel McCarr, Devon Taves, Arturi Lehkonen, who had the Stanley Cup winner. Valeri Nichushkin is still around. Alex Nealon, JT Compher on a breakout season as well. The bad news is that they don't have the depth that they had from last year to back that up.
Right.
Because they lost Burakovsky, they lost Kadri to huge pay raises.
Yes, they did. No, that's a great call by your part. And even we might even see a repeat, and I think it would have to if it's going to go along both of our predictions of the Oilers and the Avalanche in the Western Conference Final. And if the Oilers have any chance to get some retribution out of that, I think they're going to be ready to take it. I think they could.
They could.
So we are seeing the very multitude of body contact between both of these, but we are going to get set for the OT. So this is going to be cough drop numero dos for me, so I can make sure I don't have to clear the throat constantly to get into the OT because you got to deal with the allergies sometimes. But I will turn on the recorder here in a second, and we will take this in because it's a tie hockey game right now with Alec Nava here, and this has been a fantastic one as it's tied at 2. So puck drop.
Hits here are 39-37 Dallas.
Yes, they are. And this has been a very physical game as we talked about. And again, you're talking about almost 80 hits on both sides, and that's going to continue to climb. As now Dallas will flip this out. They're going to be trying to go left to right. I think this one on the players' bench to get a stoppage in the first OT at 19:39.
And as we speak, indeed, the Golden State Warriors have fallen down 2-0 in a series for the first time since 2007.
I'm going to go ahead and go on a limb, Alec, and say that they're not going to beat the Kings 4 times. I think they're going to lose the series now.
I say home team wins the first 5 games until the Kings win Game 6 on the road. How about that?
That would be a good bounce back on that side. That would make for a hell of a lot more theater. I like your pick. As this is flipped out now for Dallas off of a defensive zone draw. Anywhere that they've had the advantage, Alec, I know it might be a small thing to some, but the face-off circle has been key here for the Stars. And they really had a push in that third period, although there were no goals. They got a lot more even on that shot board. Here's a chance the other way. Jamie Benn off the backhand, working his way. He tried to stay patient. He couldn't get a wraparound opportunity. And now this will be sent back around here for Dallas as they'll take a look at it. Here's a good hit. This one's against Kaprizov, and now Minnesota will try to get this the other way. They'll go right to left. And the forest green pants with the white jerseys. Sent across here for Zuccarello. A chance of the slot. Sold by Andre as he slides over.
He's saved the game for Dallas like he has been throughout this game all night long, keeping them in it. And maybe we could see some otter chance here at the hangar. Some tic-tac-toe passing and absolutely backstopping the guy who hit Joe Pavelski. Maybe some poetic justice.
Little Kendrick Lamar, a little poetic justice there on that side. Is there's a draw win by Minnesota. They send this across the blue paint, and this is picked up now by Jacob Middleton. And now Foligno being picked up across by Hintz. This is sent back around for Hakanpää. It's a mess now, and the Dallas defensive end is Seguin now. He's spending that time on the first line, as we've mentioned. No return for Joe Pavelski since taking that hit in the second period for Dumba. And we will see how that changes things across the rest of this series. Again, no Joel Eriksson, no Sundqvist on that side for Minnesota as this flips up into the crowd.
Often Victor pointed out, and you notice how injuries are going to be a major factor into this series. You mentioned about Joel Eriksson, you mentioned about Oscar Sundqvist. Now add Joe Pavelski to that list. So I wonder who's going to step in and take his spot. Will it be Tyler Seguin? And who fills in on the fourth line? Can someone be bumped up? Maybe Joel Kiviranta gets some reps on the fourth line.
Yeah, I think that's a good call on your part. And again, I know all these series are going to be taxing for all of these teams, but whoever gets out of this one, they're going to be battered and bruised because I think this one is at least going to go 6, and this is going to be a war on the ice. No doubt about it. 38 shots to 27, gloved out of the air nicely by Mason Marchment. And this one gets swept around by Ty Dellandrea, but can't be kept in the zone. Now Harley will send this back across for Yanni Hakanpää as this gets dumped in. Ty Dellandrea trying to get on his Jets as this is picked off now by Merrill. We'll chip this off the outside of the glass and flip it back down. Do we have a hand in there to indicate icing? Yes, we do. This will be Dallas in the offensive zone upcoming.
And I wonder what set play Peter DeBoer has in mind after this icing to get the right personnel onto the ice at the same time. Maybe get Robertson, Benn, and Hintz out at the same time as well. Well, that's not going to be the case. They have Radic Fox taking the face off.
So Foxa, he's pretty good at this too. He can also slate into a second or third or fourth, wherever you want to put him. They got a Glenn Denning out there as well. So a little bit of fourth line magic here as this goes off of the 5-hole side of Gustavsson, closes it down, and now it's near the left side dot. As this gets recollected across the wall there, Merrill will get a chance to locate it now off the give. He's got it. He'll flip it. This almost goes off a Dallas stick, and this is kept in. Here's an opportunity now for Glenn Denning. He tried to send it across the blue paint, and I think this one on a play off a stick.
Yep. So Dallas attacking the zone as they have been throughout that third period. They want to keep carrying this on over to overtime. We'll see how long this goes to. I just hope this doesn't go all night.
We will do the best we can. I will be with you until this game closes, but admittedly, I will be tired. We'll have to see about tomorrow if it goes that deep on that side. So Gaudreau gets a chance to take this offensive zone draw. We're going to be able to get this one out, or defensive, I should say, as this is recollected here. And now here's Dallas again with the slapper, and this goes wide of Gustavsson. This is flipped over to the outside of the cage. And now Marcus Johansson, his outstretched pass as Minnesota gains the entry. Here's a chance off the backhand, Oettinger! Whoa!
Oh my goodness! If I thought that one-time stop from Oettinger, and by Oettinger in that second period wasn't the biggest save from him in this game, boy, do we have major competition for that now. Because series on the line, he got both of those all the way. My, this has been a masterclass from him. Dating back to game 7. This was a bouncing puck on the initial shot. Then Johansson got the rebound. And when it seemed that the Wild were going to storm the ice, Otter says, hold my Otters.
Here's a slap shot. This one gets blocked. That was a chance for Johansson to win the game. I mean, that was a save that probably a lot of goaltenders are not going to be able to make. Now there's an opportunity for Dallas. As they'll fire this out to the traffic, there's a chance for Benn as this gets recollected by the Stars. This is flipped back around now. And now here's some good body contact. Heiskanen trying to deliver it on Dumba. This is trying to get picked up now for Hartman. Here's another bomb. And this one goes wide. That was in great shooting position near the left dot as Dallas will try to locate it now. And it gets blown dead with a hand pass or touch with a stick.
That was a great one-time feed to Jason Robertson to set him up. To possibly beat out Filip Gustavsson there. And as we're past the 3:30 mark of OT. Oh, what do you know? The Kings have tied the game with 17 seconds left.
Well, I guess I don't feel bad, Alec, on that side that we would have missed a classic. We got two classics at the same time. We've been trying to give you updates on that. So we're going to get double OTs.
Yeah, and it's Anze Kopitar.
Yeah, he's the ageless one as well, Anze Kopitar. He's still one of the ones that's always been there for the original cup winning teams for Daryl Sutter. Here's Middleton now. Oh, that was into the traffic. That took a crazy hop. And this gets sent back down there for Middleton. And now recollected off the give back pass. In our game, it's 16 minutes left in this OT. 2-2 sudden death. We're in game 1, opening night here between Minnesota and Dallas at American Airlines Center. Here's a chance now for the Wild. Plays this off the backhand. It's Middleton into the traffic. This one goes wide off the right side of the glass and now tied to Landry. Has it. Continues to skate with it off the chip and chase, and this goes into the players' bench for 15:43.
It feels like it's all up from here for both of these teams, no matter who wins in this game. So whoever wins it may have the momentum heading into game 2. Though I wonder still if Pavelski's going to be available in the next game or if he's going to be available the rest of this
Yeah, as you said, in between Sundqvist, Eriksson, Pavelski, there's some big names here that are going to be missing, and you're going to need these bodies in this type of war in this series. That's what it is right now. As this is only game one, and I'm using that term, but I mean it. Seguin off the backhand as he gives this one across. Is this an opportunity for a crisscross? Colin Miller would take a look at it. Into the traffic. This bounced off the wild bodies, and Filip Gustavsson is down on his heavily padded wallet.
Well, if this is he's redeemed himself and now he's getting himself adjusted to playoff action. He has learned well from Marc-Andre Fleury over his time, and he's been in his understudy. That was the initial plan for the season. Now taking over as the starter for the Wild here, he's putting up is something that'll make Fleury proud.
I think so. Both of these goaltenders are doing an absolute service. This has been theater here in game one. It's been a lot of fun. John here with you alongside Alec Nava. We're taking in this master class of a game, and a good pickoff there by Colin Miller. That would have been something for Marcus Johansson. And now Dallas tried to get it the other way with Roddick Fox off his back pass, as this is still with Dallas and Thomas Harley. Harley now will send this back around to Raddick. He'll fire into the traffic, and this gets blocked before it ever hit Gustavsson. And now this will be an opportunity there. Picked up now for Dallas, as I'm sure the Edmonton fans are getting a live look in as they've just gone to OT. We're in OT in our game right now. Marcus Johansson off of his flutter pass. This goes away, I thought, from Kaprizov, and now here's a drive toward the net as this gets picked back up. It's Hartman. He'll collect now with Kirill. Kirill now lost it in between the left side boards. It seems like Dallas has really kind of put him under control ever since that first period. And now a chance goes way up and over on a play.
That was a good block with a stick on Wyatt Johnston shot. Chance for the rookie to end it in his first career playoff game. 19 years old. A chance to shine, receiving defeat from Jamie Benn. Boy, these two have been thunder and lightning when playing on the same line.
Yes, they have been. When you mention guys like Johnson and Faber and everything, from everything we've seen right now, Alec, they've done themselves well on the ice here in this game one.
Very much so.
So Sam Steele, he wins the defensive zone draw. Speaking of young players, is Spurgeon almost gets dispossessed by Roope Hintz. It knocks down the referee, and everybody loves it on the Dallas side because there's a hit no penalty called on their end as this gets sent back down the ice for an ice.
There you go. And now Dallas with another chance to end it here in OT, closing in on that 6-minute mark. And we're looking back at some of the highlights from Jake Oettinger. So that tic-tac-toe passing, Matt Dumba gets stopped. And then that second period save.
What a save.
And then there was two big stops by Oettinger in this overtime frame. He now has 1 or 2 saves in his last 2 playoff games. 38 tonight.
102 in the last 2. That's how good he is. This goes through the traffic, and Dallas can't locate the rebound. There would have been a gaping net to shoot at. And now Foligno off the clear. This will be a chance for Miro Heiskanen. It's a 2-2 game with 13:50 left to go in the first overtime. I feel like I need to designate that because we could be in for a long one as this is sent back down. But if it wasn't for Jake Oettinger off Matt Dumba a couple times, this game would already be over here in the latest opportunities. And Matt Dumba is probably the anti-hero considering everything that happened. So if he scored the game winner, boy, oh boy, as this would be an opportunity now for Dallas to recollect. It's Heiskanen in full flight, able to check up at the blue line, but this will fall back to the Minnesota Wild as they'll be patient with it here. An opportunity is Dumba again. He's the one with the skate trying to play forehand. He's going to gain the entry here as this will be recollected by Hartman, but Lindell able to locate it, tied to Landria. Can't find it across the blue line as Minnesota will dump this in the high slot. And this gets sent back around. Lindell's got his stick stuck in one of the Minnesota Wild, and now they'll pick it back up in their own end. With 12:55 left to go in this tie game in OT. It's 2-2. We didn't have any goals in the third period. It was a pair of power play goals for Dallas in the second. 9 seconds of power play time to score 2 goals, and 1 apiece in the first and second for Minnesota.
I'll tell you, goaltending here has been amazing throughout this game. Oettinger now at 38 saves and Gustavsson at 28. I can feel that there's some more saves coming in the way. As the more calls in which Dallas fans felt like they were missed.
I feel like, Alec, on this side, there's probably 3 or 4 calls that they could have argued to at least 2 guaranteed, but 3 or 4. Now Seguin will get a chance to take this offensive zone draw against Hartman, and Seguin able to win this one back. It's kept in by Heiskanen, and now fired at the net. Seguin gets hit in the face.
And he is down, but he is back up on his feet. The fans are going to argue, where's the high sticking call? And I think, let's see here from this replay. So there's the shot. Yeah, he got hit in the face with the stick. Not sure who that was, but that was definitely a high sticking call that the official should have got it.
That was Brock Faber.
Yeah, young guy. Honestly, as with the Johnston penalty, young guy trying to get adjusted right to the playoff atmosphere. Unfortunately, this is one of those moments, and that could have very easily have been 2 minutes. And Seguin is mad, rightfully so.
Yeah, rightfully so indeed. I can't believe they didn't call a penalty on that. I mean, you could already talk about the way Dallas has played on their power play a few times, and this could be one of those ones that sent it the other way. We'll see what happens out of it, though, as it's a chance now for the fans to get agitated. You know what they're chanting as this is Jamie Benn off the turnaround shot, close up the 5-hole by Gustavsson, recollected by Heiskanen now, as we get a whistle with 12:22 and more hands in the air.
There's going to be a penalty on Minnesota, I believe.
A little bit of a makeup call here. We will see. I'll get a chance to see when we get the actual look at it. But now the towels are waving, and indeed, Dallas will go to the man advantage, and some of the fans take a look at it. There's another one, and again, that's got to be called. Evgeny Dadonov gets tripped.
Yep, Jared Spurgeon and Evgeny Dadonov right in front of the crease, right to the slot, as Dadonov was trying to redirect that puck, and Spurgeon caught Dadonov, and Spurgeon slashed Dadonov as Dadonov was moving in to redirect that. That was a great chance to end it.
Let's see if they can do so, because their power play has been absolutely lethal. These fans are pumped. This is a wonderful sight at American Airlines Center here, Alec. This is fun.
Oh, yeah. 9 seconds of power play time in the second period. This power play is no joke for Dallas.
So it was another win for Jamie Benn. What else is new? But Miro Heiskanen will have to collect this now in between the neutral zone. 12:05 left to go in the first OT. But Dallas is on the power play. They've been really good. Miro Heiskanen with the wizardry of an entry. Now setting up for Seguin. And this one gets blocked out in front and cleared down by the Minnesota Wild. That was close. As every time Dallas touches this puck with the man advantage, they look really good. Now Robertson with a series of toe drags. Couldn't find Seguin. And this is going to allow Jake Oettinger to play this with the goal stick. 11:40 left to go in this OT. We are tied at 2. At American Airlines Center in Dallas, Game 1 of the opener of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Roope Hintz now with Jamie Benn. The captaincy will drop this back in the high slot. Heiskanen, as this is a weird bounce in behind the net, and this will allow Minnesota to slap shot this all the way back down to Jake. We'll leave this here for the defense of Miro Heiskanen. 50 seconds left to go on the Dallas power plays. They'll make this pass back to Wyatt Johnston. 19-year-old will drop this off here for Max Domi. Domi fires it. This goes off of Gustafsson's glove. He can't hold it. And now this is still busy. Evgeny Dadonov now. He makes this a pass across for Suter. Dadonov plays it in between his legs. One of the Wild gets bowled over. It's Suter now in the high slot. Patient is Colin Miller. It's Suter. A couple defense out there. Into the traffic. Gustavsson makes the save. Dives down, loses the goal stick. This is near the left side of the dot. And now this will be an opportunity for Middleton to get it out. My goodness.
So many chances for Dallas to end it in this power play. That was the closest they have gotten. Gustavsson was out of his crease there.
Dellandrea short side. And this will be recollected by Mason Marchment. Ty Dellandrea tried to wrap around, gets denied, try to do so again. And Minnesota dodges a bullet. Spurgeon back on the ice. Here's an opportunity now for the Wild. Marcus Johansson will fire it from distance, and this will be now near the left side of the wall. Again, LA Edmonton is 3-3. Our game's 2-2. We're in overtime. They're going to overtime as we get the halfway marker. Again, the next time we get a stoppage will be for an ice scrape. And toward the right side, Doc. It's blocked by the Dallas Stars. As this is sent back, kept in the high slot. And this will be picked up here. Brock Faber tries to get a piece of it. Johansson tries to get a piece of it. As this is now in the neutral zone, there's so much body contact here. And you would think the tired bodies can take a change when they get to it since they're so close. As Minnesota will finally get a chance to recollect. They got a 3-on-2. And the high slot, here's the pass. Oettinger makes the save with the left pad. He was trying to close the 5-hole. And this will get sent down to the neutral zone now as we've had 9:20 left to go in this OT. Here's a chip and chase. John on here with you on the play-by-play, being joined by Alec Nava, graciously so. I'm very thankful we can take in this game one because this is probably going to be one of the best first-round games that we have, and I'm trying not to exaggerate as we get a stoppage.
So officially 9:09 left in the first overtime, and Dallas closing in on that shot mark. They're within 5 of evening Minnesota's 42-37 lead for the Wild right now, and Dallas, plethora of chances to end it. The closest was Evgeny Dadonov on that power play, getting tied up by Jake Middleton and tight on that rebound, trying to make a move, and then he was hurried out by Middleton and trying to get that shot off. And Middleton said, "Not on my watch."
That's a great look by you because when I'm getting a third look at it now, if it wasn't for Middleton and a host of skates, even John Merrill there, that could have easily been a win for Minnesota. But again, Jake Oettinger has been absolutely brilliant. Filip Gustavsson has been pretty much the same way, as this has been a fantastic game one so far. And we're still waiting for a winner with 9:09 in the OT, where we're getting the ice scrapage, I believe, now. It's 42 shots for Minnesota. So Jake Oettinger's made 40 saves, and on the other end, Filip Gustavsson, 35 out of 37.
I have goosebumps. The fans have goosebumps. And even I feel like heart rate rising because, man, I feel like they just want one team to win this. If there's any team that deserves to win this, I feel it's going to be Dallas who deserves to win this. Jake Oettinger has been sharp. Their power plays look electric. Everything is going right for them.
Yeah, when you think about the other situations at hand that we've talked about at length, yeah, you think everybody's going for Dallas in this situation, but whoever wins this game one, again, it's not a benefactor of who's going to win the entire series, but this has been so physical, so punishing, so grueling, Alec, that you have to feel like even a one win right now is monumental.
Oh, yeah. Win here for either side, it's paramount for them. And you're the Wild, you want to get something and go on and win this series eventually so that Joel Eriksson can possibly return in time for the second round if he's available by then.
Absolutely. Neutral zone face-off win here for the Dallas Stars as they try to gain the entry. Glove it down here, Seguin. And this one gets fired wide off the backboards. And no, it doesn't cross the line. This stays with the Wild. We're still underway. It's Sam Steele. I don't even know what that hit. As this gets sent back around for Roope Hintz, who gets punished. And now back down the other way. This game is absolutely bananas. Colin Miller almost blows a tire. And this gets picked off now. Nyquist, he makes a nifty little backspin as Foligno gets a chance to collect it. And now here's an opportunity. Foligno sends this back around, D to D. As they'll be patient, pivot, Dumbo with it, fires into the traffic looking for a high deflection as this is flipped back down. Great glove keep out of the air by Dumbo, sets up the slapper. And now we get something called.
There may have been something in the way there, but, how ironic it would have been if Matt Dumba scores an overtime winner in the playoffs. That's not to mention Dallas was close in this game. And now Ian is sending a DM to me. What is this game? I don't know if he's talking about Dallas or Minnesota or if it's Edmonton and LA. That can apply to both of these games. Because what is this game?
That one went off of the backboard side, back off the glass, and then a pass across to Robertson that was denied by Filip Gustavsson. That is a great play. As we throw this back around now, and Benn will send this back here for Heiskanen. Heiskanen now trying to locate it there for Suter. Heiskanen now still trying to fight there with Kirill Kaprizov as this is sent back around now for Dallas. Dallas will get this here. Wyatt Johnston sends it across. Missed the net off the left side of the boards, but this still stays with Dallas. And in close play, Gustavsson holding on to the left post. Heiskanen trying to shoot an outside shot, but this bounced off the outside of the cage here for Benn. Now Minnesota matriculates this off the inboards. They gain the neutral zone, but Dallas shoots it right back in as this gets recollected off the glass and now sent back around by Suter. Suter patient as Dallas looks to take this left to right. They'll gain the red line and wire it in. 7:10 left to go in this OT as this is picked up now by the Wild and DeBoer as this will be recollected a couple more times before Dallas can do the same thing. They'll gain the red line and fire it in. 7 minutes left to go in this 2-2 tie in OT. Also got an OT game between Edmonton and LA as John Merrill gets a chance to pick this one back up. It's DeBoer now. He's got the puck across the red line now in full flight. Gains entry toward the left side wall. Here's DeBoer toward the forehand as he gets canceled off the puck by Hakanpää. Now Luke Glendening trying to send this the other way. Could be a 3-on-2 for Dallas. Glendening off the backhand. He'll pivot. He ran right into the referee and one of the other Wild. That's Jared Spurgeon as he'll get sent back down here from Middleton. Middleton patient. He'll make the pass here for DeBoer and Domain as this is sent in deep. Roope Hintz will touch. 6:20 left to go in the scintillating overtime. 42 shots to 39. Minnesota barely got that edge. Dallas has really been pressing after having a slow start in that first. They're starting to really carry this pace of play. Wyatt Johnston, the 19-year-old, had this bounce off the shin guards and back as this will go to Dallas. And here's an outstretched pass, and Gustavsson will have to play this with the stick and off the wall as this will be a chance for Freddie Gaudreau will have to spin. Play this off the backhand and Jake Middleton. And Middleton will have to do the same off the glass as this is a camera loss here. I just see a bunch of crowd fans. This is near the right side of the boards toward the red line side in the neutral zone. Boldy. See him on the ice now. It's Robertson. Puts this in. And now Minnesota has it. Everybody's standing right now at American Airlines Center. This is a crazy game. 12 shots in the OT here for Dallas. They had a large margin in the third period as well as we get ice.
Oh, damn. Everyone's standing on their feet in Dallas, and why wouldn't they? Their hearts are beating at a heart rate of, say, over 120, if I can make an estimate.
Hey, Alec, you know how we were discussing, I believe it was yesterday, or maybe earlier today, about who's the starting net for the Wild?
Yeah, it was Phil Gustavsson, and he has responded to the task.
So this gets picked up now by Foligno, and now Dallas will get a chance. Robertson spins this back around. This will get recollected by the Wild, but again, they're being solved in by the crowd. Everybody's been standing and swallowed up because they can't believe what they're seeing. I think all of us can't right now. As this is recollected off the back pass, a chance on in front of diving play, as this was blocked by Spurgeon. Maybe this will put the Wild the other way. And up the forehand now, it's a drop for Steele toward the left side. Dodd, he tried to send one out in the middle of the circles, but that got blocked. As this eluded Radek Faksa, but this is kept in by the Wild. Near the right side of the red line, up the forehand. Somebody wants the slapper. That was Dumba, but that was blocked before it ever found Jake Oettinger. 4:25 left to go in this OT. Good reverse hit there by Dallas. The Minnesota keeps it in again as this blocks off a couple of players and Middleton and sent back down the ice here for Dallas. It's Marchment off the give and go. He's got it now. And toward the right side, he'll pivot toward the wall. He'll throw it right to the Wild. Zuccarello gets the steal. Kirill Kaprizov. Here's Zuccarello. Probably wants to shoot this one off the give and go, and this gets blocked. I thought maybe it would be Zuccarello letting it go, but it's tied to Dellandrea now. And toward the right side wall, Dellandrea will leave this here for Marchment as it gets sticked away. And now flip down the ice as it'll be recollected by Yanni Hakanpää. 3:45 left to go in this OT. Picked up off the back skate, Radek Faksa. This gets sent back down. Colin Miller and the rest of the forwards here for Dallas going to take a change. Minnesota stuck in the middle of it. Here's a drop for Faksa as this goes off the left side boards, and Dallas players falling down like bowling pins. Now into the neutral zone. Right side wall. Johansson with a sauce pass attempt. but this will go right now here for Dallas. Collected across the wall. Here's an opportunity now for Luke Glendening, but he's by himself. He'll spin, and he takes a big contact against Middleton. And he feels like he's been out there for a while in between the right circle. And this is solved by Gustavsson with 3:07 in the OT.
The goaltending clinic continues for both of these teams.
Yes, it absolutely does on this side. Again, we are getting a look on the score clock in our game. It's 3-3 between the LA Kings and the Edmonton Oilers. Time continues to count down. Ours is stopped at 3:07 in the OT. And I know Ian's joining on this side of it. And we talked about it, and between Alec and myself, this could be a game that goes multiple OTs the way that this is going. And at least if it does that, Alec might have to pick up this play-by-play side of it. Another face-off zone win, flopped a couple times by Dallas, kept in though by Heiskanen. He didn't give up on the play. Now near the left side of the boards, it's Benn. Drop it here for Miro, and this one gets blocked out in front before it hit Gustavsson. Spun back around as Jonas Brodin, and they'll put this one in deep as Connor Dewar now tries to get this out. Dewar, he lost it, and now this might be an opportunity for Dallas. I'm going to try to locate the puck here, or the Minnesota Wild off of a couple of stick chops, and they will get it now. It's a 3-on-2. Dallas has the 3, but this will be an opportunity for steal. Center dangerously out in front for Foligno, but it didn't find anything. Here's a stretch pass for Dallas. Dallas has a Roope Hintz, and Gustavsson swallows it up in his stomach.
Oh my God. He just won't let him through.
I mean, when you look at this was a blazing shot by Rope Hintz on the other side, but on the other wing, that was a dangerous centering pass over to Marcus Foligno that could have easily been backhanded. I think if that was defender got a stick on it to nullify that chance and to prevent that from getting to the net.
So a rare offensive zone draw loss here for Dallas. As this is Minnesota now, Middleton will spin this around off the head. This gets recollected by Dallas, and they'll do the same. Middleton will try to collect near the left side of the boards. See who can keep this one in. Everybody's still standing here at American Airlines Center as this is recollected in the offensive zone. Marcus Johansson gets canceled off the puck by Colin Miller. Kirill Kaprizov tried to locate it. This is dangerous here for Robertson, but he was able to no-look backhand this thing across the neutral zone, where it's an opportunity for Jonas Brodin. Gets sent back around here for Spurgeon as Dean Evason has mixed the defensive pairings down to 1:35 left to go in this OT. And this gets picked off. Here's a clear an attempt, and we'll see who can race for it. It was Mason Marchman trying to find it, but he was expertly stick-lifted by the Wild. 1:25 left to go in this OT now. As this gets recollected toward the right side wall, Marchman trying to find it. Here emerges Ty Dellandrea. He's getting through a couple of stick chops. He still keeps us alive off the backhand, centered in deep. Domi's getting worked over as well. This has been a very physical game all the way through. Here comes a shot through the traffic, but it got blocked nicely there by the Wild before it hit Gustavsson. Down to a minute left to go in the first overtime as one of the stars gets knocked down and slow to get up. That's Marchman.
That was Marchman that got the hit from behind and that sequence in the tail end of things. And Filip Gustavsson continuing to stay sharp ever since the start of the third period. I noticed a sticky note that's right next to me that says believe in yourself. Of course, Gustavsson is believing in himself. That's what he's doing and making these big saves.
I think your post-it note, sticky note there is apropos for these two teams that are both currently in OT.
Basically, in a sense of speaking, I can say the same thing for Jake Oettinger.
Absolutely. Minnesota Wild 4-12 in series openers in playoff history. That's not very good as this goes off the outside of the cage. We got the helmet of Gustavsson from Jamie Benn as we're down to 45 seconds. Will we get double OT? Heiskanen wants the bomb. This is just a pinball madness in front of the slot. And Middleton able to clear it out. I feel like I've been calling his name a lot. He's getting a lot of extra time in this OT. Got to be one defensive pairing that Dean Evason trusts. And now Gustavsson. Send it here for the Wild. As you try to go right to left, it's certainly been a while. Nyquist off the drop pass. Opportunity for steal. Kirill Kaprizov, great move. And now he's going to pick it back up as he gets blasted into the right side boards and loses an edge. And now Dallas quickly the other way. Here's an opportunity for Miro Heiskanen off the back pass, and this gets sticked up in the air and out of play with 8 seconds left to go in the first overtime.
It's not an easy task to shut down Kirill Kaprizov when he's at the offensive end. But that's exactly what Radek Faksa does. He's up to the challenge and denies him a chance.
Absolutely. You see Wyatt Johnston there trying to let this one go off the next one. That was a good stop there by Gustavsson. As you said, Alec, both of these goaltenders have been absolutely magnificent. And the saves for Gustavsson, they've ramped up 29 from the third and the OT combined.
Wow.
So Benn and Gaudreau. Benn's been very good at this. It's a key face-off with the late time. There's a trip against Miller. You would think so. He's not getting the call, and we're going to the double overtime.
That's unbelievable. That's like, I don't know how many missed penalties were on Minnesota according to what Dallas thinks. And of course there's pushing and shoving after the matter of fact. I know Dallas is upset with the no call, and I say rightfully so, because I felt that they got raw dog out of a 2-minute power play.
So Miller here, the stick is right out there for Boldy. I mean, there's no excuse not to call it.
Yeah. Boldy caught Miller right on the skate with a stick. The full extension of the stick of Matt Boldy, and Tyler Seguin is swearing like a sailor.
Yes, he is, and rightfully so. So everybody I know that's been going in between the Twitter spaces, again, thank you guys between Ian and Alec on that side. It's been pretty active on the YouTube side as well. We're going to double OT, so hedge your bets. I think this is one thing I want to do before I take another quick break. Tell me, guys, who is your overtime hero on both sides? Who scores?
So I'll start with you, Ian.
Jeez, man. I don't know who to choose for this.
Just have fun with it. Pick one.
You know what? Screw it. The Minnesota Wild. The Minnesota Wild. They gotta get off this close but never close enough schneid.
So did we just get a game-winning goal on the other end for the Edmonton Oilers?
They waved it off.
They waved it off. Okay, thank you, Alec.
They waved it off. I'm currently watching the game right now. I swear, if this game ends before the Minnesota Wild and Dallas Stars game,
I'll hedge my bets and say that it's going to. I think it will.
yeah.
I'm going to go ahead, Alec. If you'll be so graceful, let me take it first. I think it's an easy name to take, but I'm going to go ahead and say somebody that's been all over the puck right now. I feel like he's been a little bit snake bitten, but I'm going to go with Marcus Johansson. He's looked good today. I'll take him for Minnesota. And for the Dallas Stars, let me go with the youngster. I'll go with Wyatt Johnston.
All right, so for my end, if I were to pick one from both sides, I'll go. If I'm going to choose someone from Dallas, I'll go Jamie Benn.
Okay.
How about that one?
I like that one.
They're winning based off left and right, and he can get it done in overtime, in my opinion. Now for Minnesota, this is when things get interesting. Because I know there's the whole Hintz controversy on if he should get a 5 or 2. But he's going to have an assist in the game-winning goal to add to the irony. He's not going to score, but he's going to assist. Probably get the primary assist as well. It's going to be Frederick, the man who got a 5-year extension with Minnesota.
I like those calls. We will see what shall come to pass, and we will see right now in our live look-in between LA and Edmonton which one of these games ends first. I will be right back, gentlemen, and we will get to the double overtime.
Oh my God. Hey, Alec.
Yeah?
So Tree posted his haters guide to the NHL playoffs, and I loved what he said about the LA Kings goalie, that their goaltender sounds like a pseudonym or an alias.
Wow. I haven't watched it yet, but I got to tune into that.
Yeah.
Okay, so here come the Oilers on the offensive zone. Derek Had that shot blocked by McRoy. He gets it back. Pass on back. This is Brett Kulak. Line shoot. Stopped by Korpisalo. Picking it up now is Ryan McLeod. Back for Kulak. Makes the shot. And now he'll take it. Deflected in front. They're trying to jam it in. And Fogel's denied by Korpisalo. He had 85 saves against Tampa in the bubble 3 years ago. And he's showing up big in Edmonton.
Yep. It looks like Korpisalo has those crab hands.
Well, it seems so, but so the faceoff will come over to his right. So Leon Draisaitl now on the ice for the Oilers. So yet this 85 saves is the record for most in a playoff game. Igor Shesterkin was 6 shy of tying that record last year in Game 1 against the Penguins. The only difference is that Korpisalo's record was in the 5th overtime. Shesterkin made 79 saves. It was needed 3 overtimes. Puck is over at the Edmonton end. They're trying to clear this down. It goes all the way to LA's end. Mikey Anderson restarts. Now passing it over to the Sid bin. Evander Kane got pickpocketed by Drew Doughty. He did not play in the first round series last year. Outside of Victor Arvidsson. Now here's Draisaitl moving his head. Draisaitl waits. Now late-man Nurse. His shot is up by it. Anderson got a piece of it with stick. And Nurse is basically upset. They had an overtime winner waved off earlier in extra time. And Leon Draisaitl, one of the best passers in the game. And one of the best players in the game. Fighting Darnell Nurse, who was met by Mikey Anderson. One of the more underrated defensive defensemen in the NHL. Shots are 39-33 Edmonton. Ekholm winds up, and that was blocked in front by Arvidsson. Now on the other side comes Trevor Moore. Moore down to the near side. Moore passes it back. Arvidsson one-timer. Carried away by Skinner. Another chance that's set wide. Moore picks this up behind the net. King's trying to pick this up. Oilers trying to clear this. Dano gets it first. Roy's shot blocked in front. Now here come the Oilers the other side. Moving this on up and now dropping his back. This goes to Bouchard. Bouchard out in front trying to tuck this in. The net is this blocked as Korpisalo covers up. And Arvidsson is checking on himself as a matter of fact. It was Evan Bouchard who took the shot and was looking for the redirect in front from Zach Hyman. And Hyman sort of stumbled there and knocked off the moorings of the net. So now this faceoff will come over to the left of Korpisalo. Nick Hughes won the faceoff, but grabbing now is Alex Iafallo. No Kevin Fiala and no Gabe Velarde for LA here. That pass from Grundstrom was told to side his Bukestad with it. He's tied up by Blake Lazat. Grundstrom also going right after it. Here's a quick shot that doesn't get all the way over to the net. And now it's picked up by Kulak. Up front, this goes for Fogel. Now here's Kulak. Well, a chance. Shoots it. Stopped by Korpisalo. Rebound comes over to Vinny Desharnais. Mishandled the puck. It goes over to center. And now both these guys go after. There's a penalty after the matter of fact. It will go against Edmonton. A momentum shifter here as Vinny Desharnais does not like the call. It is tripping the call against Desharnais. There's the shot by Kulak on a chance to end it there. And now Desharnais trying to strip Blake was off of the puck. But now this gives the Kings a chance to end it here in LA. 10:57 left in overtime here in Edmonton. One of 2 overtime games tonight. Stars and Wild in double overtime. 3-3 this game. 2-2 Stars and Wild the other game. Heading into double overtime. Oilers wearing the Gretzky era uniforms. The royal blue and the orange numbers. LA in their road whites with the black numbers and black pants. And Ante Kopitar taking the face up. He's out there, Adrian Kevin. So there's a stoppage here. So wondering what this is all about.
And cultural treasures.
It'll be Nick Bukestad taking the face-off opposite Andrzej Kopitar on the other side. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Darnell Nurse are also out there. Drew Doughty is the power play quarterback. Victor Arvidsson is out there as well. Face-off is won by Edmonton. LA keeps his end though. Arvidsson was looking all around for Kopitar. He's over at the left side of the left circle. Down low is Arvidsson. Now goes back for Kopitar. Dropping his back. Here's Doughty. Walking the point. Going over to the left for Kopitar. Here's the pass. Run score! Alex Iafallo ends the game in overtime, and the LA Kings have taken a 1-0 series lead.
Those are my boys, the LA Kings.
What a shot.
Appreciate you giving us the play-by-play on that side, Alec. I'll conserve everything else as well. So thank you very much for that side. As we look at the celebrations for Alex Iafallo, he is one of those guys that can get the job done, Alec. Great job by you to call that. What a game we've had. And Ian said he was going to laugh if that game was done before ours, and indeed it is.
Well, it's irony. So much irony behind this, because it was Andrzej Kopitar at the tying goal. He had the secondary assist. This was a tic-tac-toe pass from him to Victor Arvidsson, and then Alex Iafallo right in the slot.
Yep. Jonas. Fuck, I can't say his name.
Jonas Kopitar?
Yes. Him. I'm trying to make a pun with his last name. It's a very obvious pun for anyone who grew up in the 90s and watched Pokemon. Gonna call this man Corpus Shallow from now on.
Well,
Because that man got the crab hands.
who's that?
Hang on, I'll find like a GIF or a post. I'll find like a GIF or a screenshot and put it in the Jumbotron so you know what I'm talking about.
Individuality often complicates things. Red Bull gives you wings.
So I'm just going to give everybody a quick little reset here. It's about 1:30 in the morning Eastern time. We're going to be going to double OT. We do have the late game here, as again, Alec just called on the side of it for Alex Iafallo. He gets the game winner as the Kings take a 1-0 series lead against the Edmonton Oilers. We have yet to figure out who's going to win against the Minnesota Wild and the Dallas Stars. Your shots are 44-42 shots on goal in favor of Dallas. They've really been pushing toward the third in the OT. The hits are 47-41 advantage Stars, 51-41 on the draws for the Stars as well. They're 2 for 4 on the power play, and Minnesota is 1 for 4. If we look back into our goal scorers, it's a good time for a scoring reset, so I'll give you one on that side real quickly. So Kirill Kaprizov with a deflection at 1912 from Spurgeon and Zuccarello. And then I know Alec had talked about this when I went to take a break for a couple times. It was Roope, Hintz, and Jason Robertson on the power play. It's 2 power play goals, 9 seconds of time. They're pretty much face-off wins, identical. Back there, Benn was able to capitalize on all of that. And then Sam Steele, with the help of a steal from Gustav Nyquist off the pass, he's able to beat Jake Gaudreau, made it 2-2 with 14:25 in the second. And that is still where we stand, even though Dallas has had some really great pressure. And Jake Oettinger, he's made a couple miraculous saves, none bigger than that rebound opportunity off the backhand out of the air from Matt Dumba. That still kept this tied at 2, and we're going to be going to second overtime in a little bit.
Yep, just soon enough, double overtime in the Metroplex. The league's 2 green teams. The Victory Green in Dallas, the Forest Green in Minnesota.
Yeah, I always wonder how Dallas actually spells that one because with their mascot, it's just Victor E with an E and then E Green. Victor E Green. Always makes me
Maybe a
laugh.
little pun on the color scheme that they went with when they introduced the new jerseys before the 2014 season.
Did you ever see the glow-in-the-dark reverse retros for Dallas?
Those are sick.
You like those? I think they're pretty cool too.
They're some of the best fur jerseys in the league, I'll tell you.
No, I agree with you on that. I'm glad you said that because I know some people don't like those ones. I really do like those ones.
All right, here we go. Second overtime is set to go. The players are coming right back. And if you do remember about last year's triple overtime game, the famous spicy pork and broccoli game.
I do.
Louis Domingue.
That was a lot of fun on that side, and I feel like we might be having shades of that, my friend, on this side. It's been a fantastic game, and boy, these back end of these night games, when you talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs and all the intrigue that we can bring, we're going to have 3 out of the first 4 all finish within a 1-goal marker, and the last 2 go into OT. As Alex Iafallo scored the game winner for the LA Kings, as the road team gets the upset. Again, not an upset on my watch. We know how good the LA Kings can be. But again, we just talked about that, Alec. Again, missing with Gabe Villiardi and Kevin Fiala. And they won the first game on the road against Edmonton. They're in a great spot.
That goes to show how good Jonas Corpusalo is and that he is capable of stealing games for the LA Kings. But don't count out the other forwards on LA. Adrian Kempe with a 2-goal effort. Andre Kopitar to tie a goal. 17 seconds left. And then Alex Iafallo the winning goal. We are now underway in Dallas for the second overtime.
So Colin Miller will dump this in, and we will see now if we get a definitive goal in double OT. Again, as if this game couldn't get any more intrigue. It's been Dallas with a really late push. Here's a short side slapper, and that one gets solved by Gustavsson as he holds on to the right post. And recollected now is, again, all the fans, I'm sure they got their refreshments, and now they'll continue to stand for as long as this 20 minutes will take. And this is sudden death OT. We can go all night. As this is picked up now for Seguin, this is entered into the traffic and recollected now by Gaudreau. And now Gaudreau will get this across as Minnesota gains the entry off the backhand. And this is sent back around the end boards here for Jake Oettinger with Miro Heiskanen. Heiskanen now patient. Off of the long flip, this goes off the glove hand of Jared Spurgeon, the captain. And now Minnesota will try to gain the entry again right to left here in this double overtime. And this goes right in the catching glove of Jake Oettinger.
From around the same angle as Johnny Gaudreau scored that overtime winner of last year's Game 7. That one shot in that double overtime that he caught.
You are embarking a lot of happy memories of my other broadcast partner, Cooper Hopkins, because he loves to talk about Johnny Gaudreau, who now spends his time in Columbus. He is not in the playoffs now. He's watching, and so are the Flames. But they're watching this game because it's been absolutely excellent. This is still the last one on right now. As this is flipped up here for Jason Robertson. Robertson will recollect as he gets around Spurgeon, and this is pinballed off of Tyler Seguin and into the crowd. As I actually see a Steve Ott jersey in the crowd. My goodness.
That's a name that I haven't heard in quite a while.
Yeah.
The only reason I like that gentleman on that side, because that is my last name, so I can't actually use that in the NHL games. It's not a very common last name, apparently, but I see someone repping a Steve Ott. It might be Steve himself, as it's Roddick Fox trying to take the draw now, as this one's sent back. And this is won by Dallas again. They've been excellent in this contest on the draw, as this is recollected by Dallas. And now it's Roddick Fox. We'll chip this one down. This gets taken away by Spurgeon, and this is on a play again.
So fun fact, while Ott's not a very common last name, there is, in fact, a very famous baseball player by the name of Mel Ott.
Yes.
I forget which team he played for, but he had a very successful career.
Yes, he did. More so than Steve Ott did in hockey. He's more of a Hall of Famer on that end, as this is recollected here. Miro Heiskanen, he has it toward the right side wall. This will bounce off a couple of bodies and be recollected now by Dallas. Pick this back up off the backhand, and Dallas will have to go back in their own end and race for it. And this will be an opportunity. Jake Oettinger way out of the goal crease. He'll play this near the right dot. in Minnesota in their own end. And the forest green pants and the white shirts, they're going to be trying to go right to left. Dallas go left to right on the other end is Brock Faber for a Minnesota Golden Gopher now playing for the Wild. He's playing his first ever playoff game. And now toward the right side wall, Dallas will collect. Again, we're at this point in the OT where you just don't want to make a mistake and fire shots on net. It's going to be lethargic and a war of attrition here with this many minutes. And again, you play the very next day after that. You get a day off and play the next day. So there'll be some winded bodies. Foligno has it now as they'll get this across for Steele, send this off the wall, and this will go off the stick shaft of Jake Oettinger. 18-6 are the overtime shots in favor of Dallas, up 3-1 on that end. And Filip Gustavsson's been really good as he's been tested. Here's a good pivot here for Minnesota. They try to get this toward the right side dot as it eludes a few bodies. And now picked up toward the right side dot as this gets shoveled in toward Jake Oettinger, but he finds it with the glove hand. We get a stop with 17-12.
As great as these games have been, unfortunately, it's not going to hit the headlines tomorrow, given the drama that happened in the Sacramento game, in the Sacramento Kings Golden State Warriors game earlier tonight.
Yeah, what happened between Draymond Green and Domantas Sabonis when Draymond stepped on Sabonis?
More like stomped.
Stomped, because, man, that looked ugly. I just wonder what Draymond was thinking when he did that.
I just chalk it up to Draymond being Draymond. He's always done this crap. He's a punk.
So Boldy gets the draw, and this will go back down here for Dallas as they'll recollect it. Seguin now in full flight. He'll just chip this in as Robertson will take a look at it. Spun around the inboards there was Foligno, and now sent back down. The race for the puck that Thomas Harley will win with 16:50 left to go in the second overtime. It's a sloppy clearing attempt there for Dallas, but they are able to get this across the red line here with the Wild. Can pick it off. It's Gaudreau off the sauce. Boldy tried to play this off the back end. It goes off the left pad of Oettinger, and now Dallas will send this the other way. Robertson, he can definitely play hero, but this is deflected nicely by Minnesota. We'll get a stoppage with 16:30.
By Frederick Gaudreau to deflect that shot by Jason Robertson right into the mesh and to keep this game alive. Boy, this game has gone on forever.
Yes, it has. And gentlemen, I appreciate you sticking with me. But if you need to go for any stretch of the imagination, I won't be sad on that side. I can definitely carry it off. But thank you for all of your support today because this is a long game. This is how it was for me last year in the triple overtime, as you referenced. And we might have that again.
Oh, man, I was sweating in that triple overtime game. If you know me about me being a Penguins fan.
Absolutely. Evgeny Malkin was the one that played the hero, and I was elated because my voice couldn't take anymore. And now Roope Hintz with Jamie Benn will put this one here. Spurgeon plays this off the backhand, nicely intercepted by the Stars. As they'll get a chance to recollect, try to hit this off the outside of the cage, try to bank it off of Gustavsson. And now Heiskanen now for Suter. Suter patient. As it gets blocked, it goes back to him in the middle of the circles. Dallas trying to locate this, trying to spin and keep it alive. And it's opportunity here for Benn. As Benn gets worked over now by Middleton and now Wyatt Johnston. Middleton seems like he's been out there for a long time. Every time he's been on the ice, more than 2 minutes. Here comes the slap pass. This goes off the left gloves of Gustavsson. And now it's still madness in behind the officer. There's almost a tripping there against Dallas. And they'd be irate if they had that call at this point with all the missed ones that Minnesota's been able to get away with. Center on the inboards now. Minnesota trying to pinch just to get this up, and now it's more of a shadow. Here's Foxa. Oh, my God, blocked. It would have been a Wyatt Johnston game winner. But we press on here. And now onto the neutral zone. It's an opportunity for Dallas and Minnesota to find the puck. Again, it's hard to take a picture of it between all the fans that are standing as Foligno trying to locate it now, quickly taken the other way. Here's a rush toward the net, and this one gets flipped up high. But it's not live, I guess. You got the play blown dead at 15 minutes from a Hartman opportunity.
That would have been a textbook welcome to the playoffs moment for Wyatt Johnston. He banked that in. He was in the right position to get that one in. Then on the other side, Ryan Hartman with a great look right to the net. There was one defender on him, though. But, man, special.
And that would have made me look good because he's my overtime winner that I'm going to take. And again, the overtime winner is going to extend through all the overtimes, no matter how much it goes. That's the rules in that. So it's Hardman, and off the draw, and Dallas gets another defensive zone one. Again, they've always been able to start with the puck possession, and that helps with the winded bodies. Again, usually in hockey, you want to keep your shifts about 35 to 40 seconds. You're going to really have to do so now with the OTs. There cannot be any mistakes, any silly passes, as this is flipped up now. Try to be found by Hartman, but he got punished near the right side of the glass as Dallas will try to press this the other way. The overtime shots are 20-9 in favor of Dallas. They've really controlled this pace of play. And again, Kirill Kaprizov, he had a very flashy first period, as his shot got blocked curiously, and this is sent in deeper, where Dallas tried to get this out of their own end. Ty Dellandrea eludes some of the body contact as this gets flipped back down the ice and picked up by Dallas. 14-10 left to go in overtime numero dos, as this is flipped in out of the air. Collected by Minnesota. Demain lost it, and this goes over the wall. 14:03, we get a stoppage.
I just can't help but imagine what's going to happen around here, because Luke Glendening now has a cage on his wrapped up around himself on his helmet. Wonder if he took something up high previously.
I was going to say, Alec, unless I wasn't astute, I didn't notice him wearing that when we started this game.
Yeah.
So Seguin now, oh, this goes across the crease, but there is nobody there for Dallas. 13:50 left to go in this second overtime as it gets recollected. And now the Wild. And off the rush, it's Freddie Gaudreau. This is who Alec called. Here's the sauce. What a stop by Oettinger! And we press on as the Wild get
Amazing highlight reel.
Oettinger again. This is his third highlight. And this is the second overtime. Again, Dodonov here presses it with Jamie Benn. Wrap this around the inboards. Now in the high slot. This gets deflected. Can Heiskanen hold it? No. Into the neutral zone now and across the red line. As this will be recollected, Connor Dewar will take a look at it. And now Johnston back on the ice here for Peter DeBoer's squad and the Dallas Stars. As Otter will take a look at it, and this is ice. So Dallas get an offensive zone draw. We know how good they've been at this, Alec. They could end it quickly.
I am in amazement. That was his third highlight reel save of the game, because it looked like Minnesota was going to end this here in double overtime. Marcus Johansson shifting from his forehand to his backhand, only to be met by the left pad of Jake Oettinger. This man is on a mission.
And I want to say this for the record, folks. I did say Marcus Johansson and Wyatt Johnston, but I got denied by both goaltenders on some block shots. So here we go here for Suter as this is flipped back around. Picked up by Dallas. They'll fire this across the embankment wide as it's recollected now by the Minnesota Wild. This has been a fantastic game. In Minnesota with some winded bodies have to deal with an offensive zone draw yet again.
They're tired. And it seemed like in that last icing, I thought it was too close to call between Miro Heiskanen and Ryan Reeves. But it appeared, what they call him?
So here we go, Alec, on this side. 45 saves now for Gustavsson, even more so than Oettinger. Dallas has really been on this thing. They just need to find another goal. They've been the better team of late. This one swallowed up from a Heiskanen shot by Gustavsson.
So make that 46 now for Gustavsson.
Miro Heiskanen is one of those guys we talked about from the Open. Oh boy, it seems about 4 hours from now, in the sense of it, if you're keeping track of time at home. He is one of those guys that can be a Norris Trophy candidate. You can skate with the best of them and get shots on. You're just trying to fire anything you can at these goaltenders. But as we talked about it in the Open here too, Alec, both of these goaltenders, they have their absolute A-plus game going.
A-plus indeed. They've been stopping shots left and right, and you'd wonder if these two goaltenders would plan the pre-starts of the game.
Heiskanen, you would think so. You got a lock for at least 1 and 2. Suter, off the drop. Here's a bomb for Heiskanen. Gets deflected in behind the net. Dallas has it. Heiskanen sends it across for Suter. Suter, he just puts it in behind the net. Doesn't find anybody. Roope Hintz will collect. Dallas keeping it into the zone. Robertson, pivot move. And this gets blocked by the Wild, but kept in now by Heiskanen. Heiskanen, this goes out of the offensive zone, and Dallas will have to recollect. 12:05 left to go in this double OT as it gets shoveled aside and away from Jason Robertson. 2-2 is still your score line. The last goals that we've had have been in the second period, but this game has ratcheted up every single period, and now the offense is really getting underway. And for all intents and purposes, it is. It's just these goaltenders have been so damn good on the other end. There really is nothing you can say. As this is picked up now by Spurgeon. Great pass on that setup. Matt Zuccarello trying to keep it alive near the right side faceoff dot. We'll send one around for Hartman, and Hartman will do the same. We'll pinch it back to D here. Spurgeon into the traffic. It's just a wall. This might have hit Foxa, but he might have got tangled up as well. Spurgeon near 32.5 minutes of ice time. It's been a long time for these 6 defensemen, and Spurgeon's the captain. You'd expect him to lead it. Partial fan, where this will allow Merrill to get this across, and now in off the rush, and now somebody just blows a tire there from Minnesota, and see if this is a rush here for Domi. Domi, great setup toward the right. Gustavsson saves it. Oh, it would miss the net. 10:59.
Oh my goodness!
We are still here, and it is still tied. These goalies continue to press on.
Just when I thought Oettinger would make the save of the game, did I just see Filip Gustavsson? Oh!
That one got blocked by Brock Faber.
Went up high. He had an open net. I thought Gustavsson got it, but the marksman just flubbed it and sent it up high. Tends to be a hero. Oh no! Regardless, both of these goalies
Yes.
are the personification of Hadrian's Wall right now.
They are an absolute wall, and there's nothing to be decided now. That second one got shot wide, but that was a great attempt anyway. It was a dive by Brock Faber to try to get a piece of it. Great movement between the legs, and a penalty hand in the air.
Oh man, a penalty this late. Oh, this could be the dagger. This could very well decide the game. If Dallas can bank this in on the man advantage, they were 2 for 2 in a span of 9 seconds in that second period. So if they can net 2 power play goals in 9 seconds, of course, Freddie Gaudreau is trying to get it, he can get away with it. No, sir, you cannot get away with it here in the second overtime. And finally, the Dallas fans get their wish. A call towards their favor.
Yeah, you talk about the Kendrick Lamar poetic justice on that side of it. Well, now Dallas finally got that. And now they can see, as you said, it only took 9 seconds for them to get 2 goals. And they'd like to end this just as quickly, not just because everybody's tired, but you want to stop taking this body contact. It's been a very physical game. Yet another win by Benn. Here's Heiskanen now. Roope Hintz off the outside of the bar. Oh my goodness, and now Miro Heiskanen with Robertson as this game continues to ratchet up. Heiskanen lets it go, and this goes off the backside of the end boards. Roope Hintz here for Heiskanen. Heiskanen will settle it down for Robertson near the right dot as they're working behind the net. Robertson, patient, as he's still with it, try to center out front of the slot behind Seguin. Great pass. What a diving shot block there for Jared Spurgeon. As it's Heiskanen now. This stays with Dallas. They've looked dangerous. Here's Robertson, and this one gets blocked by Minnesota. Minnesota desperate just to try to get this out. They will gain the neutral zone, and now here comes Heiskanen. Roope Hintz off his back pass. It's Seguin. Now with Jason Robertson near the right side dot. Robertson drop it for Roope here. Miro Heiskanen off the give and go. Benn's wide open. Drops it here for Heiskanen. Now Benn will recollect. As he surveys, Robertson trying to set it back up in the middle of the slot. This will fall back to Robo. Robo with an extra move. Now it's Benn. There's diving shot blocks everywhere for Minnesota, and they do clear it out. High off the end glass. A heroic clear at this point.
I wonder if that went out of play. Where exactly did it go out of play? So the officials are going to see here, did it go over the glass or did it go to the benches? Because remember, if it goes to the benches, that's not delay of game. If it goes
Yes, you called it on that side. And again, this is absolutely nuts. 9:33, double overtime. Dallas on the power play again. This would be their fourth. And now we will get our stoppage for the momentary ice scrapes. That's all you get in the OT. There are no commercial breaks. So everybody get your sip of water. That's what they're doing right now. As we're taking a look on it, in the middle of the YouTube side, I can give you the official time that we're at. Boys, here it's 4 hours and 11 minutes.
Yep, that's the time span officially in this game. And it feels like longer than that. Though when you look at game one of Lightning Blue Jackets in the bubble in contrast, that's a total of 6 hours, 13 minutes.
That was the Jonas Corpusalo experience, and he was the one that got the win in net today against the Edmonton Oilers as the LA Kings took a 1-0 series lead. The only game one that we're waiting on right now is the one that we're covering. And again, maybe I gave Alec a little bit of a disservice as far as giving him this latest game, but I'm glad that you're here with me, my friend, and help back me up because this has been a wild, wild game.
And all the stars are aligning together.
This is setting up. See, this should be the type of game that gets people watching hockey, just straight up. But you know, there's always something. There is always something that will make hockey seem second fiddle, even when there is a classic like this.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right about that, Ian. On that side, it's a shame. But for anyone that actually is undertaking hockey on that side, again, you just get pure theater. The Stanley Cup playoffs is the best playoff format of any sport. And I will take that one right to my grave. I will argue that. I know we get some comments on the YouTube section said Dallas. I think they might lose this game, but I want the Stars to win, especially what Dumba did to Pavelski. And then Ryan also says if Oilers lose game 2, he thinks that series is over. We will find that out. That's a lot of intriguing commentary just with one game in between the Oilers and the Kings. But you may very well be right, my friend, on that side. As we're going to get back underneath the action here, 9:33 left to go in this double OT. They keep showing it on ESPN, and for good reason. 22 overtime shots for Dallas, to just 10 for Minnesota. They win yet another draw. Here's Robo off the back pass, and now Miro Heiskanen. Back to Jason Robertson. Robertson drops it out for Heiskanen in the high slot. This one goes off of the outside of the backboard and then picked up as this is cleared down by Minnesota. And now this will be a race for the puck off of a shorthanded opportunity as Heiskanen cancels that one off, and Robertson with a quick little back pass and a cheeky move there from Hintz to Benn. And now Hintz has it now. So spin near the right side, dropping for Miro. Hintz sets it up for Robertson. Is he going to let it go? This goes off the outside traffic there for Minnesota. Picked up now by Robo. He'll fire it right on. And Gustavsson makes the save. He's been busy, and he's been excellent.
I mean, I can say the same thing for Jake Oettinger as well, but Johnston has been sharp throughout this shorthanded time for Minnesota. This ain't no different.
Absolutely. And again, you can mirror that comment. You're absolutely right on that end. But Gustavsson, we can say this for certainty. The opportunities have ratcheted up in between the third and the OT, and now in the second OT. Who knows? We might get a third. As this is 8:45 left to go in the second frame of OT. Essentially, we're in the fifth period. This bounces high off the air near the blue paint, and this was an opportunity for Minnesota now to collect and go right to left. This is off the windmill. This is kept alive by Minnesota. Who's going to take this one? That's what the crowd's been wondering. They've been standing the whole time between both of these OTs. Now near the right side of the wall. Good drop pass here for Dallas, and they'll fire one on. It'll make Gustavsson drop the stick out of his hand, but this will go back the other way for Colin Miller as he collects in the Stars defensive end. Now and across the red line, this will be cleared from 100 feet, and Gustavsson holds on with 8:06 in the second OT.
This is going to be very interesting to see how this ends.
Very much so.
That shot, I don't even know what it was. The Genny Dodonov, he lets one go, and this hit the paddle of the stick. It knocked it right out of his hands. Maybe it vibrated a little bit.
Yeah, it hit the shaft of the stick. It looked like it was going to go in, but then it caught the shaft of the stick, and I wonder, very rarely do you see shots go off the shaft of the stick. I remember that one time when Pekka Rinne had that shot from one of the Winnipeg players go off the shaft of his stick. It looked like it was going in, but man.
So Dallas gets another win from Jamie Benn, and they have this busy and behind the Minnesota defense, and they'll flip it now across the red line. Minnesota's really got to start pressing the other way. I know it's an obvious statement, but we haven't seen much of it. This is a chance now. This is a bad turnover. Scores! Minnesota wins!
Oh my God! Oh, the most ironic turn of the bench here in Dallas. Double overtime. We got ourselves a classic here. Write this one down in the Stanley Cup history books. But man, it feels unfortunate for Dallas because you saw Joe Pavelski go down earlier in this game on that Matt Dumba hit. It feels unfortunate if you're the Dallas Stars getting to witness another stellar effort from Jake Oettinger, and then you let that go to waste in overtime, this time in double overtime. So there's the zone entry fee. Dallas is trying to clear this out, but they keep this in. Unfortunately for them, it was right in the slot where they keep this towards, and it's Ryan Hartman, the man who just came back from a one-game suspension in the regular season finale. He says, I'm back.
That's absolutely crazy because 5 seconds before that I said Minnesota needs to get in the zone and make something happen. Well, they capitalized on a Colin Miller mistake. I know he didn't mean to do it. He banked it off of one of his own players. Ryan Hartman gets a chance in the high slot. And Filip Gustavsson, for all the commentary that we get for Jake Oettinger, and rightly deserved, boy, the opportunity certainly ratcheted up for him. Alec, in the back end of the OT in the third period, he made some great saves. He kept his team in the game just like Oettinger did. But Minnesota, man, oh man, they capitalized. This has been one of the best playoff games that I'll remember in a long time. Thank you, gentlemen, for sticking with me. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, you're very welcome. Oh, man, this game has been a classic.
If this is just the first night of these Stanley Cup playoffs, imagine what the rest is going to be. Especially because, isn't the first round matchup Rangers versus, oh, no, it's not Rangers versus Islanders.
The Rangers and Devils. That's going to be a good one.
Oh, even better. A rematch, a long-awaited rematch of the 2012 Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, I can tell you this as we get set to close off because I'm going to have to do the game story after this. I'm going to be pretty tired. I feel like after this game, I'll say this as a joke, I feel like I need a shower because there was a lot of sweaty hands on that side. And this has been one of those games that was very reminiscent of the one that we talked about between the Penguins and the Rangers last year. This one goes double OT, but I felt like there's been even more action. And I'd be hard-pressed to say of all the games in the first round, this might be the best one that we'll get. But I know I will be back tomorrow. It's probably going to be a basketball assignment between the Suns and the Clippers. But we will be back on Wednesday when I think of another hockey assignment. I got the composite schedule out there. But again, thank you, gentlemen. We'll be signing off officially because I got some other work to attend to. So I will catch up with you guys during the week.
All righty.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ryan, for following along. I'm going to get to your last comment before we close out. It said, Kings home ice advantage already. If the coach can't free up McDavid, he will play individual hockey, and that will be it. You know what, Ryan, on that side, if you're still with me, I'm glad that you are, because I want to make this point in the sense of it. I took the LA Kings last year in 7. I thought that it would be enough for them to be able to win. Again, it was without the services of Victor Arvidsson and now Doughty. And now this year, it's Gabe Vigliardi and Kevin Fiala. And they still took game 1, courtesy of Alex Iafallo. Again, couldn't watch that one because we were covering this. But on the side of it, yeah, that's a huge swing. And to your point, yeah, I understand Connor McDavid's got 150-something points. But between what the LA Kings have done, the Oilers average 4 goals a game almost in the season at 3.96. The LA Kings can get them down to 210 through 230. That's what they've averaged in the series in the games against them. And you're right. This is a big time opportunity. If the Kings can go out and win the next game, I think they really need to. You can't be satisfied with just having a split. I know that means doing your business, but this is a huge opportunity for the LA Kings. I think Rob Blake did a great job with Jonas Korpisalo. He had a chance to pivot some of the back end for goaltending help, and I think they have a great opportunity. I took the Kings in 7 again, and I'm going to stick with it. I will see you guys tomorrow. I think I'm going to be with my friend Nick Edwards. Probably more of a casual broadcast. It'll be the Clippers and who the hell are they playing again? The Phoenix Suns. And then we will see you tomorrow for Wednesday hockey side. Peace, everybody.
They're quite capable of winning the series, and I would just